Watch it, earn it.
Good evening ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, स्वागत है आप सभी का बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया शोडाउन में। मेरा नाम है रंजीत मामा सीनियर प्लेयर, मैं हूं आप सभी का होस्ट। आज है तीसरा दिन जहां पे हम देखेंगे 24 of these teams fight it out for a place in the top 16। 8 टीमों को चल के बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा। They'll have to take the long way outside of this arena, but of course they're all fighting it out. The 16 teams remaining will fight it out for the title and a prize pool of 15 lakh rupees। बात करें कल के बारे में, GodLike Esports ने शानदार तरीके से शुरुआत करी थी, बड़े वजह आर्च राइवल सोल जिन्होंने पहला चिकन डिनर निकाला। लेकिन कैनरी की नेडिंग कल शानदार तरीके से हमने देखी थी, क्लिनिकल अप्रोच देखा था आर ई स्पोर्ट्स का, बट ऑफ कोर्स कैनरी के डांसेस भी हमने देखेंगे, तो उनसे बातचीत करेंगे, पूछेंगे आज क्या प्रिपेयर करके आए। लेकिन और आदित्य ने 12 finishes निकाले, he shocked everybody, demolishing the teams inside the server, but nonetheless global esports closed out the day on a high, keeping up with the traditions of making sure कि आखिरी गेम में वो चिकन डिनर निकाल के जाएंगे ही जाएंगे। बट चलेंगे हम यहाँ पे, पूछेंगे जरूर कैनरी से कि उनका आज का क्या प्लान है एंड क्या प्रिपेयर करके आए। कैनरी कल तो बहुत ज़्यादा मजे किए थे आपने एंड डांस प्रिपेयर करके आए थे, किया भी था, गंगनम स्टाइल था कल। आज क्या प्रिपेयर करके आए हैं?
थोड़ा देसी रापचा खतरनाक एकदम आज होगा। कल तो बस ट्रेलर था, आज मूवी है। मज़ा आएगा गाइस, मज़ा आएगा।
मज़ा ज़रूर आएगा, मूवी होने वाली है, बहुत सारी एक्शन भी होगी। लेकिन एक सवाल, ऑफ कोर्स ऑडियंस भी चौंक जाएगी ये सवाल सुन के, इफ यू हैव टू चूज वन टीम जिसके साथ आप मजे करना चाहते हो या फिर जिसको टारगेट करना चाहते हो, कौन सी टीम होगी?
अरे हमारे पड़ोसी है ना गॉडल, गॉडल कैसे हो? देखा बढ़िया एकदम। तो आज तो गॉडल के साथ मजा है, शायद डांस भी मिल जाए गॉडल के साथ, नेवर नो, मजा जरूर है और जोश भी है, कॉन्फिडेंस तो डबल है और आपका प्यार ट्रिपल है यार। थैंक यू।
जी हाँ, प्यार बहुत सारा मिला इनको, there's no doubt about that, and देखेंगे आज इनको डांस करने का मौका मिलता है कि नहीं गॉडल के साथ खास तौर पे। But today we're gonna have 6 matches and a race to the top 16। कौन सी ये टीम्स होने वाली है? More about that from our experts। Over to you, buddy।
Sometimes giving someone a second chance is like giving them an extra bullet for their guns, because they missed you the first time and the second time they might not. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final of the league stages. Welcome to Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown. With me are the two casters who no need introduction. This is going to be Arka with Experiment as well as Johnny. And I hope I'm doing it right, because yesterday, Johnny, you had some issues with this, and today it seems like I am having some issues. Never mind. How are you guys feeling starting off with XP?
I'm feeling good. I mean, today, of course, is day 3 of the league stage. 4 games for each and every team, and, well, some are going to be bidding us adieu, but let's see which all teams are going to be walking away.
Now, Johnny, the same question to you. How are you feeling, and which are the teams you think have a very slim chance to making it through?
I mean, that's a tricky one, because now we do have a few big names outside of the top 16, but I'm just amped to see what the penultimate day has for us. Plus, also now what we heard on stage, Canary well, Canary and someone from GodLike are apparently going to show us a duet later in the day, so I'm just waiting to see what that will be.
It's good for us to say that, you know, Canary is trying to bring in his teammates. Probably he might take them on the final circle, and the next moment he does, then ease them out so that the enmity doesn't continue into the next round. That's one way to strategize against the opponents. But ultimately, this is the day where we have 2 maps of Sanhok to be played. Yes. So what do you think is going to happen? Does that bring a huge change in the table, XP?
You know, I mean, I'm going to get to that in a second, but I love the fact that Canary's just having a good time. I mean, that is what it's all about at the end of the day. But yeah, 2 Sanhoks today. It is going to be a little bit of a game changer. But again, you know, the last couple of Sanhoks in the showdown haven't really been what we've used to. But again, let's have a look at the groups up on our screen right now. Group A, 7C Esports, Global Esports had a good day yesterday. Team Godlike is going to be in this group as well. Orangutan, R Esports, Team INS, Team Kinetic, and uDOG India. And I love the fact that, you know, again, I like the whole idea, the whole concept of the showdown, right? Because you have the best of the best, and now we're going to crown one king once and for all.
Oh yes, one king it is. As Group B, we're going to have the side of AUTOBOTZ, FS, Hyderabad Hydras, OR, Reckoning Team, Esportswala, Team Soul, and TSM. But that doesn't end there. We're going to have 2 more groups, amongst which I'm going to be forcefully bringing Johnny to do the talking and choosing one team amongst each of these groups. The next two groups coming up, and telling us, you know, they are looking the strongest, and for sure they're going to get qualified. As Group C will be coming on our screens anytime soon. Johnny, be prepared, because this one, I hope you're not carrying a curse.
Well, I hope I'm not going to curse anyone as well, because that's going to be quite brutal to a few of these teams, especially if you are going to talk about teams like Team Revenant Esports, who we know have the potential. We've seen them make those pushes, and this time around they find themselves on the 15th position. Just a little bit of a struggle right there, but hopefully we're going to see them climb the rankings today.
Oh yes, obviously right. The overall points table looks like this, with 2 teams hitting the 3-digit marker, 119 and 107 for OR as well as Team X. So it's good for us to say that they might have already cemented themselves into the next round, but the fight does start from the 7th to the 8th position. 70 points is what Godlike is holding off after losing a spot, but Global Esports on the other side, getting 1 winner with chicken dinner in the last game, climbed up 7 positions. And what do you say about that, XP?
Well, of course, you know, it is going to be a topple on the tables. As far as 7C Esports is concerned, they also had a massive jump, 10 spots, coming from the 20th to the 10th position in the overalls. Now, the thing is, if you have a look at your screen right now, in the 16th position, we do have Team Soul with 47 points. But you got to keep in mind, they are sharing them with the team just below them, which we're going to see on our screens in a few short moments. It is going to be razor thin, and you know, I love it. This is how competition is supposed to be, because it is all going to go down to the line. It's all going to be, well, pretty much up to the final games, and a few teams that are struggling, as you can see on our screens right now, they still, I know I'm being optimistic, but they still have a little glimmer of hope.
I mean, I agree with that, X, because we did see, as you talked about, Team Soul 47 points were there, and I believe till AUTOBOTZ, teams can actually break through that breaching point barrier that's going to be there, but it's just going to come down to the few games that these teams have remaining now.
Oh yes, who dares wins, who dares hopes for the win of the finals itself. It's going to be the motto out here, but ultimately, you know, before we start off the day, there's going to be a few expectations from the team from the bottom, right? That they're going to bring in the A game and whatsoever. Which are those teams did you feel did fall off in the previous game? I want to bring this to Johnny over here first. Which of these teams did you feel that, you know, they could have performed much better, but we can expect them to do much better in today's game?
Well, a few of the obvious ones are going to be definitely the squad of NIGMA Galaxy, because we have seen them play phenomenally in the past few tournaments, and this time it is not really working out. The other one is Team Xbox, but again, they have had a few lineup changes, so maybe they're struggling because of that. But one of the teams who was actually who were outside the top 16 a few days ago when we started off, and they weren't really doing that well on day 1. But yesterday we saw a significant improvement from their side, would be Global Esports, the champions of the BGMI Master Series.
I mean, you know, you just said that day 1 was not in their favor. In fact, if I'm not wrong, they did only manage to get 10 points from the day. There you have it. You have a look at all your stats, averaging 2.5 points in those 4 matches per game, of course, is what I'm talking about. However, day 2, 61 big ones is what they walked away with. And let's see if they continue that momentum forth in the 3rd day of the league stage, because this is it. After this, it's going to be the top 16 teams battling it out for all that glory.
Now, we did see a huge jump of 61 points. That means the teams in the bottom can also replicate that, probably put another 60 and make sure those teams which are dreaming strong can be eliminated over here. But this circle which did favor out the side of 7Cs for a long time, but ultimately the final push coming in from the side of Global Esports did show us why they are the most dominating team when it comes to the game of BGMI. The performance obviously shows it. The first day, that's going to be the orange line coming in the bottoms. They just couldn't cross that 4-pointer in any given day. But the second day when they started off, by the second map itself, they did some wonders. But again, they had set a bar for themselves, which they did break out at the 4th match.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Knuckle, in fact, did make a statement yesterday in the last game as well. He made sure that, you know, Global Esports, well, they might have a little bit of a shaky start at times, but when the momentum is in their favor, when the ball starts rolling, oh boy, these guys are unstoppable. Let's see if they do that again this time around. In fact, it wasn't just Global Esports. Quite a few teams did have a good day too, as compared to day one of the league stage. But I do believe we are going to be shining the light a bit bright on Skylightz Gaming next, who, well, have had a consistent day one and day two. I do believe it's 50 points on day one and 44, if I'm not wrong, on day two. Yeah. So consistency definitely is the name of the game for this team.
Now, they knew how to scoop down, especially in the map of Miramar, which is their strongest forte, which we have been speaking about. Now, today is the day where we'll be witnessing if anybody would like to challenge Skylightz Gaming from the get-go, avoid them from getting an average of another 40 altogether, and probably replacing the top spot of OR Esports itself, like Johnny, like Erangel as well as Sanhok. Most of it played today. Do you think that Skylightz Gaming might fumble?
I think they can. As you mentioned before, Miramar is their strongest map, and if we only have one Miramar in the day, and even in a situation like that, Skylightz Gaming, they will be struggling a little bit, but I feel like apart from Sanhok, their Erangels are also pretty strong, so maybe they're going to try and capitalize on that fact that we have 3 Erangels happening during the day, and if they manage to have a consistent run anywhere, finishing between the top 5 in those matches, I think they can, in fact, hit another 50-pointer today.
You know, I think it's fair to say, I'm just going to add 1 point. Erangel has to be everyone's strong game, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, everybody plays that, right? It's a default map. So it's good for us to say that everybody have a fighting chance, so that everybody can win it. But with the grenade, Somraj, with that mini 14, he did prove to us that he's one of the strongest salters out there. And it's, you know, the performance, it speaks for itself, right? The first day, it was pretty similar to what they played the previous day as well. So an average points is what they picked up, even though it did dip down a little bit in the final map. It didn't affect that much when it comes to the overall points table. But the story doesn't end there. I do believe Skylightz Gaming would have strategized for something else, because one map already in their pockets, if they just find the perfect solution for the second map, I think they can do wonders.
You know, the thing is, Skylightz right now are in the 4th position as we had a look at the overall rankings. 94 points to their name. So they are pretty much nestled in for the finals that are going to be taking place tomorrow. So for now, survival is going to be their main aim, and making sure that they hold on to this position, because again, only 4 games for each and every team today. It is going to be a bit of a monumental task for the teams down below to make an impact. And but again, you know, we keep saying that we're optimists over here, right? Anything can happen. Now have a look at our esports. I mean, 13 points on day 1 with an average of 3.3 per game, and 43 on day 2. They finally get their average into double digits, which means, again, anyone can still make it to the top 16.
I mean, triple, I would like to say, from 3 to 9 would be a triple. But Johnny, you would agree on this point, but Canary's dance was one thing which did entertain apart from the gameplay, right? That average of 10 in every single game. I'm hoping to see more of its dance coming up. But what do you have to say about him as leading as an assaulter, especially in the map of Erangel?
I mean, he has been quite impressive, to be honest, but we can't forget the people in the backline as well. Rockstar and Jadu have been doing a pretty phenomenal job. Hero yesterday was in his best form we have seen, and it was an incredible win from our esports, where they took down TSM, Global Esports, in those final fights and walked away with a winner chicken dinner. And of course, we can not forget the celebration that was there after the game. I mean, it has to be one of those iconic LAN moments that, well, you get to witness only on LAN. So I'm pretty happy with the way our esports are doing, but to be honest, I expect a lot more from them. I want to see them today finish at least in top 8.
You know, there was a little funny thing yesterday,
really
right?
High, even though I'm cutting through over here. I'm really sorry. The chances are really high. But XP, I have a question for you. You've been that professional player. How many times have you thought of going and stepping it out over there from the desk and, you know, trying to move around and show your skills as well?
Man, we were just pretty nervous back in the day when I was playing. That was a long time ago, and of course a different platform altogether. But I mean, he was having fun, and the funny thing that I was going to bring up was the fact that I do believe it was Zgod, was it, from Team GodLike, who did anticipate something's going to happen. He already had his mobile phone out, and of course, as he just slung past them behind them, it was entertaining, and we loved it because at the end of the day, yes, you have a lot of pressure on you, but you still have to enjoy the little things.
You know what? What I want to see today, I want to see, like, if our esports win, we know Canary is going to pop off. But if GodLike Esports get a win, I want to see one of the lads from the side of GodLike Esports just get Canary out of his seat and then just do a duet with him. Anything.
The shocker for us will be when Skylightz Gaming will come out of the game phase and they start off with something different. I mean, I know this is next to impossible, but as XP says, we're all dreamers, we're all speculators, looking forward for something like that. But ultimately, what a tournament this is turning out to be, the first ever LAN event after two big tournaments which took place. But Mamba on the desk is going to be having some interviews out there. He's going to be bringing in some few teams and asking questions. We'll head right there.
थैंक यू सो मच बड़ी, थैंक यू सो मच। टैंगो जुड़ने वाला हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे बाजवा अभी esports वाला से। लेकिन टैंगो, सबसे पहला सवाल देखिए, पहला LAN एक्सपीरियंस है, प्रेशर महसूस हो रहा है आपको?
हाँ, प्रेशर तो है और यहाँ का थोड़ा एनवायरनमेंट भी बहुत अलग है और एक्सपीरियंस मिल रहा है अभी थोड़ा सा। टीम्स को देख रहे हैं, साथ में खेल रहे हैं, ऐसा अभी कुछ फाइट होती है तो हम जाते हैं टीम्स के पास कि दिखाओ कैसे मारा, तो काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है और अलग एक्सपीरियंस है।
एक्सपीरियंस अलग ज़रूर होने वाले। बाजवा, आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, देखिए प्रेशर होता ऑफ कोर्स, देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट दैट। BMPS की बात करें, वहाँ पे आपका परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी अच्छा था, लेकिन यहाँ पे हल्का सा शेकी लग रहा है। व्हाई डू यू थिंक दैट इज? ये कारण क्या मानते हैं आप इसका?
पहला तो यही है कि मतलब फर्स्ट LAN है, नया एक्सपीरियंस है, तो उसकी वजह से भी थोड़ा मतलब हो रहा है, हमें थोड़ा टाइम ले रहे हैं मतलब हम सीखने को, रोटेशन स्टडी कर रहे हैं सबकी। और अभी आज कुछ चेंजेस हमने करे हैं मतलब उसको थोड़ा करने के लिए कि हम क्वालिफाई कर जाएँ, कन्वर्ट करते हैं उसे, तो देखते हैं आज क्या होता है। ट्राई तो फुल होने वाली है, बट मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, आपने बोला कि आप आज चेंजेस लेके आए, तो क्या सीखा आपने कि क्या क्या गलतियाँ हुई थी आपकी? गलतियाँ हमारी मोस्टली रोटेशंस में ही हो रही थी। रोटेशन मतलब हम सही से कर नहीं पा रहे थे, मोस्टली फाइट हो रही थी रोटेशंस में, जोन के बाहर फाइट हो रही थी, उसकी वजह से मतलब प्लेयर लॉस हो रहे थे हमारे, तो उस वजह से मतलब मोस्टली हमारे मतलब अच्छे जा नहीं रहे थे मैचेस। बट आज हम ट्राई करेंगे कि पहले हम जोन की प्रायोरिटी लें, पहले जोन लें और फिर फाइट्स लें, तो देखते हैं फिर आज क्या होता है।
जी हाँ, देखेंगे ज़रूर। लेकिन आखिरी सवाल बिफोर आई लेट यू गो, बिकॉज सारे एक्साइटेड यार मैच खेलने के लिए, नो डाउट, बट ऑफ कोर्स ऑडियंस भी एक्साइटेड है। आखिरी सवाल आपके लिए ये होने वाला है कि आप अभी भी टॉप 16 में नहीं आए हो, तो आज का क्या प्लान होने वाला है आपके लिए? बिकॉज प्रेशर होता है एक चीज़ कि आप नीचे हो, सिक्योर करना आखिरी मौका आज।
जी, अभी थोड़ा डू और डाई जैसा ही हो गया है, तो थोड़ा गैप बढ़ गया है, थोड़ा एग्रेसिव जाएंगे इस बार अब आज के दिन में पूरा, तो देखते हैं क्या होता है।
यहाँ देखेंगे ज़रूर, एग्रेशन दिखने वाला आज, लेकिन मेरे बडीज इंतजार कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे डेस्क के ऊपर। सो ओवर टू यू।
See, that is the fighting spirit that you need in yourselves if you want to make it, because they know they're languishing at the bottom. In fact, 15 points, they are sharing it with Big Brother Esports. But again, they do have that fire in them. They have that spirit. They have that drive. They are hungry. And let's see if they actually do go in for the finishes, as they just mentioned, Arka.
I mean, we did witness them, right, of how they played in the previous tournament itself. Before we continue speaking about that, this is what the schedule is going to look like. We're going to start off with A Erangel, then we have Miramar, then A Erangel, then Miramar, then we have Sanhok, and then we're going to be ending up with Miramar as well, where we expected 2 Sanhoks, but it's fine. As we were speaking about the main point, Esportswala WSF is the name which was etched in our mind when you and me were casting the BMOC. In fact, is where they actually, the final game, they popped off so much and they proved to us that they'll make it through. This is the format they've come up with. So I do believe today they have a very good chance of doing so and leaving a mark in the LAN event as well.
Well, let's see if they do that, because first of all, kudos to them for making it to this stage, because this is a showdown, and well, you're only going to have the best of the best who are going to be throwing down with whatever that they have. So again, they've already pretty much reached the mountain. Now it's all about making it to the tippity top, which again, in due time, they're going to be a little bit more comfortable in their skin. But in a little while right now, we are going to be underway with the games. There you have it. Have a look at all your favorite players on your screens. A few of them are just going to be contemplating as to what's going to happen. The earbuds and the headphones are going to be going over the airs. And our Thunky, I do believe, is just making sure that all his piety does help him out this time around.
Now, Thunky, Aditya, Johnny, all of these players will be on the A game today, because all they want to do is assault. Make sure they make the opponents know that they are still talking with the guns, and strike fear, so that the final day, in the finals, if they made it through, they know whom to not take the fight. Better strike a fear in the hearts of the enemy so that you will have a better chance in the final moments of the game itself.
I mean, you know, they always say that it's better to be loved than feared, but in this situation, in the showdown, as far as BGMI is concerned, you want to make sure that the opponents already tremble at the mere mention of your name. And of course, the OG boys on our screen right now, always looking dapper, always looking cool with the shades, as the teams are going to be ready. And if you have a close look, in about 20 seconds, we are going to be underway with the map. But for now, everyone's going to be chilling, if I can say that, on the spawn island. But again, no one's really going to be messing around with one another, right? I mean, I would want someone to get into each other's heads at this stage.
I do believe that teams in the bottom would want to do that, right? Create that fear in the opponents who are on the top, or probably try to dominate on everything as the fingers moves the fastest on the screen. I would want to see what Aquanox can bring in on the desk this time, because every single time, I mean, yesterday I was sitting and doing this and my friends asked me, what are you up to? I mean, XP, you would try to do that. I want the viewers would also, who are watching us right now, try to do it. Try to move your finger, your thumbs faster, and then your first finger and your second finger. You'll understand that the first and the middle finger runs faster than the thumb, and that is why he's using those two fingers on the screen.
Well, right now the big bird is going to be up in the sky as the action is going to be commencing on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. And by the look of things, we have a different kind of a flight path. We're going to be coming down south with a little inclination towards the west, flying all the way from Severny, and well, things are going to end in Primoz. But again, the question is going to be, where is that first Reddit circle going to form? Because, well, it might just throw a lot of game plans out the window for a couple of teams.
Oh yes, obviously red for the teams to be going towards the side of Milta, Shelter, Milta Power and Novo will have a long journey up ahead of them, and they will not have an issue going towards that place. Obviously, they'll have to only watch out for the teams to be landing first, picking their guns and try to shoot down the birds, which reminds me of the game which me and XP used to play back in the day. The best, oh yes. The best part was it all. The dog used to have the best expression of it all.
Oh yeah, absolutely, of course. Well, it's not going to be hunting season just yet, and chances are everyone might just make it to ground in one piece. But I do want to see some early clashes, which we have been seeing quite a lot of recently as far as Erangel is concerned, especially, you know, when it comes around to grabbing those vehicles and heading off to your favorite destinations. But for now, the circle is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation. A lot of it is going to be in the water, which means, well, the real estate out there is going to be limited, and people are going to be getting in each other's grills sooner rather than later.
Now, this circle, this is the second time I'm able to witness the very circle in this tournament. So, obviously, the teams will know how it might shrink for itself. But TSM going in for a different kind of a drop is a bit of a shocker for me. On the northern side of Stolber is where they're heading, probably towards the side of Kameshki, where uDOGs will now have to think twice before they spread around Stolber and Kameshki itself. Apart from that, something which does catch my eyes probably is the side of 7C going towards the side of Severny. And not much teams have changed their drop location apart from these two.
They haven't indeed. Now, one thing that did kind of catch my eye was the fact that Team INS are moving a little closer into the Gatka region. Normally, you see them drop around the bridge just north of the military island itself, but that place, for now, is going to be under control of Orangutan Gaming. Autobots, as usual, headed to Primosk, but on our screens right now, Global Esports, with a wonderful day 2, are going to have Yasnaya Polyana all for themselves. Now, speaking of TSM, I mean, I can't get why they've done this, right? Now, they were obviously hoping that the circle would have been a little bit closer, but for now, since they are in the 13th position with 54 points, well, they aren't exactly safe as far as the top 16 is concerned.
But one thing which I love about them is their consistency on maintaining those points. Even though it might be less, they've got 27-27 in both the games. Both the days, I'm so sorry. So I'm expecting them to do a double of that today. I mean, they have the best of those assaulters, right? They've added another person altogether to add the firepower coming in from the side of 8-bit. So expecting them to be going in for an assault. INS on the other side wants to take in the face of the Soul. And this is a bit of a shocker for me, as Akshat on the other side will be facing off GodL as well. It seems like Soul has woken up on the wrong side of the bed, especially for the first game.
See, I just kind of mentioned this early on, right? INS did something a little bit different. They were a little bit closer for comfort as far as Team Soul is concerned, making sure they get the better of one of their opponents. So Mega has been lost. Now, the problem is Akshat is all by his lonesome towards the north, where we did see a couple of members from Team GodLike coming in, but there you have it. Hector is going to come in and make sure he provides his IGL with some support, but we are going to have a massive fight breakout. There you have it. Neo is going to be opening up. Akshat take Hey is going to be doing all the talking down. Goes Akshat. He's still up on his feet right now because Hector was taken down. In fact, I didn't believe he was going to miss, and Akshat goes in, tries to get another knock, but he could not do so. Now he could be low on HP as Seagod on a sliver of HP himself is taking the fight straight to him, but it's going to be Goblin coming in from the side who makes sure that Seagod is put on his knees. But unfortunately, the first team to bid us adieu are going to be the lads from Team Soul because, well, you can't really be taking fights on two fronts this early on.
Now, obviously, Team Soul on the 17th position. They were the winners of the previous official tournament, and everybody would target them and not allow them to be there in the top 16 or in the finals itself, because in case they come into the finals, they exactly know how to execute the fight from the get-go itself. But ultimately, two different teams have come in and eliminated the side of Team Soul. One is going to be the Assaulters themselves. That's going to be GodLike. The other one is, again, the second set of Assaulters. We were speaking about this point as to why INS is not going offensive. The questions have been answered. They're becoming the loose barbarians in the final game, and it looks like they're just going to concentrate on finish points.
Well, finish points are definitely going to be handy, especially if you want to climb up on the overall rankings. But this is where the action broke out. Akshat comes out of cover with that AK, rattles up the shots, and, well, makes sure he gets the better of Neo before he goes on to Zigod. Now, right over here, he almost gets another knock, as did Zigod. He does go down. Goblin comes in, but again, they did have that man advantage, as a result of which, well, Team Soul not off to the start that they were hoping for. And you got to keep one thing in mind, buddy. 48 points is what they have now on the table, which means, again, they are going to be slipping out of the top 16 by the end of a couple of games. Question is, are we going to see Team Soul in the finals tomorrow?
Now, that's what I said, right? It's got to be hard for us to just imagine a finals without Team Soul, but ultimately the teams or the opponents have decided that, you know, eliminating the biggest threat will be one step closer to getting the championship for themselves. But we all know, once Team Soul is going to be targeted, the next game they're going to make sure that they come and retaliate and put you down. As we can see, the rotations of the teams have started off. I can see GodLike is very close to the side of 7C right now, at least one player towards the side of Gadka, as the circle is complete to the southern western side. The right side corners where we saw Global, Kinetic, uDOG and TSM still going in for a late rotation. They're going to be gate kept obviously by the teams going inside the circle first.
Well, that is going to be something we are going to have to wait and find out, because chances are they might just have a clash out in the blue as well. But of course, we did have a look at the map just moments ago. Everyone is going to be trying and finding their little niche in those Gatka planes. Now, the thing with Team Soul is, again, they've been doing the same thing day in and day out as far as Erangel is concerned, which means, you know, if teams have been doing their homework, pretty much their gameplay is out for everyone to read. And if you start getting them one by one, which is pretty much what happened at the beginning, right? Omega was all by his lonesome. He was not expecting an entire team in the form of Team INS to come his way, but that is how the cookie crumbled in this situation. Perhaps in the few Erangels to come, they might just make a little bit of a switcheroo.
Now, this point was actually put off yesterday when I was having a chat with Johnny and you as well, where we see the side of Global tend to go for a wide spread in the map of Miramar. Team Soul gets to spread out towards the side of Gadka region, and they might be taken out one player at a time, and that is what exactly happened. Once you become an open book, you need to be ready with that counter strategies, or else things can't go your way. As TSM, good to see that they're kind of traversing to the northern side yet again, trying to come in from the side of Zarki, probably into the Jorgopol area through the northern apartments. But what I am worried about is by trying to play for possession points, just in case they get a rotation class somewhere in between and cleared off, even their chances of making it through into the next round might be hindered a bit.
See, that's the thing, right? Because they are going to have to make a few risky maneuvers coming in, because we all know that Northern Georgia has a team called Hyderabad Hydras, which love calling it their house. Now, the thing is, they might, in fact, move just a bit further south, possibly near the containers. But again, you know, you can spot these vehicles coming in from the distance. But a lot of teams are going to be moving in a bit too close to one another. But for now, Kinetic Esports, they are looking good. Now, 46 points is what they have as far as the overall leaderboard is concerned, which means every single game, every single minute is going to be crucial for this team. And, well, we have seen Diljit and the boys in action. However, again, it's all about getting surrounded by the enemy, and there you have it. The first few shots are going to be fired, but now Ace Black is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Lucky for him, he does have those rocks for cover.
Now, Max Kosh, if he had been a little more persistent in going with those sprays, could have knocked down the opponents and given himself a fighting chance. But with the hard cover towards the side of Ace Black, now he'll be retaliating and making sure he gets a knock. Ultimately, as you had already predicted, that we can expect some skirmishes to take place in the blues. It looks like two teams who are kind of in the middle bracket might be losing their positions because of taking this fight. But ultimately, WSF, the team which told in the interview that they might go a little aggressive, have got the side of Team OR in front of them, and they're just waiting for them to make a small mistake. And we all know Bajwa, Tango and Karan are really good at controlling those recoils and taking the fight in the faces of enemies. Let's see whether that's going to happen anytime soon.
Well, none of these teams are mid-order. In fact, it is going to be the numero uno team going up against the team which is currently languishing in the last position. But as Team Esportswala did mention in the interview with Mamba Senior early on, that they are going to be going in for those fights. They aren't going to be backing away. But for now, all they have to do is defend their positions, because they have an idea that OR Esports, well, they don't know it's OR Esports, but they have an idea that a team is trying to vie for control of that compound. Now, have a look at what OR are going to do. They're going to try and surround the enemy, try and get those little off angles, because Jelly is still going to be on that hill all by his lonesome, trying to give away information as to their positions. But I like how meticulous they're going to be right now. They're going to be careful. They aren't going to take any chances. But sooner or later, someone is going to let slip the dogs of war, and only one team is going to walk away with that chicken dinner. The question is, are OR Esports going to be, well, doing something big? Because they already have quite a few chicken dinners in their names. But Esportswala WSF, let's see if they can actually back up what they were talking just moments ago.
Now, Honey, with that fire being shot towards the side of OR, is now relaying information to the opponents that there is a team holding the hard compounds, and that is how Team OR will be starting to rotate and make sure they prioritize the center of the circle, where the next zone will be coming in anytime soon. It's going to be the side of Team HH come in already way too close towards the side of GE as well as 7C. A three-way mix can stand off pretty much possible over here as Manya started things off against the side of Team HH. Let's see what's going to happen over here.
Well, over here, Knuckle is still going to be on his feet right now. Team Hyderabad Hydras all looking bad, as Ace Black is going to be the last man standing, and he knows he can't really do anything, which means, well, he is going to be driving off in the distance. Now, the problem is we still have a lot of teams forming blockers up ahead. There you have it. He spots out a couple of mentions from Global Esports. Manya is going to be taken down to his bloodied knees. His position is given out. In fact, he is going to be retaliating in kind, and, well, Ace Black is going to be forced to hit the deck. But the problem is from behind. There you have it. Z-God did hear some commotion. He opens up his scope, sees a man lying on the ground, and, well, that is all she wrote for Hyderabad Hydras. An early exit for them is something that we weren't really expecting this early on, but now the fight is still going to continue. Global Esports' victory is going to be short-lived, as I do believe they have lost 2 members at this position, and now 7C Esports, well, they want to try and get control of that compound for themselves.
Now the throwables not connecting whatsoever. Spray God would like to extend himself, but still getting shots from far away as well. I think it's Shadow who's right behind the side of G, trying to do the damage against the side of G. Now Patty in the sandwich is going to be the side of Global Esports, where 7Cs can come in and strike and make sure they put an end to the final in the coffin is also going to be targeted by Madman. What a beautiful off angle being held by him. And I do believe that, if he had been a little more careful and composed, probably that could have been the end of the side of GE. But 7Cs are now trying to push away, and they're going to be shotted from 2 different directions. And let's see who's going to be getting that first successful knock, because ultimately GE are going in for a revival, and they'll be standing 2 men yet again against the side of GodLike.
Well, that could be it. I think we might have just talked over one another just a little bit. We lost a little bit of our connection over here, but right now, Joker and Knuckle, they are still holding their ground, and as expected, we did kind of expect GodLike to move in because, well, the circle did shrink in on itself, and 7C, against all odds, have managed to get out of the position where Jonathan is right now. But there you have it. A beautiful grenade was flung in. In fact, it was pristine, as it does open up a little bit of a move for them. Now, Joker is going to be the last man standing inside. His position has been given away. I do believe Jonathan knows exactly where he is. There you have it. The UMP is going to be let loose, and with that, Global Esports, well, they're going to be out in the 14th position. And Team GodLike, despite losing Neo early on, are looking good with 6 finishes to their names.
Now Johnny on the other side, the aggressor. It seems like this God Beast is come back to his complete form. Literally, he knew exactly when to jump off from that buggy, but ultimately Shadow on the outside trying to make huge mistakes will be paying a very hefty price as Aladdin connects that headshot to put him down. But the retaliation we could have expected from the side of Goril, they never disappoint us as the retaliation does come in, but Madman is waiting for the side of GL to make a small mistake in which they can come in and capitalize. But Johnny from inside the hard covers through that windows with a perfect scope into a side of Aladdin, trying to give that cover fire. This man is doing everything possible for the squad.
He is indeed, and what in fact 7C Esports did, they did actually make a couple of smart moves over here. Now, you've got to keep one thing in mind. Global Esports did have the compound where Team GodLike is right now, and, well, they were going to be a thorn in the side for 7C Esports. What they decided was they knew that this compound is going to be attracting a lot of attention. They moved a bit to the left of your screens, as you can see right now, and they have that massive houses all for themselves. Now, Aladdin is going to be a bit off to the right of the screen, which, again, is not a bad idea because, you know, he's going to be a little closer to the center of the circle. Plus, you also have a few different angles set up. Now, as far as Team GodLike is concerned, yes, they have cover in the form of all that concrete over there. However, they don't really have a lot of options to dish out damage because, well, you only have a few windows, and if you do peek, well, chances are you might just get shot just like this. But Jonathan is the one who's going to be spraying lead in Spray God's direction, and for now, he's going to have to go back behind cover and catch himself up.
Now, what I loved about Spray God over there is he was trying to, you know, wantedly taunt out the opponents over there. And as soon as he missed those shots and he got shot off, you could see the smile on his face saying that, you know, I shouldn't have tried to do that. But ultimately, this fight is still not over as Sarang will be trying to take that lead against the side of GL. I mean, 6 finishes is strong is what GodLike is looking right now. But they don't have anybody to look out for as nobody's going to be backstabbing them anytime soon. But ultimately, the circle shifting towards the western side where AUTOBOTZ suddenly are holding the circle with the side of KE and TSM who are all on the eastern side of the map. Now the story can change a lot.
Well, it can change, but what I did want to point out, I think you kind of saw that as well, was that Esportswala, they did come up behind Orangutan, and we might see a little bit of the skirmish taking place over there. Now, as far as Team GodLike is concerned, they are going to have to move to the circle, as are the boys from 7C Esports. Now, this is where things get tricky, because, yes, we are going to be north of the quarry and just west of Gatka. As far as the circle is concerned, we do have a lot of hills to play around with. We do have a few compounds here and there. And as expected, outside the circle, OR Esports are taking the fight straight to Reckoning. And looks like, well, they are going to be in the world of trouble again. Important game for the last right now. Madman is going to come in the fire from FS Esports. But K47 with some amazing retaliation is going to be brought down, but Explicit is going to be on hand for that little trade-off.
Now this is where the punches between both the sides have been exchanged to perfection, but who will be going in for that uppercut and putting an end for the squads itself, as more squads will be rushing in towards them. I would like to say the other team, the other fight which we were looking out for is going to be the side of OG versus EWSF, but that is not going to take place as of now. It looks like both of them are trying to retaliate, but TSM has always been the clever team to come in between, grab attention of the other two teams trying to fight it out, probably try to be the third party and get those finishes for themselves. Let's see whether that will be coming in successful, as Explicit yet again extending too much will be finding the crosses, and Spray God going in for a flank completely out of nowhere will be striking in and getting that finish for themselves. Spray God playing it way too differently from the first 2 games.
He is indeed, and of course, you know, Sarang was the one who did get that knock initially, but again, now they're going to make sure that they have the high ground advantage. But in comes Team GodLike as Diljit is going to be letting loose with that Mosin Nagant, making sure he pops off heads as he loves doing in style. But for now, Aladdin, he realizes the enemy is going to be aware of his position. In fact, that Molotov is luckily burning on the other side of the car, but now grenades are going to be coming in, and well, it is going to be a mini red zone. Jonathan's position is going to be important because he's going to try and make sure nobody extends over the left flank. As far as his team is concerned, there you have it from the other side. Hitman is going to be hitting them where it hurts most, and well, 7C Esports, they are in a little bit of a sandwich situation, but looks like they might just get out in one piece. Can't say the same about Sarang if that grenade goes boom, and well, all that shrapnel is going to be in him, but no, it's going to be Z-God who's going to be spraying lead in Spray God's direction. A lot of
Sarang on the other side, you spoke about the nade, and it does connect. The follow-up grenade does do the damage over there, as Aladdin and Madman will now want to push in and give the right kind of cover in case they're going to stay back back over here. All they can do is look at their teammates getting slaughtered completely, as Sarang will be trying to come over the ridges, grabbing the attention of the opponent so that they come and peek out into the crosshairs of Madman, who's still trying to grab attention over here. Won't be successful, as Sarang is also going to be finished off, but Johnny gets taken down. It's got to be FS getting that advantage, taking away all that attention from the side of GL towards them. The turn of tables is become so much in this one area. We can expect a fourth party to coming in anytime soon.
It could be indeed, but for now the circle is going to be imploding on itself, and looks like the observatory is where the action is going to be, as Clutchguard with that MG3 is going to be rattling off shots, pretty much knocking people down left, right, and center. The finish feed is going to be a flurry of color at this moment. But for now, although 7C did just lose one man, they still have their eyes on over here, and this is that little skirmish we were talking about earlier, because OR Esports, they took the fight straight to Reckoning's compound, and well, they snuffed their lives in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere, I do believe INS and Esportswala are going to be in a little bit of tango over here, but for now, we can have a look at how INS came in and deleted a couple of members from OR Esports. And speaking of OR Esports, they're going to be joining the fray as well, as we are going to have a battle at the observatory itself, as Aru is going to be leading the charge. Ooh, buddy, right in front of you, you do have a few snakes in the glass. Is he going to be able to react? He does. In fact, they're just going to be exchanging shots, and GodLike have been eliminated despite their 7 finishes. They had a good run, but that has now come to an end.
Now this is where the fourth party, which we were expecting, came in at the right time, and the form of OR, who have got some more finishes in their name. They were looking the strongest on the top of the table, and they're going to dominate from there on, as Clutch is going to bring down Aquanox and getting the confirmation. TSM, who are playing for position points, now have to be careful because they have just 2 men standing with no finish points whatsoever. It's going to be hard for them to rake up finishes from here on, because the more they risk out coming in the open, the less chances of them surviving in this game, as Aladdin, even though they are 2 men standing with 4 finishes, now would want to push in towards the side of Team FS, who did put them down recently. And now 7C in the path of redemption with no Godel over here. Let's see how well they can execute against the 3-man squad of Team FS.
Well, Team FS, they do have a little bit of a fortified position. However, grenades can be flung in through all these little nooks and crannies, the windows and the open doors up top. There you have it. Spray God's going to be opening up. And another fight is, in fact, taking place just outside the circle, which we might just talk about in some time. But there you have it. Clutch is going to be brought down. Spray God is going to go in and try and finish what his teammates started. Of course, a few shots with that AK are going to rattle off. And now, FS just got 2 men alive. And there you have it. He's going to be caught in the crossfire because Hitman did have his attention on another member of 7C Esports, but now from outside, he does drop down. K47 is going to be the man of the moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is what action is all about. This is what thinking is all about, because he knew the inside was blocked off, right? He goes outside, jumps out, let those bullets fly, and well, looks like another one is going to bite the dust, as TSM look like in trouble on the other side of the map.
I mean, I never expected somebody to jump off from the top and go bonkers with M762, one of the best guns to be going in a close range battle. But KE on the other side, all relying on their throwables. Daljit doesn't miss too much, but in case his grenades are missing, that he might be going in for some firepower in his hands, and let's see whether that's going to be the case. It's far away. It's still going to be AUTOBOTZ. Aryan grenade is going to connect, rather giving them a chance, and this is where we can expect them to be rushing in, as Mark Skosh will be coming in a bit more forward. Aryan is still going to continue his assault, get the second knock for himself, as Mr. IGL, the last man standing. Let's see whether he'll be able to revive his teammates.
Now the problem is, for AUTOBOTZ, they're going to be shot at from INS as well. It looks like Team Kinetic are going to be taking their place for now. There you have it. Mark Skosh does spot Guild in the distance, but they've got to make quick work of the enemies that are lying just in front of them, and I do believe that is going to be all she wrote for the AUTOBOTZ. Nope, they still have 1 member still on his feet, hoping that he can get the revive, because Team Kinetic seem to be moving away from them at this moment. Mr. IGL, once again, the last man standing for his team, does spot out Aru. In fact, he is going to let loose a few shots just a little bit late, and well, for now, OR Esports' Aru is still going to be in the game. In fact, IGL, buddy, you're going to have to patch yourself up. Lucky for him, he has that med kit on hand.
Now, there were several moments where he could have taken that fight, but ultimately a beautiful grenade coming in from the side of Aru, who had trapped him behind that, tree. Finally put the final name in the coffin, as OR Esports. OG on the other side. It's going to be the Apes who get finished off as well. It's INS Clutch God will do that final song being sung from his side. Let's see how things will turn out for the other teams as well, with INS getting 18 finish and a last man oh my god, that slip of tongue. 8 finishes, and they're going to be looking forward for the position points as the last man standing will be making it inside the circle. Shots are going to be fired in towards him as well, as uDOG versus the side of Team Kinetic is going to be taking place on our screens. And let's see whether uDOG can dominate over here. With 2 men standing in hard cover, they have a very good chance.
They do have the chance indeed, but the thing is, they've been kind of quiet so far. Although they have lost Sultan and Empire, Storm and Crazy, well, just as they take their names, their position is going to be given away. They've got to be careful, because although he is going to go in for the first aid, if Team Kinetic do push up on the hill, it could be problematic for the lads from uDOG India. But the problem is, FS Esports have their eyes set on this little place as well. But what's happening on the other side is OR Esports, a 3-man strong squad, they've got all this time, all the chances to maneuver in the best positions. In fact, buddy, if you have a look at the map early on, they have a few drops as well, but then you have the Blackstar has had enough. He's not going to be impatient anymore. He goes out, and well, he gets the better of uDOG Crazy, which means now only 1 man is going to be carrying their flag forth. But the question is he going to bring a Storm with him?
I strongly feel that he can, with the high ground advantage. He can come in over here, but ultimately OR is going to be saying otherwise, putting the final nail in the coffin for the side of uDOG as well. With 3 men standing, it looks like they might take it. Look at the molly coming in over there by Jelly. Will be bulging down Pradhan as well as the Daljit as well as Max Kosh are the only 2 men standing, but the follow-up grenade is going to pull out Daljit as well, as the last man standing is going to be Max Kosh. Can he survive the assault coming in from the side of OR, whereas FS on the other side, for the first time coming into the top 2, can they replicate this against the side of OR and get themselves a winner chicken dinner?
Well, I mean, you've been asking a lot of questions, but the action is going to be taking place on our screens right now, as OR Esports are going to be making quick work of the boys from Kinetic Esports. Now it's going to be a 3v2 situation. FS Esports, they're going to have to move out from their little cover sooner or later, but this is where OR are going to be in every single angle of the map, because if they go to the left, they have a man waiting for them. If they go to the right, Jelly's going to be waiting for them, and of course, Aditya is going to be dead smack in the center. Now, it is going to be a waiting game. They are going to have to deploy a tremendous amount of smokes, but again, the sound cues are going to be given out as Hitman was dangerously close to being knocked out, and well, once that smoke dissipates, his position is going to be given away.
Now Aru on the other side, who knows exactly where the person is, will be locked with the grenade into his face, doing a lot of damage and falling up with the spray. Might be 1 more bullet is all it takes. Yes, there he connects it with the deadly M4, as 47 is the last man standing. Now we'll have to decide whether he wants to give the finish to the zone, or rather the opponents over here, as OR is going to be pushing in. It's going to be easy for them to put an in, as Aru will be hitting the final player down and getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves. OR started off with the smile from the beginning of the showdown itself, and the smile keeps continuing, and this time they're going to be talking with the management, telling that I told you that we get that one, and we did get it.
I mean, they love starting on a strong foot. 17 finishes is what they've managed to rack up in the first game, and of course a couple of bright smiles on their faces, because the energy levels are definitely going to be on a high. But OR Esports, there you have it, your winners in game number 1. But what an effort coming in from FS Esports. Mind you, they were in the thick and thin of the action right from the get-go. In fact, the circle kind of did follow them around, because they had the high ground when we did see 7C come in. They took the fight with Team GodLike, and boy oh boy did they do that in style, especially, we did see K47 jump out and get the better of the opponents inside the building itself. But unfortunately for them, we did kind of mention, right, Arkham, that they were all concentrating on the teams on the left side of the map. That's where OR just kind of snuck their way in undetected at all, and well, they had the lay of the land, as a result of which they could pretty much make those angles and get all those finishes for themselves.
Now, looking at the stats, I got reminded that FS have got 28 in the first day and 26 in the second day. With a game like this, in just 1 game, they've almost reached the 20-pointer. So we can expect them to do much more better in the moments to come. And probably 40 pointers is what they'll be aiming at with this kind of a start, with the just first 3 games in their pocket. But ultimately, we all know that this is all about the 4 games you get to play in only today, and amongst that we're going to be calculating the overall points table of the previous 2 days and telling us which 16 teams will be making it through into the grand finals itself. This is the deadly showdown, and why aren't it deadly? It's all visible on our screens.
Yeah, but I mean, just quickly talking about FS, I'm going to hold on to my thought because your MVP from this game, without a doubt, is going to be OR Esports' Aru with 8 finishes, 1269 points of damage, and boy oh boy, that is what you want from one of your assaulters. And looks like 2 of his teammates are going to be joining him as far as the top players are concerned. Jelly in second with 6 finishes for himself, Aditya in the 4th spot with 2 finishes to his name. But boy oh boy, Clutchguard living up to his name, going absolutely ballistic with that MG3, managed to secure 5 finishes for himself.
Now, if GodLike had survived and got the 4-man standing, then the fight would have been phenomenal in the final circle. But still, I do believe they've done the job, right? They've decided that it's got to be finish points, which they're going to be concentrating on because that is their strongest forte. And they did go ahead with this, eliminating one of the strongest squads out there. And it all started off against the side of Team Soul. The next target was the side of Global Esports. They've taken down champions of the previous 2 tournaments. So I do believe that, with 4-man standing in the final circle, they could have got that winner chicken dinner for themselves.
They could have indeed, but again, it is what it is, and OR Esports are the one that's are going to be walking away with the chicken dinner. But have a look at this. Global Esports, they were thwarting attack after attack. First, they went up against Hyderabad Hydras. Then for a little bit, 7C Esports were the team in their crosshairs, but unfortunately for them, Team GodLike wanted to play as well. And then they come in, and with this one grenade, Jonathan does set himself up for the finish because down goes one man, and well, it's easy for him to take anyone on in a one-on-one situation. But OR again, I mean, the aggression on display, basically knocking on Reckoning Esports' door, going in, flushing them out and dealing with them. That is the kind of gameplay that we want to see on our screens.
I mean, double trouble is what I would like to call, because one side was Aru, as the other side was Atanki. Every single time they go in for a fight, as Aditya from the center knew exactly how to bring that final in the coffin. But ultimately, the final moments of the game turned out like this. Was Aru was the person who did most of the talking. Every single time he looked at one direction, either through grenades, either through guns, he was able to put down somebody or the other. But Jelly single-handedly took down the side of Kinetic, giving that final pathway towards the side of FS, where OR did dominate, and the final person was 47ist, who did peek out through that window, and the happiness and the claps coming in from the IGL shows that this is the squad to watch out for when it comes to Showdown itself.
We were talking about FS Esports just moments ago, and of course they have ended up in the 2nd position. A good game for them as far as points is concerned. Now, let me just compare them to TSM, because at the end of 2 days of league play, both these teams have the same number of points, 54 to be exact. Now, TSM decided this time around they aren't really going to be taking part in a lot of fights. They're going to try and sneak their way in. However, dropping all the way at Kameshki and making it towards the north, they really could not make it. But you know what? I mean, we'll stop talking right now. Let's see what OR Esports have to say as Mamba Senior is with the boys on the stage right now.
आगे क्या करेंगे? मुझे तो यही लगता है कि डोमिनेशन इनका बरकरार रहने वाला है. हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे जेली और आरू, दोनों से बातचीत करेंगे, पूछेंगे कि भाई क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे. क्वालिफिकेशन का कभी भी सीन नहीं होता, आज भी सीन नहीं है. ज़्यादा फ्री खेल लो क्या अभी?
नहीं, हम तो जैसा खेलते हैं वैसा खेल ही रहे हैं, और एक दूसरे पे भरोसा है तो मैच ऐसे निकल ही जाते हैं. ऐसा कुछ है नहीं कि हम क्वालिफाइड है इसलिए फ्रीली खेलते हैं. हम लोग हमेशा फ्रीली खेलते हैं. हमेशा
फ्रीली खेलते हो, लेकिन कल पॉइंट्स रीसेट होने वाले. आपके प्लेऑफ्स में कभी भी दिक्कत नहीं हुई है, लेकिन फाइनल्स में हमेशा स्ट्रगल किया है. क्या लगता है वापस कर्स रिपीट हो रहा है यहाँ पे?
नहीं, कर्स जैसा मैं तो कुछ मानता नहीं कि कुछ होता है. बाकी लोगों का बोलना होता है कि कर्स लग जाता है ऐसा. तो इस बार ये सेमीफाइनल भी टॉप करेंगे और फाइनल में भी टॉप करने के फुल ट्राई करेंगे.
जी हाँ, ट्राई तो रहेगी, लेकिन अभी किस चीज़ के ऊपर फोकस कर रहे हो? इफ़ यू आर फोकसिंग इन द फर्स्ट प्लेस, बिकॉज आप बहुत ज़्यादा फ्रीली खेल रहे हो, क्या आप अपने रोटेशंस, गन फाइट, कम्युनिकेशन पे फोकस कर रहे हो या टीम्स के ऊपर फोकस कर रहे हो?
पहले हमारी बहुत छोटी छोटी गलतियाँ होती थी, एंड अब इस टूर्नामेंट में ऐसा कि हमारी गलतियाँ हो नहीं रही है, बिल्कुल ना के बराबर गलतियाँ हो रही है. तो हम लोग बस अब इसी चीज़ पे फोकस करें कि जितने ज़्यादा हम अच्छे मैचेस निकाल सकते हैं, ताकि एक दूसरे के टीममेट्स पर और आईजीएल पर ट्रस्ट बिल्ड कर सके, ताकि फाइनल्स में वो चीज़ हमको हेल्प करे.
जी हाँ, फाइनल्स में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर होता है प्लेयर्स के ऊपर, एंड यहाँ पे स्ट्रगल किया था उन्होंने हिस्टोरिकली, बट नॉनदलेस जानेंगे कि हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स क्या करें, बिकॉज प्लेयर्स आर लुकिंग वेरी वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट राइट नाउ.
Well, Mamba, confidence, of course, is going to be the name of the game. And as Aru did mention, they aren't really making a lot of mistakes. And even if they did make a few mistakes, as they did, a couple of times, a couple of games, they come a bit stronger away from that little situation. And of course, you got to learn from your mistakes. That's what it's all about. But there you have it, the match ranking up on our screens. And once again, a 30-plus point finish for OR Esports, 18 finishes to their names.
Now, they're going to be unstoppable, right? if they continue with this confidence. It's not like there's a break after the league stages. It's right next day. It's going to be the finals. Even though it's going to be a brand new page, with this confidence they can do wonders. But the second spot is where my eyes are going to go to, as FSC Sports is going to get 18 for themselves. The team which you did to tell me, the 13th and the 14th position where TSM were there, they'll be somewhere at the 5th or the 6th spot with not enough points for themselves. The comparison obviously for the top two teams, where OR was the team which was doing so much of damage, 3,000 damage for 18 finishes. Boom, that was clinical.
That was clinical indeed. In fact, it was almost as if they were on a hunt, because yes, they did have to traverse to the circle all the way from their drop spot. But the thing is, whenever they heard some commotion, wherever they saw some rustling, either out in the woods or in some house or the other, they just go right in. And you know what? They did one thing though. We did kind of see them at the beginning, right? When they were trying to have that little engagement with the Esportswala, they were making sure to get all the information that they could. Because now, of course, if you do want to assault a compound, you got to have your assaulters ready. But then they had one man on a hill high up top on the right. Yep. Jelly was on the hill high up top on the left, just making sure they have those obscure angles. And, well, as a result of that, they did manage to pick them off one by one. But, buddy, let me just ask you a little question. I know that I might just get a little slack for this. I like that the finals are going to be taking place tomorrow. But that curse that seems to be hanging or looming above OR Esports' head, do you think that's going to be a problem?
I don't think so. I mean, at least in the previous rounds when they were cursed, there was a phase in the tournament where they used to kind of fumble, but here it doesn't look like they're going to be doing it. But every single time they made their way through the hot spots of every game, they made sure that they clear off their backsides and then take the fight from the front, especially in the final circle where we can see that, you know, all the teams were right in front of them and none were behind them, even though they were third-parting in most of the places, including the fight between the side of GodL, 7Cs, as well as FSC Sports. From there on, they took that, exact the location which has been marked right now. Right. They took that hill for themselves and then they put them down.
Let me just kind of paint you a picture now. Of course, we do have help from the other desk with the telestrator, but you did see where you put the circle, right? Now, the thing is, this little area, we have that hill with the observatory up top, which is a flat top kind of hill, right? But then we have really drastic cliffs on all sides. The thing is, it's like one of those whack-a-mole games, right? Because you peek up, you take a shot, you go back down. So it does get a bit easier in that situation. And of course, being in the center of the observatory, all the crosshairs are going to be trained in your position because you know someone is going to be in that position. So again, the way OR played around the edges was just phenomenal.
Yep, and damaging the side of GodLike. I mean, the confidence was so good. Even though inside the smokes, GodL was hiding and trying to take the fight, that jumping around and making sure they put them down did pay off a lot. 152 points is where they're going to be standing as Team INS is going to be performing. They're going to be jumping 3 positions over here to the 6th spot, and GodLike jumping 1 position. And 9 matches is what all of these have played, whereas Team EXO, Skylightz Gaming and Hydras have 8 left in for themselves. It's not going to be easy for them to catch up towards the side of OR, especially the side of Team EXO.
Oh yeah, I mean, a 45-point lead is pretty much, it's going to be set in stone right now, as OR Esports are going to be your winners of the league stage. Now, this page is where things get a bit interesting. Now, you are going to have a look and see that a couple of names have disappeared from the middle order, because Team Seoul, they're going to be in the red zone, as we like calling it, as Orangutan are going to be climbing up to the 16th with 54 to their names. Now, as far as teams like 7C Esports and let's just say one thing, from the 11th position on, it is still anyone's game, because if FS Esports do what they did in Game 1, they've pretty much cemented their spot for the finals tomorrow.
Now, obviously, the map is pretty much clear as we have come down to just 5 more games to be played over here. The teams on the bottom have to look out for it, as Team Seoul will now be falling back another position, probably 2 more positions to be specific, with just 48 points in their hand. I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be dominating, as Sanhok is still going to be there, the strongest forte as always. TSM is going to be one of those teams which we'll be looking out for in the games to come. But Esportswala WSF on the 23rd position, jumping 1 point up. Is that enough for them? Because they needed a very good game in this round.
I mean, I do believe they did get 2 points, but it's not going to be enough with just 3 left to decide their fate. But again, the thing is, even if you are at the bottom, you want to go out with a bang because, yeah, you might not make it to the top 16. However, you can win a lot of hearts in the process. But again, you can't really count anybody out at this moment. But of course, I mean, I love the fact that we always love being optimistic. But, sometimes reality is going to come and give you, well, a reality check. But before that, let's just have a look at the schedule once again, because coming up next is going to be the same groups, but they're going to be battling it out in Miramar.
Now, Miramar is going to be a game changer according to me for the overall points table, as the same groups will be playing it out. They'll be losing another map altogether, they'll be losing another match altogether, and they'll be left out with just 2 more for themselves. So better do the hard work over here, or else if you're in the bottom, there is no way you're going to be climbing it up, especially towards the side of Team Soul, is what I would like to point out. Because ultimately, Miramar is also one of those maps they're really strong at. If somebody goes to the side of Picado, challenge them from the beginning, I think the champions were going to have a very tough time to climb up the ladder after that.
See, the thing is, as far as Miramar is concerned, Picado is still a big city where you can have a couple of plays up your sleeve. So even if they have someone coming to their city, that's something that they could be looking forward to. But again, that speculation is going to be set aside because before the action commences, we're going to head to a quick little commercial break.
Watch it, earn it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत, हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ। अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो।
तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना?
जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं।
तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग गया, पेल लेगा साले।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a short break. Johnny, I know you're excited as much as I am because ultimately, you know, it's all about OR dominating over here. Because I never expected them to start off like this. I thought that, you know, they'll be coming in and experimenting something new because they're already on the top of the table. Try to bring in a plan B or plan C, try to execute it. But bringing your A game even before the final day, oh my goodness.
I mean, to be fair, I completely agree with you. We did expect a little bit of an experimentation coming in from the side of OR Esports, but yeah, they're the team at the top and they're there for a reason. But they have to keep in mind that these are just the league stages. We'll still have the grand finals happening tomorrow. You better be prepared for that. Save a little bit of a strats, if you will, because I believe saving strats can actually backfire sometimes. But on the other side, the next match, it is going to happen on Miramar. We all know what's going to go down.
Oh yes, Miramar, it's all gonna rely on the flight paths. I strongly feel this time the teams, just in case the flight path is going in such a way, it's not gonna favor a few of the teams going far away. They'll inevitably have to drop in with the big teams going in for an early skirmish, trying to eliminate them, grab those finishes for themselves, because we still have Team INS over here. We still have GodLike over here. We still have Team Soul over here. The reason why I'm taking these names are these are the teams who are strongest firepower is the map of Miramar. They tend to go in and take the fight into the enemy's faces. So let's see whether that's going to be the case.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree with you with what you said. GodLike Esports and Team Soul have had phenomenal runs on this particular map. But in the last few days, we have seen OR Esports again do really well in those Miramar games. So they have the flow started already with a win in the previous game with a lot of finishes as well. Maybe they're going to look to continue this momentum going into game number 2 of today. And along with them, let's not forget, Orangutan is going to be playing this one.
Oh yes, Orangutan. Now, there's a lot of expectations being built up on the side of our esports. Just because of one man's performance out there. Right? He always tends to celebrate, and that is why people have started to vouch so that our esports just win it for us so that we can witness some entertainment between the showdown. But ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, match number 14 is going to take place as the Big Bird has hit the sky. The flight path is going to look like this, starting off to the western side of Porto, ending towards the side of El Pozo. What we were thinking could happen might be replicated on screens, but that is for a story to be told.
For one of the biggest maps in the game, this has to be one of the shortest flight paths we have seen in a while. This is just going to cover basically 1/3 of the map. Any team that's looking to go towards the northwestern part of Miramar right now are just thinking about any of the early fights that they will have to face. But one of the teams that again will be the happiest about this trajectory of the plane has to be the team that is not playing right. Well, talking about Skylightz Gaming, I'm definitely going to miss their run on Miramar right now. Let's see what they're going to do when their opportunity arises. But for now, we have to keep our eyes set on those teams at the bottom 3. 14th position, 15, TSM, 16th. We have Orangutan as of now. The difference over there is not too big, and one single game can decide the fate for these squads. For now, yesterday, Arka, you were complaining about the fact that no one went to those Los Higos, Mirastels, or Prison Islands right there. Well, uDOG, they've heard your cries. They are headed towards the southeast, western point of the map.
Now, they might be heading out there. That's never gonna be a concern for me for today. But will they go in for those early fights? Will they want to take the fight into faces of the enemies? Will be the next big question, because ultimately, I'm able to witness. Look at the finish field coming in over here. 2 players of OR, 1 player of EXO, 1 player of GodLike, and 1 player of Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, Johnny, Striker, as well as Punk, all 3 of them have 22 for themselves, and not far away is Aru with just 23. That means all the assaulters are pretty close to one another, and each of them will be looking forward to take that big title of MVP yet again.
I mean, definitely. Finishes are going to be important for these lads. But again, it is going to be quite interesting to see how those damage numbers are being pumped throughout the day. And along with that, the survival time does become pretty important, because we do see Jonathan there with just 15.5 minutes of average survival time, which does put an impact on his MVP rating. But on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to the map of Miramar, we do have the first team. That is going to be FS Esports. Now, I have a lot of expectations from this team. I don't know why their instincts just say that they have to be aggressive. And no doubt they do not lack firepower anywhere. But despite that, FS Esports, their best performances come from the matches where they go for those survival points first within the first 20 minutes. Just avoid fights, try and survive, and post 20 minutes to the late stage of the game, that is when they start picking those fights. That is the best we have seen from FS Esports. Anytime they go for early aggression, it always backfires. So I'm going to be quite critical of what I see from their end in this match.
Now, GodLike on the other side, heading towards the side of Picaro. We know whom they wanted to meet over here. We know why they've landed over here. But ultimately, to their surprise, they're not going to be finding Team Soul as they've headed towards the side of El Pozo. A very, very good call coming in from the side of IGL of Team Soul is what I would like to say. Because the first match, as soon as they got targeted by both the teams of INS as well as GodLike, they understood that it's going to be hard for us to go back to our specific drop location. Now heading towards the side of El Pozo, when no teams are going to be present. I do believe that, you know, we can expect them to be coming in with different kind of strategy when it comes to this game itself. But 7C on the other side, spread around towards the side of Monte Nuevo and the Graveyard area. Have they extended too much? Because Global Esports, GodLike and FS are not far away from them.
I mean, I agree with that. That is definitely an important question, what the result of this widespread four-man split drop from 7C Esport is going to look like in the end. But I believe they've executed this so much that now they know exactly when they have to regroup and be prepared for any aggression from either Global Esports, GodLike, or Team Soul whenever they drop towards that San Martin area. But for now, I'm just going to keep my eyes on two teams. One is OR Esports and the other one is going to be Orangutan. Because these two teams have dropped outside the circle, especially OR Esports towards Puerto Palacio. When they start moving in towards the zone, there are 4 different teams they can come across. AUTOBOTZ is going to be there, Esportswala is going to be there, R Esports is there as well. And if OR Esports decide to be a little cheeky, move up north, start moving in from the side of Graveyard or La Benedita, then Team Kinetic is waiting for them. On the other side, Orangutan, they just need to figure out how to dodge Team Soul.
I mean, I would say that, you know, they have that high view of El Pozo to always come down, probably head in towards the side of Monte Nuevo whenever they feel that the high grounds is completely empty coming in from the side of RGE. That's pretty much clear. But towards the side of OR, as you said, several teams gatekeeping them towards the side of Los Leones, including La Vendetta area. If they have to head towards the south, they have RE. The only way for them right now would probably go towards the side of Al Azhar and then try to come in from the side of Crater Fields, which they won't be expecting. But suddenly we are able to see few changes when it comes to the game. Not an early rotation coming in from all these teams to the dead center of the circle, which we had been witnessing all this time. In the map of Miramar, suddenly some teams want to stay at the corners and then take the fight later on. With all the teams thinking the same, we can see a lot of difference when it comes to the overall points table.
And well, I'm just waiting for the map to pop up once again, because it seems like Esportswala, they do want to prioritize their position, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Right now on our screens, it's INS up against the players of TSM. Joker, he's going to look to find an angle to try and take this duel against Ninja Jord, but with the nade pin being pulled, Ninja Jord has managed to deter any aggression from the players of INS, and he backs off just a little bit, but his teammates are quite far away, so chances of a backup coming in, they're going to be quite slim.
No. What Ninja is actually doing over here is trying to go back behind the ridge and give that off angle to his teammate who's trying to hold that high ground far away, so that just in case somebody extends too much, he can actually do the damage and give that opening for Ninja. It might be a cover fire as well, but ultimately if OSS does do his magic, then probably it's going to be good for Ninja to either fall back or take the fight. But ultimately it's going to be detected as well, as Aquanaut from the eastern side will be doing the damage, trying to grab attention, striking fear in the heart of Team INS. Let's see whether they'll be looking forward to take this fight or not.
Well, let's see, just a little bit of an HP trade between the two teams right now. Aquanox, he had a wonderful flank for himself, but TSM, they have to be extremely careful. This position right now is being surrounded from every single direction. You have 7C Esport moving in towards this fight. Reckoning Esports closing in from the northwest as well. TSM and INS, if they just extend this collision for longer than it should be, then either of them, whoever survives, will be in a world of hurt. But we do see the teams with a decent bit of distance between them as of now, and that just means they're just going to try and hold these ridges and stay in safety for as long as possible. No more action.
Now this is where again we have been proven wrong. The teams do prioritize to go to the center of the circle. We're able to see that 7C is trying to get a bit more closer towards the side of Team INS, but they'll have to watch out for their backs because GodLike is coming in a bit more closer to them, and the fight will take place over here as Neo immediately gets off from the vehicle and starts to spray down the side of SprayGod with the mini van, which is one of the most vulnerable vehicle to be using to traverse around the map of Miramar. He's going to be stopping himself and looking back and seeing whether he can get an angle against the side of GodLike.
But that has to be one of the quickest getaways that I've seen in a while now. A SprayGod, I guess the spidey senses, they started to tingle and he was like, alrighty, I gotta bounce. Before even GodLike Esports smashed and slammed into that compound. But it turns out it was a great decision from the side of 7C Esports, because now they still managed to remain a 4-man roster and they know exactly where GodLike Esports are, so they can keep a little bit of an eye on them, gather a little bit of information. There is no incentive to fight for these teams. They are all in the circle, quite close to the center, so the fights are going to be delayed for, I believe, till the 3rd to the 4th circle transition. And boy, was I wrong, because we do see a hard shift towards the south, towards Chumasera. And that is just going to mean all the teams that are coming in from the northern side, from the eastern side, they have a slight possibility of being gate capped.
Now, talking about gatekeeping, it's going to be the side of Team Soul versus OG, which will be taking place over here. And OGs will be heading inside the circle. Yet again, Team Soul in heap of trouble. I really want to see how they'll be looking forward to take the fight, because RGE with the high grounds of Ladrilera can also come in and take the fight with the deadly MG3 in the drop. Towards the side of Minas, nobody is there apart from WSF and OR itself. Now OR, when we thought that they might be gatekept by several teams, have somehow made it inside the circle and nobody's there to backstab as well. That means we can expect OR to taking things off as SprayGod puts down Johnny. This fight seems to not go in favor of GodLike.
Ooh, this has backfired indeed. GodLike Esports losing their star player, and Z-God also hit out in the open. SprayGod, he's already gotten one. Can he get the second as well, with Neo down to a sliver of HP? It's going to be a tough recovery from the side of GodLike, but as I say that, SprayGod has been flanked by Shadow. An easy takedown. The trade does come in, but it's a little too late, as 7C Esports now have control of the situation. Neo is going to be put down to his knees as well. It's a 1-on-3 situation for Shadow to figure out a way out of, and this one is, well, close to impossible, since this is Miramar and he's pretty much out in the open. There it is, done and dusted.
I mean, SprayGod was the star player for this game. The way he's able to control that recoil every single time, no matter which scope it is phenomenal. With him not in the group right now, not in the team right now, I really want to see how 7Cs will be looking forward. I know they're bought in Madman, just in case SprayGod gets taken down. The firepower doesn't decrease, but ultimately it's the man advantage in the map of Miramar, which you need in the final circles. Towards the side of Chumasera, where we have GE also coming in a bit more closer. We can expect the next fight to take place over here, as Madman will be stepping a bit more closer towards the side of Global Esports.
But let's see, Madman, one fight after the other, definitely living up to the name. Global Esports, will they be prepared for this assault? Well, we know the teams and how they like to keep the vision of their surroundings on Miramar. It is quite important, and Madman from 7C Esports taking a massive hit right there. Dropped down to around 50 HP. Mana as well. The trade did come in fact, just for the HP bars, but no knock secured from either side.
Now, Team Soul versus OG, which we thought would take place as not, and Team Soul slowly making inside the circle and trying to find themselves a hard cover at Valedemar, will somehow be able to go there. But ultimately, if they're going to be targeted over there by the other teams who are holding that position, like OG's Reckoning, as well as the side of Headhunters, I'm so sorry, Hyderabad Hydras, I think it's going to be a very, very hard race for them yet again. They need the finish points, they need the possession points on an average of 10 in every single game, as Striker puts down the side of OG. A very good spot for the Team Soul to come in, and third party over here as airdrop will be taken by Jelly. They're going to be looking a little more stronger with the firepower.
Well, but let's see how strong will they be in the very end. They will have to walk away with a win in this one, but look at that, the circle again, a wild shift out of nowhere as it moves towards the city of Chumasera. Well, one thing is pretty clear, we're headed towards an urban finish.
Oh yes, urban finish it is, but I got a little bit of a smile on my face because this is going to be an empathetic smile against the side of Team Soul. Every single time they try to make it inside the circle, they're going to be betrayed, and now again they'll have to fight their way into the circle with a lot of teams gatekeeping them. I really want to see how they can manage this rotation with uDOGs coming in from the southern side. All of a sudden, OR holding a very good corner. 7Cs, after doing the hard work, will be getting the high ground for themselves, as Team Soul will be going in for a fight against the side of OGs. They have struck against the side of OGs, got 2 finishes for themselves, but from here on, probably that commotion would be heard by the side of Hyderabad Hydras, who can gatekeep them towards the side of Minas de Valle.
Yeah, well, their initials are HH. No wonder all of a sudden we see them turning into those headhunters that they are. But Orangutan, they are being chased right now. Team Soul, they have shown up over here in these compounds. Goblin going for a slam, finds the opening against Ash. And well, there is a trade. All of a sudden, Orangutan, they are in a world of hurt as 2 players try to survive this assault from the side of Team Soul, who are just charging in like just hunting the players of Orangutan. Oh, Trigger, this is going to be tricky. Hector is waiting. The spray from the UMP does not connect. AK is going to be quite slow as well. And well, Hector is going for the charge. Orangutan, they're going to be out of this game at any moment. And well, Trigger does manage to survive. How is this man still alive?
Now Trigger has a chance over here to retaliate against the side of Team Soul. They're extending too much as the crosshairs will spread perfectly. That's the end of the story for Team Soul with just 2 finishes for themselves. Trigger did dig himself into the game, did place himself to perfection, somehow surviving until the end. Will have his teammate and 2 men standing in this game. Orangutan 4 finishes strong, but Team Soul yet again out of the race. Where will they stand by the end of this game?
Oh my god, what did I just watch right there? A massive, massive opportunity right there for Team Soul to get a squad wipe in, and they make a mistake, as you said, Arka, overextending, giving isolated duels to Trigger, even though it was a 2v1 situation as soon as he ran outside the compound. And well, Team Soul, they failed to capitalize in the end. The repayment is that they will be out of this game. So we're down to 14 teams, 53 players still alive in this match. And well, the next fight that we witness will be between Team Esportswala and TSM.
This fight for TSM is also pretty crucial, right? Because they are also on the 15th position. They would not want to slip down anymore. Probably getting an average of 5 is what they'll need, but the circle yet again taking a drastic shift, but this time favoring the side of Team INS, who will be welcoming it with open arms. Nobody to backstab them, with the 4 dark horses rushing down with the high grounds in their favor. Let's see how many finishes they're going to get for themselves. But Global Esports again on the eastern side of the map, not going in for those drops. Obviously we'll have some hard compounds as well. FS Esports Global as well as Team INS, the final 3 teams to be expected in the final circle. Let's see whether they'll be able to do so, as 7C, 3 men standing, will be holding in some hard covers.
Well, let's see how hard will the cover protect them. It's going to be quite interesting to see our esports against the players of Reckoning. Addy taking a few shots with the Mini 14 right there through the window. Does not manage to connect though, as the players of our esports refuse to reveal their positions, refuse to reveal their hitboxes. On the other side though, as we can see on the feed, Global Esports taking a massive hit from the players of Kinetic. Max Cash finding the opening. Global Esports, they still have 3 players to take care of that fight, but coming back to this one, TSM, they found the opening. Tango was taken out, but TSM, are they willing to dance? That is the question.
TSM with the hard covers will be doing the maximum damage, as 7Cs will again come in and third party take down the side of Kinetic, and that's going to be a blessing in disguise for the side of G to survive a bit more better. In the 14th position, it's going to be Kinetic going down with no finishes whatsoever, as TSM will be trying to avoid and create that no-go area. They do not want to take a fight anytime soon, because it's important for them to get those position points which they're lacking from the get-go. Even though they have that strong firepower and OSS is able to bring his team inside the circle, sometimes it goes against them. As Panditya for the first time will be knocked out over here, probably will be finished off, and OA will be having 3 men standing.
Well, this is going to get quite intense because uDOG India are closing in from the southern edge of the circle, just managed to cross the Minas del Valle Hill right about now. And that means they're going to be closing in on these silos at any given moment. And they are not alone. OR Esports is just a bit ahead, as we did see Aditya getting knocked. And as Arka said, finished right about now. He bleeds out. Esportswala and TSM, they will have to be extremely careful as to how much noise they make and for how long are they willing to just sustain and stay in this fight. But they're not the only ones. As you guys can probably see on the radar on your screens, we do have our esports, Reckoning Esports, 7C and Hyderabad Hydras fighting for the control of the northern edge of the city.
Northern edge of the city is gonna be as uDOG will be getting a heap of grenades going towards them, and Jelly doesn't miss much as he's gonna be putting down another player and getting a finish for himself. Oro will now be extending, taking all the tension off the enemies as his teammates will be coming in from a different angle altogether. Oro will have to pull out a 1v2, win the frontal battle. He does take one down and eventually gets taken on far away. Atanki is gonna hold that perfect off angle. Right now, uDOG suddenly have got the upper hand for themselves. Two men, Storm and Crazy, doing the damage against the side of Team OR will now be respecting the circle, falling back. But TSM is on the other side, right? They might welcome them with a pour of lead. As I speak about it, John is going to pick down Crazy and the Storm, the last man standing. Let's see whether he'll be able to survive the wrath of TSM.
Well, let's see uDOG. They are going to be in a world of hurt with the last player still alive. And, well, how long will they be surviving in this game? It's going to be quite interesting to see what the answer to that question will be. But for now, I guess uDOG Storm, he is just trying to pray for those placement points. The circle with another southwestern shift. And our esports, they all of a sudden become the lucky ones. Along with the players of Reckoning Esports, they have decent cover for themselves. But the fight on the top of the hill, it's still on. Esportswala and TSM, a little bit of the distance between them is the only thing that's separating these two squads from each other. But OR Esports, they're going to try and instigate this situation as hard as they can. Try and get these two teams to fight amongst themselves so that they can safely get away, or at least use TSM as a distraction to try and wrap around on the other side and take a few points away from the players of Esportswala. But Hyderabad Hydras now, since they were outside the zone, they had to force a fight against the players of Orangutan. And it looks like Orangutan, they have been damaged pretty hard as they have been eliminated from the game, along with the side of AUTOBOTZ.
Now GE have started to become the soldiers in the lobby as Jelly is going to be shot ruthlessly over here. He has to abandon the buggies over here because it's completely lit in fire. As Karan will be trying to throw those mollies as well as grenades just to as a defensive maneuver, not allowing the side of TSM to come in a bit more closer. It's going to be OR trying to come in, as you said, taking that eastern flank, waiting for them to get engaged with the side of TSM, as Aquanox will be picking up grenade, not landing it in the exact place where Karan is sitting. He's got one health kit for himself. That's got to be the first aid with 8 bandages. But will that be enough to take this fight? As TSM divided attention yet again, concentrating towards the side of OR as well as the side of WSF. As Jelly will be extending too much, will be getting the damage and getting knocked out. Can Atanki survive over here with the last man standing? OR Esports might be hitting the deck, but it's going to be TSM coming in from behind, being a blessing in disguise over here. But Bajwa thinks that it's important for me to eliminate the final person and then concentrate towards the side of TSM. That's going to be enough breathing space for them to become 4-man standing.
Well, this fight just got a whole lot more interesting because Esportswala took 2 fights at the same time. They fought against the players of TSM and took down a few individuals from the side of OR Esports. TSM, Ninja Jot finished off Aquanox on his knees as Blaze is going to try and go for a revive right now. But Esportswala, they need to realize they are not too far away. Just one good nade and TSM, they're going to be done for it. Owace on the other side, just making sure that he can clear the front lines for his team to move inside the zone, get to the low ground, get some cover, and look to secure the chicken dinner in this match.
Esportswala have done enough is what I would like to say, because they've got 3 finishes, but still they've stuck fear in the hearts of TSM. Look at how they've crouched themselves behind that water tower, and they're just going to be holding the water tanks and making sure they don't extend too much and try to play for position points. Yet again, it's going to be the side of TSM, but I wonder, can Bajwa go above this place and try to peek up from the top? Oh, now I understood why. It's going to be the side of Team HS holding that perfect angle, and in case they extend too much, they're going to be punished ruthlessly.
Oh, this is the Mini 14 in the hands of Striker, and we know when he strikes, he doesn't miss. Well, keeping eye on TSM. 4 now. Does see Aquanox moving out in the open. Misses a few shots, backs off to reposition himself within these compounds. Hyderabad Hydras, they have a decent spot right now. And all they have to do is just hold off the players of TSM and Esportswala. Do not allow them to enter the circle. And that is 2 teams that you have just kicked out of contention for the chicken dinner.
WSF losing players off the players thanks to the blue zone trying to eat them up. It's got to be 7Cs coming into the picture, making sure they put on Honey and Karan, and that's the end of the story for the side of, you know, WSF. But they've got 5 finishes, a decent position points altogether. Now INS might be extending too much towards the side of Team R Esports, who are looking forward for the celebration coming in from the side of Grenadier anytime soon if they get this winner chicken dinner for themselves. But ultimately Grenadier is going to put down the side of Team INS. Crazy soul, but 7Cs from the top will be taking that fight it again. HH coming into the third party as well. Finishes are going to be shared in between HH as well as 7Cs, as TSM have the last man standing in this game.
Well, we're already down to the top 6 teams, 16 players still alive. Hyderabad Hydras and Revenant Esports with their entire rosters present inside of this match. 7C Esports, they have lost 1, but they're still holding on to their position. 11 finishes up until now in this matchup. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how many more can they get before they get eliminated. Reckoning Esports for now, looking to see if they can take care of Jadu, the isolated player from the side of our Esports, and they managed to run him into a corner. A nade being cooked in the hands of Nexus, as Jadu is just going to take this one to the face, loses a little bit of HP, runs outside, looks to find the opening, and does in fact take down Evert, but he will instantly be traded out and finished off.
Not the kind of a fight they were expecting, right? The man advantage which we keep speaking about in the map of Miramar, pretty much visible on our screens as a revival will be coming in through. His teammate will be thinking of possession points rather than coming out in the open in case they are alive for the next few seconds. It's got to be TSM, the last man standing, RE, the last man standing, INS with the last man standing, whereas 7Cs with 11 finishes looking the strongest in this lobby might be looking forward for that winner chicken dinner. But RGE, this team have become the unpredictable ones, the unchosen ones to be getting the winner chicken dinner, but proving us that they are still in the lobby.
So we have 3 strong contenders for the win in this particular match. There's Reckoning Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, and 7C Esports. And then we have 3 teams with just solo players surviving. INS, R Esports, and TSM. I want to see which one of these 3 solo players will get those placement points for their team. Well, in the meantime, Hero, as I say that, carry from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. They do spot him out in the open. An easy finish for them to secure. And finally, we're down to the top 5 teams of this Miramar game.
Hyderabad Hydras taking advantage of that high ground. They know they'll have to step out of that place anytime soon, but before that they want to weaken the opponents in such a way that it's going to be easy with the man advantage towards them. But the grenades lofted from the side of Carry doing a lot of damage over here. Nexus gets taken down. LeBron and his teammate are just jiggling around expecting the next grenade to be lofted towards them. They are being very, very careful with that window. With that information coming in from the side of Carry. He's going to get that confirmation with the grenades. That long-range grenades to precision. I'm impressed.
Well, you know what I have to say. It's LeBron versus Kobe right now. Well, Carry definitely doing a phenomenal job scoring those 3-pointers. But INS Joker is black, spotting him out. An easy takedown for him as well. 14 remaining, 11 players still alive. And man, he's going to take a very tight angle just at the corner of this compound. I don't think so. I did not think he would get shot. He did not think he would get shot. Hyderabad Hydras, they just saw the opportunity and that was an easy takedown. They made it look easy.
Now, with the Lady Luck kissing the foreheads of Hyderabad Hydras, giving them the zone as well as the high grounds, what else do you need? They've got the man advantage as well. Now I'll be looking forward to see who's going to be the teams remaining in the bottom, as LeBron will be the next man as the target coming in from the side of Carry. The follow-up grenade is going to be coming in as well, but OSS from behind will be bringing down Sarang and getting the confirmation for himself. Team TSM still playing for position points over here, as Caddy will be walking into the crosshairs of Addy. It's going to be the... Oh my goodness, another grenade coming in. You were speaking about 3-pointers. I think they've got 4 of these and getting eliminations after eliminations.
Well, let's see elimination after elimination, but we still have to wait to see what the max they can go to. On the other side, Hyderabad Hydras, they haven't stopped since they figured out that the high ground advantage will play to their favor in these closing few moments of this match. Reckoning Esports, 2 players again knocked out. And well, Ace Black, another wonderful nade being lobbed from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. And they're just looking to close out this match. 12 finishes up until now. 7C Esports down to their last player, Aladdin. Not a lot he can do in a situation like this. He's just hiding in the corner. And well, that's a wrap right there for 7C Esports. 11 finishes is all they could get with the top 3 finish in this match. It's all come down to the final clash between Hyderabad Hydras and Reckoning Esports. 4v2 situation.
Now Hyderabad Hydras, it's gonna be Carry falling down to his death, getting the conversion against the side of Hyderabad Hydras. In case Harry gets a knock over here, it's gonna be a 2v2 fight which might go against the side of Team HH, but Addy unpinning that has given out the sound cue. But will that domination be coming in from the side of Team HH, who lobbed in a grenade exactly where Harry's standing right now, has dealt a lot of damage. Ivert gets taken down. The last man standing is gonna be Addy. His location is gonna be compromised, and Striker will be coming in through the pixels, putting an end of the story. And the winner chicken dinner with the dominating finishes over here coming in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. What a beautiful game of Miramar we have witnessed. But ultimately, it's all about you placing the right spot at the right time and eventually getting that winner chicken dinner.
I mean, definitely Hyderabad Hydras as well, a prime example of that. They took control of that hill very early on. I mean, it was the 4th, 5th zone when they took control of that hill right there, but they held on to it till the end of the game. And also the early game action that we witnessed from the squad was pretty impressive. 7C Esports, I have to say, I mean, there was a lot of opportunity for them to secure a few extra finishes with the way TSM was moving towards their direction, with how the players from the side of Esportswala also presented themselves. And 7C Esports did in fact take advantage of that. But hey, nothing to worry about. A top 3 finish, 11 finishes right there. That's 21 points already secured from this match. In 7C Esports, they were doing pretty decent before this one as well.
I mean, I don't know, all of a sudden we were speaking of the undergods in the making.
Yep.
Now they evolved from undergods to become stars, right? Now stars in the making are the side of Hyderabad Hydras. In the previous tournaments they played, they did not leave such a huge mark, but ultimately this one, the champions of the champions to be predicted in the showdown, it looks like they've taken things way too seriously and they're not stepping back to every single moment of the game. With them was the side of Team 7C as well. The way they played this game with the amount of finishes they raked up, even though having that disadvantage of the low ground, was also phenomenal.
I mean, I have to just say this about what would just happen. Everyone has a statement to make in this tournament. The undergods, they are here to prove that they deserve to be a part of the highest tier of competition of BGMI in India. And the top dogs, the very well-known teams, the crowd favorites, they are here to just regain their trust, because some of the biggest teams have been struggling in the recent tournaments. We haven't seen the same level of consistency from anyone, apart from, I mean, these days EXO have been pretty consistent, but even their finale performances are something that have been the point of conversation in a lot of places. But looking at the list of top players, 7C Esports Sarang doing a phenomenal job. 6 finishes secured, 822 damage dished out.
I mean, the damages are just going to decrease with the number of finishes decrease as well. So that shows that everybody were as clinical as possible. They've only pressed the trigger when required. Ultimately, it was the grenades doing the job, right? I have been saying this from before. One good grenade is equivalent to a wasted mag of bullets. And every single time those 3-pointers were lofted from the high grounds, I mean, woof, that was that good. I mean, I have never seen any team dominate so well with just throwables, but the question which arises in my mind is, where did they get those grenades from?
Probably pick them off the crates of the teams they finished off a few moments earlier. But I agree with you on that. I mean, Reckoning Esports, they had nowhere left to run. They could not find a cover big enough to survive the assault that was being put upon them. And the moment they ran out in the open to try and take a head-on fight against the players of Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, they had the flank. So Reckoning Esports, they made the best out of the worst possible situation, and it was a commendable effort. But Hyderabad Hydras, the moment they had that hill and the moment the circle took that shift towards Chumasera, it was their game to win.
Now look at the crosshairs working for the side of Striker, like mini 14 8x and quick scoping, hard scoping and taking those shots and connecting those headshots. Oof. I mean, the crosshairs are hot coming in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. TSM on the other side, you know, they did try to survive a lot, but this is when the three-pointer started to be locked in. Carry had 5 grenades in his name. The first one got connected. Amongst the 5, I do believe at least 4 of that got taken down. And Oasis on the other side, you know, perfectly placing himself, doing the damage against the side of 7C, who could have given a very, very hard fight against the side of Team HH, but ultimately Reckoning were also doing amazing in the frontal battles.
I mean, definitely. Reckoning Esports, they handle all the fights that came their way, but not the ones they were not prepared for, which was basically the last one against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. And even before that, Reckoning Esports, I have to say, it was them and our Esports who took control of the Chumasera city very early on in the game. I'm more impressed by our Esports here because they came all the way from the southern mountains of Los Leones and then made their way towards Chumasera. So that was a very tricky and important rotation from their end. But our Reckoning Esports as well, they did a very impressive job just making sure our Esports never pushed in towards them. They held them until it was absolutely necessary for them to take a fight against our Esports and come out on top. Until that point, it was just a Mexican standoff to see who makes the mistake first.
Now that is how you create a no-go area, right? Restrict the opponents as much as possible, and that gives a lot of advantages as the as the course of time occurs in the game. But ultimately, you know, the demise of a Team Soul over here in the map of Miramar was something which we weren't expecting, especially from the get-go. GodLike just went into their houses trying to knock at the doors, found the houses were empty, but Team Soul going in from the side of El Pozo, it seems like they didn't know how to rotate from that position, even though there was a change of location. Every single time the zone in went in against them, all they could do was concentrate on finish points. If the mindset was similar, if they had held on to Picardo, probably taken that fight against the side of Godel, do you think it would have been a better option for them because they know the terrain very well?
Yeah, actually I do, but we'll come back to that right after this interview.
नेक्स्ट जिनसे सवाल जवाब करेंगे जरूर. फिलहाल के लिए द फाइटिंग फॉर क्वालिफिकेशन ऑफ कोर्स बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत, बहुत ज़्यादा मशक्कत लगने वाली है, बट लेट्स रोल बैक अ लिटिल बिट. मैचेस की बात करेंगे. फिलहाल मैं बात करना चाहता हूँ टीम के बारे में. वीरू के एडिशन के बाद टीम के ऊपर क्या असर हुआ, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट ईजी. जब भी रोस्टर चेंज होता है तो मुश्किल समय आता है, आपको जेल करने में टाइम लगता है. अभी टीम कैसा कर रही है?
अभी वीरू के साथ हम इतना कुछ खास कर नहीं पाए हैं, तो लाइक उसका एडिशन से अभी हम थोड़ा सा जेलअप नहीं कर पाए हैं साथ में. तो अभी देखते हैं कि अभी आने की उसके साथ कैसा जाता है, पर इतना कुछ हमारा टीम में इफेक्ट नहीं पड़ा है उसके आने से, तो देखते हैं.
यहाँ देखना जरूर बनता है. फिलहाल के लिए आप पोजीशन नंबर 17 पे हो स्कोर बोर्ड पे. क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए लड़ाई अभी भी जा रही है, लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है वो कौन सी गलतियाँ करी आपने इस टूर्नामेंट में जिसकी वजह से आप यहाँ पे हो?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मेरी टीम का जो है वो पहला लेना है, एंड मतलब हम लोग के लिए ऐसा नहीं, हम लोग 17 पे चल रहे हैं, हम लोगों को उससे पॉइंट्स का प्रेशर नहीं है. प्रेशर जो है कि हम लोग का फर्स्ट लेना है, उस चीज़ में हम लोग को थोड़ा दिक्कत आ रहा है. बट अभी ये है कि हम लोगों ने ऐसा नहीं है, हम लोगों ने 4 मैच में 100 पॉइंट की भी लीड कवर करी है, 100 पॉइंट भी निकाले हैं, और हमारे लिए ऐसी कोई इतनी बड़ी बात नहीं है. बस ये है कि हम लोग को एक मोमेंटम चाहिए. सो अभी हम लोग को मोमेंटम मिल गया है, सो अभी कवर तो हम लोग ईजिली कर लेंगे लीड को.
यह कॉन्फिडेंस मुझे काफी अच्छा लगा. इन्होंने कहा कि मोमेंटम मिल चुका है. मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ, 2 मैच बाकी आपकी, यही इंटेंसिटी के साथ आप खेलने वाले? क्या फायर पावर पे ज़्यादा आप फिनिशेस पे फोकस करेंगे या फिर रोटेशंस के ऊपर ज़्यादा फोकस करने वाले आप?
हम अपना फायर पावर पे फोकस करेंगे, जिस हिसाब से हम खेलते हैं वैसे ही खेलेंगे और कोई चेंजेस नहीं करेंगे, और जो सेम इंटेंसिटी के साथ ही खेलेंगे कि लाइक जैसा पुश करना है वैसे ही खेलेंगे, और जैसे अपने रोटेशंस है, रोटेशंस पे हम मेन फोकस करेंगे मोस्ट प्रोबेबली.
जी हाँ, अपना प्लान एग्जीक्यूट करना चाहते हैं यहाँ पे, लेकिन हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स क्या कह रहे हैं उनकी राय जानेंगे जरूर. ओवर टू यू.
So before we started the day, Reckoning Esports, we saw them struggle quite a lot. They started the day on the 20th position. But Arka, do you agree now that the momentum is theirs for the taking and they can make a hard push into the top 16?
I mean, they can. They surely can. All they need are 2 more games of the same performance they did just now, and it's going to be much more easier for them to pull it off. But ultimately, they shouldn't give up to the pressure. That is all they need to do. You know, try to keep as cool as possible, be composed, and take the fight only when required, and push in when you know the iron is hot.
Also, coming back to the question that Arka you asked me before we went on to the interview, I do agree that Team Soul would have had a better chance had they dropped to their usual San Martin split drop position, because they First of all, they do know the terrain. Second of all, every single time they drop, they are the ones initiating the aggression against Team GodLike. And that is a situation they know how to control perfectly. In this particular match, I think they did not anticipate Orangutan to go for such an early rotation from Ruins. And that is the thing that caught them off guard on the edge of the circle. They wasted a little bit of time there, and that messed up their game plan moving further. But looking at the rankings, Hyderabad Hydras 30 points secured, an easy job for them to finish. 7C Esports 11 finishes secured in this game, an impressive run throughout. Reckoning Esports 16 points in total, including the placement and the finishes. And now I'm left to wonder, when will they break their way into the top 16 with a little bit of a safety cushion under their feet?
Now, this is where we're going to be speaking about the head-to-head battle between Hyderabad Hydras' performance between the first and the third day, especially in the map of Miramar, where they get just 4 points. And then ultimately today, they've just played one game and eventually have done wonders over 15 finishes. I mean, damage received is just 500. That means they never took a fight or they never went into the crosshairs of the opponents. All they did was dish damage. And look at the right side of the map. I mean, from INS to GodLike, not much damage being dealt by any of these teams.
Yeah, those early fights were completely one-sided, as we witnessed. I mean, a lot of opportunity to fight in the open, especially the western side of Miramar. The entire map, it is a little bit difficult to travel as well. I mean, there are a lot of steep hills present in those situations. I mean, talk about the southern plains of Chumacera. It's just a very weird terrain that you have to walk through. And even if you are not walking through it, if you are just using those vehicles, it gets a lot more trickier. And so if you get caught off guard, if someone starts shooting at you, you tend to panic a little bit. You try to take a fight that's not really yours, and well, those situations are not going to work out for anyone, are they?
Now, the situation which is working out for the side of 7Cs is their jump as they come into the 7th position. 4 points is what they've jumped, and from here on, they're going to have a breather for themselves because they have done the hard work. Global Esports is also going to be climbing up. The fall for the side of Team EXO is not going to bother them much, but GodLike on the other side will have to get another average of 5 to 10 points in every single game. And in the top 16 position, we are not able to see Team Seoul anymore, as the fans are going to be feeling very bad for themselves. TSM is going to be climbing 2 points thanks for the strategy of playing in only for position points.
Well, if they do it a little bit more consistently, we might expect TSM to move further up in the rankings, but it is going to be quite tricky for them to pull off. But talking about Reckoning Esports again, we do see them on the 17th position, so the climb is there. They've moved up 3 spots on this ranking, but that is not enough to get them in the top 16. They do need a few more matches, and again, that is considering they finish top 3 every single time.
Now, Big Brothers will also have to do the same thing, right? 3 games they have, 3 games they play. They have to make sure that they get all 3 winner-winner chicken dinners with an average of 5 finishes. And that's the only way for them to make it into the top 16. There was not much difference between the 16th spot and Team Seoul right now. Probably 10-point difference, which they can catch up to. But ultimately, will they be playing the comfortable maps? Ultimately, will they be getting their drop locations? Because many teams have decided just to step into their doorsteps and slap the Kings out of the game so that it becomes easier for them to fight for the thrones without the big teams out there. But all of that will be coming in anytime soon, Johnny. I mean, 2 games have gone through already, but the change in the overall points table is pretty much evident.
I mean, it is going to be quite interesting and intense as well, because as we have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, the next map, it is going to be played on A Erangel, and also Group A now only has 2 matches left, and Group B, they are going to start their final 2 games in the next one.
All main groups A is sitting it out. Now is the time for them to re-strategize, especially for the teams who couldn't perform. They'll be thinking out like what is to be done right. They'll be watching out for the strategies of the other teams as well to see how better they can come up with the results. But that's going to be on the other side, ladies and gentlemen. Please share it among your friends. Make sure they come in and join over here to witness the final moments of the league stages over here. See you guys on the other side.
Watch it, earn it. ये लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ। अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो।
तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं।
तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग कैसे पेल देगा साले?
Hello and welcome back once again to the Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown, where we are going to determine which team is indeed the best in India. My name is Ankur Singh Chahal. I go by the experiment, and with me I have Super Johnny, or I just like calling him John from now and again. Johnny, Hyderabad Hydras coming in strong in Game 2 and pretty much letting the world know that, hey, we still are the kings of Miramar, eh?
I mean, definitely. That was the title given to them a few months ago, but it was looking like they started to struggle on that map. But with the last run, as you said, they have made a statement. But we do have the group switching up. Now we're going to see Group C in action. That means we have Enigma Gaming returning to the battleground along with NIGMA Galaxy. NIGMA Galaxy is the team I would like to focus on because they are outside the top 16 as of now, and this is one of their last few opportunities to make it to the finals.
Well, they are going to have to play their hearts out because they are going to be playing the next 4 games. And, you know, I'm kind of excited to see what Team EXO does because, you know, Team EXO still at the tippity top without any chickens to their name. I wonder if they are going to be negating that today and walking away with at least one chicken dinner in the league stage. But again, it doesn't really matter, right? Because the name of the game right now is to make sure that you are one of the top 16 teams. And, well, the 6 games tomorrow is going to decide the fate as to who the champion of this showdown is going to be. But for now, as all the teams are getting ready, everything is tickety-boo, and in a few short moments, we're going to be up in the C-130 once again.
Well, let's see which team will be prepped for the action on this Erangel. It's going to be very interesting. Again, TSM is the team on our screens right now. An interesting run in the last game, always trying his level best to survive till the very end, but unable to do so, being caught off guard by the players of 7C Esports as he was just trying to hide his position. But Team X-Park, again, a team that came into this tournament as one of the favorites, but a long way away from the top 16 right now.
Well, Team X-Park definitely has the big name in the form of Marvi in the roster, but the thing is, again, they haven't been firing on all cylinders. Let's see if today they can change their fate, because for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking high to the skies above Erangel once again. It looks like we're going to be flying down south this time around, as we do have Georgia Paul right below us. And well, if you have a look at the plane path, it is going to be skewed a bit to the left of your screens, which means, well, teams that want to head over to Yasnaya, Mansion, Shelter, and even Milta, because, well, that's where Team X will love going, they're going to have to battle it out for those vehicles. And just thinking about Team XO, every single time they've come in, they've had a few finishes right at the beginning.
Well, let's see what is going to happen to them this time, though. As you said, they do like to play from the eastern side of the map, which is quite far away from where the plane is headed right now. It's going to be quite a tricky early start for them. But on the other side, Hyderabad Hydras, we know their drop location, the northern Georgia Pole City, is going to be in their control in a few short moments. And on the other side of the river, it's going to be Team Solo Mid.
Well, now the thing is, you know, Team Sol, they are in a precarious situation over here, buddy. I mean, not being in the top 16. In fact, I do believe they are just 8 points shy of that top 16 mantle. But again, they are going to do something similar as to what they did early on. Of course, they're going to be dropping in around Gatka. And, well, looks like this time around, however, since we don't have a couple of teams playing, since I do believe it's Group A that is going to be sitting this one out. We don't have GodLike Esports coming in. Team INS, which was the thorn in their sides, is not going to be in this game. But what is going to be pretty much similar to the first Erangel on day 3 is the circle.
Well, yeah, the circle is quite similar. We do have it starting on the southwestern side of the map with a huge chunk of the main island in it. But on the other side, I'm noticing a key difference right here. Skylightz Gaming with a 1-3 split drop with Gamla Boy quite far away from his teammate, and also the squad of Big Brothers. Enigma Gaming, I'm pretty sure they've seen that parachute right behind them. Let's see if they do, in fact, try and take an early point off of Skylightz Gaming, but the opportunity is not going to be there. We did see Gamla Boy heading towards his team as soon as he dropped Big Brothers on the other side. Well, they have spotted out one of the lads from the side of Team XO.
Now, Big Brothers, they've been at the receiving end of things as far as these initial skirmishes are concerned, because more often than not, Team XO have been bullying them as soon as their feet touch the ground. But for now, they do have a little bit of a footing over here, but looks like Enigma Saboteur is going to be catching them off guard, and Scream is going to be screaming because he almost made it away with the buggy, but unfortunately, it's going to be Saboteur who comes in with that first finish.
Well, it was a 2v1 situation, and Big Brothers, as you said, usually it's XO. Well, this time it's the Enigma that's after them, and you know what they say, fear the Enigma. We did see the lad from the side of Big Brothers try to make a run for the buggy, wasn't able to do so, and well, Big Brother Esports, they're going to have to adapt on the fly right now, see how they can survive in this game with just 3 players.
Well, let's see if they are going to be able to survive, because for now, being at the bottom of the table, it definitely is going to have a little detrimental effect on their psyche. But again, you know, that is what champions are made of, because you got to be able to take the hits and then get back up once again. But now another team which had a pretty decent outing in the last game. In fact, they did end up in the 2nd position, Reckoning Esports. And boy, oh boy, these lads are fighting for survival, quite literally, because they are still just on the outskirts as far as the top 16 is concerned. But again, a couple of good games coming in from their side could change their fortunes around. Now, it is going to be exciting because I love the fact that it is going to come down to the last game. It is going to be a nail-biter of a finish. And it is pretty much open for a lot of teams at this moment.
Yeah, that I agree on completely. The contestation for the finals, the slot for the finals, it is open for all. Even with a few good performances, teams from Group C, they have a wonderful opportunity to find their way into the top 16, make it to the finals tomorrow, and try and prove once again why they are here. But On the other side, it is going to be quite interesting to see as to how they approach it. Now, XP, I'm going to call this. I'm going to ask you this. You, again, as we do like to talk about it, have been a competitive player in the past, and in a situation like this, imagine you were a part of the Big Brothers Esports squad. What would your game plan be to climb up in 4 matches?
See, the thing is, of course, the pressure is going to be immense, right? It's going to be weighing you down tremendously. But again, you just got to take a deep breath because they have had last night to go over it. They might have probably gone over their mistakes, and it's not really mistakes at this moment, right? Now, this is one of the biggest stages, one of the biggest pedestals for BGMI competition. Of course, you are going up against the best of the best the country has to offer. So, you know, sometimes you do get those jitters, but it's all about just keeping nerves of steel. I know it's easier said than done. Yeah. But again, you know, when you have your backs against a wall, when you are like an animal that is cornered, all you can do is lash out. So at the end of the day, what I would do in that situation is think of it more like a pub game, right? Just go in and try and do what we do best, communicate a lot, and rack up all those finishes, because if you get that ball rolling in your favor, oh boy, your fortunes could be changed. But now, Skylightz Gaming, we did see them early on. We did kind of think that, you know, they were splitting up, but I do believe Pokar was just on those little compounds to the northwest of Pochinki, making sure they grab as much loot as they can.
Yeah, I mean, they have been known for a while now to rule Pochinki, and this time again, they're going to be completely isolated in that city. No one near them, but we do have the map in front of us right now, ladies and gentlemen. I believe you guys will see this in a few short moments as well. TSM and Team Seoul, it looks like there might be an early collision between the two teams, as TSM have abandoned early control of the Georgopol containers and the Georgopol city and have moved south towards the Gutka fields. On the other side, Revenant Esports, they are looking to cross over to the main island, and what waits for them on the other side is the team of NIGMA Galaxy.
Now, NIGMA Galaxy, 46 points at this moment on the overall rankings, in the 20th position. Of course, you can have a look at this on the right side of your screens. Revenants, of course, are going to be in a tricky spot as well. 52 points for them, 18th position as far as the overall rankings are concerned. But for now, as you did mention, NIGMA Galaxy are going to be the first team to set up a sort of a blockade for the boys from Revenants. I wonder if they're going to see anything happen, because now what Apollo is doing over here, of course, you know, he is going to be gathering all that information. His teammates, MJ and Wixie, are going to be in the compound just north of that little hill, right? So the thing is, if they do get a few spots, there you have it. Apollo is going to be letting loose with that AK. He does get a few shots. Unfortunately, that recoil is going to make it just a little bit harder, but now Top Dog comes in his crosshairs. Well, there you have it. The wait is over. Looks like the teams know of each other's position, as elsewhere, we did think TSM is going to go up against Team Seoul. However, I think they just put a little dent in Reckoning's game plan.
Well, and that has deterred the rotation from the side of Reckoning Esports, who were quite content on just pushing hard towards the center of the circle. Now, but with TSM finding the opening in that fight, Reckoning Esports, they do back off, and look at this. The slam was there from Nexus, but he did not make it to the other side. Waste with a wonderful takedown right there, opening things up for TSM, but Revenant Esports on the other side. Now, they're going to look to regroup, find another way to cross the small little hills and make it to the Gutka farm. Otherwise, it is going to be quite tricky, and they're going to be stuck close to the military bridge for a long time. And if the circle does not move their way, then they're going to be in a world of hurt. But on the other side, action breaks out between TSM and Team Seoul.
Well, Goblin is going to be the first one to be brought down to his knees as far as Team Seoul is concerned. And when they lose one of their strongest contenders, well, things can be a bit tricky for Team Seoul. Again, they are going to be fighting for their lives. They're going to be giving everything that they have, because if you don't have a final without Team Seoul, it's just going to be lacking that little oomph factor. But for now, Goblin back up on his feet. They are aware of TSM's position, and something kind of interesting did happen last time around. Of course, we did see OS get that knock on the member from Reckoning Esports, Nexus, I do believe. But I'm kind of sure that, you know, as soon as he came over the hill, he must have seen those two gentlemen from TSM lying in wait. Then he sees that wizard tower in front of him, and I think he just gave up, because he's like, oh man, I mean, I could try and make a hard left or a hard right, but it kind of felt like, you know, he was content with his demise.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to admit it's a little too late to fix a mistake. You just have to, just bear the full brunt. But let's see, Reckoning Esports, I mean, the rest of the team is going to try and recover from that loss, try and secure a few extra placement points at least to the late stage of the game. And anyways, this game is just getting started. We are 9 minutes in, 9.5 minutes in, and well, we do have Team X-Park taking an interesting fight against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Well, that was a big mistake. A push out in the open. Ultron is going to make them pay. Carry knocked out. Team X-Park, can they win this fight?
Now the thing is, Ace Black is going to be coming up on a rotation from the left of your screens right now. Question is he going to be flanking Team X-Park? Because for now, they do think that they are secure. There you have it. You do see him in the distance over there, but I do believe one of the members, Doc, is going to be keeping his eye out in that direction. Smokes are going to be deployed again. This is what communication is all about, but there you have it. Shots are going to be fired as expected. Ace Black getting the better of Juicy. Now this is the moment where Carry, of course, can be picked up, which he has been. But the thing is, Team X-Park, they got to move in quick because once that smoke starts dissipating, they are going to be, well, pretty much seen for the air. But wait a second, that's a double knock coming in with that grenade. Doc is going to get the better of Maxi. He gets the better of Carry. Now this is the moment Team X-Park need to go in and finish what they started.
Oh, but this is a massive blunder from Team X-Park as well. The knocks came in at the worst possible moment. They have two of their own down on their knees, and Ultron and Dark are all that's left for X-Park. Ace Black, he's moving in, nade after nade being lobbed towards those small little ridges as Hyderabad Hydras, they try to recover from this assault as well. Right now, it's, well, I feel like it's a 2v2 situation, but Hyderabad Hydras are coming back on their feet just a little bit quicker. Would you look at that? All of them are out there now.
I like what Team X-Park have done. That is presence of mind. That is quick thinking. They patched themselves up. Still a 4-man squad, and they are skedaddling the hell out of here because, well, you do not want to go up against Ace Black when that man is a bit angry. Of course, coming off that win in Miramar, they definitely have the momentum in their favor. Now, it did kind of seem like, you know, Hyderabad Hydras might lose a couple of members. It also seemed like Team X-Park would lose a couple of members, but lo and behold, John, both of them are still 4 men strong. Again, I like that little rotation Team X-Park did. They did not go for the revives in the smoke because, well, Ace Black could have snuffed their lives out.
Well, I agree with you on that. I mean, it was a very tricky thing for them, and just the fact that they managed to get away from this unscathed, that is quite impressive because it was almost a very big mistake. They could have been wiped out had Hyderabad Hydras just committed a little bit more utility to those bridges. But on the other side, FS Esports, OR Esports making quick work of them out in the open. The fight initiated as well. Aditya, you know you can't run away from him.
Away from him, absolutely, but it is going to be Aru who was taken down as the Sanhok comes in, tries to retaliate. 4 shots are going to be fired, and with that, the first team did bid us adieu, and it was, of course, the gentleman from FS Esports. Now, Team X-Park, they do have this little ditch at the edge of that irrigation canal for cover, which means they can still peek out every now and again. The question is, where are we going? And looks like, buddy, it's going to be something similar to Game 1 because the circle is going to take a little bit of a southwestern shift, which means, once again, we are going to be in the quarry region and the areas just north to it. We might see some action at the observatory tower once again, but have a look at all the teams coming in. It is going to be pandemonium and chaotic as they drive past one another.
Let's see. It is going to be quite chaotic. The circle again moving towards those Gatka fields between Gatka and Quarry. AUTOBOTZ having to take control of the western part of the map for now, though. On the other side on our screens, in fact, we do have Skylightz Gaming. A few shots taken on the players of Enigma, but Enigma Gaming, they do not want any part of this action. They're just focused on their rotation for now. And Skylightz Gaming, they need to do the same. They are right on the eastern edge, and it's going to be very tricky if someone decides to block their way.
Oh my goodness, talk about bumper cars. That's what it could be in sometimes. Savitar's position might be just given away as Rex does spot Dumbler Boy coming in. He is going to take a few shots. A couple of more bullets could have downed him in, but no. It's going to be Rexy from the side, making sure he suppresses the enemy. And well, Rex is now going to have to go into a little bit of a defensive mode, but Savitar, he's going to be inching closer and closer. He's going to get that grenade ready. He knows he needs to throw it inside, and he is going to get it. The grenade goes boom, and with that, Dumbler Boy is going to be blown to smithereens. And have a look at that. Pukar's HP is really low. Vexy's HP is really low, which means, well, they are going to be a 3-man squad because Dumbler Boy is about to meet his maker, but no, Savitar is going to play the smart game over here. He's going to get another knock as far as Skylightz Gaming is concerned.
Well, that knock on Gamla Boy just opened up an important flank for the players of Enigma Gaming, and this should be an easy fight for them to close out. Wexy is going to try and get away from the situation in the buggy, but will he make it out alive? That's a big question, but what is Enigma doing right now? An easy revive to Puka, but he's going to get knocked out once again, and then goes Somraj. Skylightz Gaming all of a sudden find themselves down to their last player, and well, Enigma, they know exactly where Wexy is. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, it is said, never reveal your position. Enigma Gaming, they knew Skylightz Gaming was going to close in and try and enter the circle from this very edge, because Skylightz Gaming shot at them just a few seconds ago.
I mean, the Predators are now prey in the situation, because it kind of seemed like Enigma would have been caught a little off guard, because it was Wexy who did alight from his vehicle first and take a few shots, right? But of course, as you mentioned, gave his position away, and well, that hill was in their control. Ooh, that's a lovely bounce, and Wexy does kind of anticipate something like that happening, which means for now, he's going to have to take some cover inside. Elsewhere, Big Brothers are going to be ending their run in Erangel, courtesy Team Soul, who again, as we mentioned earlier, they need a big game, as Wexy is going to try and make it to safety in his buggy. Question is, can he do so? Because for now, he's doing the smart thing. He's going through the compound.
Well, he's just trying to see if he can get outside the rend distance of the players of Enigma Gaming. And Enigma Gaming, they have their own troubles to deal with, because Enigma Galaxy did in fact close in from the rear, knock out a few of the lads from the side of Enigma Gaming. As you do see, Rex still on his knees, and well, Enigma Gaming, they will have to find a way out of this one. They do lose out on one of their players. Rex has bleeded out and in fact got finished off in this match, but Eggy just missing a few shots on Dreams and he gets away. Also, the circle does get away from them, by the way. The circle has taken a massive northern shift and now it's on Gatka.
Man, Eggy was in dreamland over there. I mean, I do see he was trying to connect his shots, but there was no way he was going to make it. But now MJ is going to be aware that, wait a second, someone is lurking right next to us. And as you mentioned, the circle is going to be traveling up north, which means all the teams on our screens right now, they're going to have to move at some point or the other. Now, the thing is, Revenant Esports is going to be nearby as well, but the only issue for them is they're just a two-man squad. Uh-oh, Evo, you've been spotted out, and I think he has no idea that someone is watching him behind a rock, as MJ is going to wait for the right moment. He wants to take the driver out first. Eggy might just be shot at, but no, from behind it's going to be Addy, who is going to be throwing a wrench in his game plan as well. MJ is now going to be, unfortunately, on his bloody knees. That was such an unfortunate moment over there, John.
Man, that was a jump scare. I got up from my seat because of that. But a very nice angle from Addy from the side of Reckoning. What is going on? Who let this man drive? Take his keys away. Evo is going to be forced to run on his feet, and Apollo going for a takedown on Eggy. Enigma Gaming, from a wonderful fight to a massive blunder, down to two players who are stuck in these open fields.
Oh my goodness, I mean, how the tables turn, man. I mean, I like this though. Wait a second, was that a grenade that just bounced off that buggy? Because it definitely did look like that, as Enigma are going to try and close in the distance on Enigma Galaxy's position. Have a look at that. Savathar is going to have some cover in the form of his buggy, but Evo in the bushes, in the tall grass, I think he does have an idea that someone might just peek from that window as he's going to inch his way closer and closer. Now, the only problem is, well, this is what I was going to talk about. They have been spotted out from the distance, and well, that little progression that he made is going to be all for nothing because he's had to fall back.
Well, and it's going to be quite tricky for him to survive long enough as well after this, because if the circle moves away, he literally has nowhere left to go. And in fact, he is a little bit outside the circle as of now. Evo on the other side, he is going to try and make his way in, but what happened to Revenant Esports? I mean, we did see Owace back off, but did he just take down two players all by himself? Ooh. Well, there were three of them, not just two. And Enko just making his presence felt, which might have been a mistake, because Ninja Jord shows up like a ninja. And, well, the backstab does work out quite nicely for TSM. 6 eliminations already.
I like the aggression that they are showcasing right now. And, in fact, Owace did take a little bit of a tricky move, but oh my goodness, here comes Team Soul. In fact, one of them is going to get the high ground as Goblin is going to get the fight, but Owace is going to be focusing on Akshay as he does go up on the Wizard Tower. In fact, he's just going to be on the outsides as Ninja. Now, he's got to be a bit sneaky. He's got to be lurking in the shadows as Owace is going to give everything that he has to make sure his teammate can back him up. Because you've got to keep one thing in mind. Blaze is going to be nearby, and, well, Ninja is going to be blown to smithereens with a grenade. And now Akshat knows exactly where Owace is. Now, it's Position has been given away. The numbers advantage is going to be in their favor as OS does try something, but no, it's going to be Akshat who brings him down first. And with that, there you have it, TSM. You just took their name, Johnny. You said they were doing good, and now they are out of this game.
Man, again, taking fights back to back, one after the other. It's never an easy job, especially when you do not see your opponents coming. And that is how Team Soul capitalized on this one. They made sure that TSM will be forced to take a little bit of an extra damage from the blue zone, and that just worked out quite nicely for them. But I guess we do know who their next target is going to be. It's going to be Addy from the side of Revenant Esports. A sliver of HP on him, and Akshat just moves in for an easy finish for his team.
Mind you, we pretty much have a similar situation as we did in the first Erangel on day 3. The circle is pretty much the same, and now the Autobots are going to have a good position for themselves. Elsewhere to the north, we do have a lot of teams still trying to fight against the blue zone, as Dark, well, he can't really go for the revive because, well, the blue zone is going to snuff out Juicy's life sooner rather than later. He does have that Lamborghini parked in the background, but the question is, can he make it? No, he cannot, because from the distance, I do believe it was Esportswala, in fact, who were laying down shots, but the play zone is what brings him down.
Dog just reminding me of my dreams as I run towards my Lamborghini. I also fall down, and then I wake up.
Oh, you have one of these dreams, huh?
Yeah, man. Just dreaming about that Lamborghini Urus. Can't even have it in the game at this point.
Yeah, we forget real life, mate. We can't even get it in the game. But right now, what we do see is Team Xbox, the last 2 members, giving Team EXO a run for their money.
So this is going to be an interesting fight now, because basically all of these teams are stuck out in the open. If you have a compound, you're safe till you are inside the zone. Otherwise, situation that Team Xbox and EXO find themselves in, wherein EXO just assumed that their backlines were clear, and 2 players from the side of Team Xbox are still there. Mavi! Now this is quite interesting. We have never seen this man be this aggressive, and this is why. It was a mistake to engage at 2 wide angles at the same time, and well, either OR Esports or EXO was bound to shut them down, and well, Xbox, they have been eliminated from this match. We're down to 8 teams, 23 players.
Again, that was kind of a rookie mistake coming in from Mavi, because he did see someone in the background. Now, he knew that OR Esports was not focusing on him, and he gave it position away, as a result of which they are wrapping out. Picking up OR Esports, they were down to 1 last man, and with that bang of the vehicle, it looks like uDOG is finally going to be taken out as well. Elsewhere, Team Esportswala, they do have 3 finishes. They do have a 3-man squad, but Curran is going to be down, and Autobots are going to be laying down the herd. And I do believe your winners of Miramar, Hyderabad Hydras, are going to be sent packing as well. Now, we did mention moments ago, right, that Autobots were in a good position, but have a look at the circle. It's moved a bit to the east, and it's going to be warfare on the Opal Battlegrounds.
Well, I still feel Autobots can secure a lot of points from this match. All they have to do is figure out a way to take down the players of Esportswala. Karan, he's going to be back on his feet as the revive does come in from Bajwa. And Honey is just trying to keep an eye on the players of Autobots as of now to allow his teammates to climb up the ridge and take the fight. It's going to be quite tricky though. A nade being lobbed by Bajwa towards the Autobots. And well, they do get taken out, but it was Honey's nade that did the trick. Down to 5 teams, 14 players still alive. Team Soul looking very strong in this matchup.
Well, Honey is definitely sweet with that grenade. It's going to be just a bit too salty for Autobots, as we do have one of the replays coming in. This is going to be just laying down all that in Jelly's position. And well, uDOG, he thought that he was secure, but he was getting shot at from either direction. And of course, that is something you can't expect in this situation. But wait a second, we've got people running each other over as Nexus finds himself run over by Goblin. Now he's going to alight from his vehicle. He knows where the enemy is. He does have that AK, as Dreams is going to give him all that information away. Well, there you have it. That is not going to be there for much longer, because Apollo is going to be down on his knees as well, which means, well, Wixie has his work cut out. Now, the thing is, Team EXO, they have a good control of the map right now as far as the circle is concerned, and with that final spray, Goblin is going to make sure that he makes his team's finishes to 11 again. We did kind of anticipate this, John. Soul need a couple of good, big games.
Well, and this is going to be one of them. Team Soul on fire right now. 11 finishes secured, 3 players alive, and the only team that can stop them with numbers equal to them or well, in fact, greater than their own numbers. It's going to be EXO with all 4 players, and we do see Fierce taking the IGL of Team Soul down. Omega is going to be knocked out, a nade being lobbed as Akshat is going to try and go for a revive. Goblin has to try and deter this pressure, nade after nade. Wow. How many is that? One more being lobbed. It's just an artillery strike on the players of Team Soul, but oh my goodness.
I mean, they are literally playing a game of hot potato. They are going to be catching it on either side as Omega is going to be taken down. Akshat is going to be down on his knees now. Goblin, he's going to be lobbing another one. In fact, he is going to be hitting his mark as Fierce is going to be finished, which means, well, the advantage that Team EXO had just moments ago is now going to be negated as Goblin. He's going to move in closer. Akshat luckily does have this hay bale and that burnt out buggy for cover, which means, well, the revive is going to come in. And lo and behold, chances are, even though Enigma are going to be bidding us adieu, Team EXO might just be coming under fire from 2 teams. Because on one end, of course, you do have Team Soul, but Esportswala are going to be chiming in as well. But looks like they're going to be training the crosshairs on Soul Goblin. As down goes Goblin, and well, BATTLEGROUNDS is going to confirm that they start what they started. And wait a second, it's going to be Tom's grenade that puts them 6 feet up.
Well, EXO, they find themselves in a very preferable position to go for the win in this match. It's a 3v2 situation against the players of Esportswala, but not a lot of cover available for the players of EXO. Although, it is going to be a little bit of a trade since they do have the preferable position inside the circle on the eastern edge, while the players of Esportswala are outside, quite close to the blue. 9 seconds remaining before the blue zone starts to move in, and Esportswala, they're going to have to figure out how, in fact, they are going to move to these final few moments of this match.
Now, as soon as that smoke is faced, they might just try and go left, one might just try and go right, but the problem is Team EXO, they've got them exactly where they want them, because have a look at that. Punk is going to make sure the left flank is secure. Immortal is going to be in the center, and the last man from Team EXO's top is going to be on the right side. And well, Bajwa and Honey don't really have a lot of options over here, as Punk, well, he's just going to peek over the box and see if he can see something move in the distance. Now, it all comes down, do you want to give Team EXO your points? Well, looks like they are going to retaliate, but that vehicle goes boom, and with that, Honey is going to be throwing his body parts all over the place, and I guess the blue zone comes in and does the rest as Team EXO finally, Johnny, we said that might happen today, they get a taste of their first chicken dinner.
Well, and this is what they were all waiting for, especially considering that Sensei is not there right now. It is even more impressive that we've seen EXO walk away with a win in this match. Again, it is going to be quite an important one for them, because this helps them build up the momentum for the grand finals. EXO was already doing pretty well, but I have to give props to the players of Team Esportswala. They played a phenomenal match right after we had our host Mamba had a conversation with them on the stage, and it was an incredible game. They had decent number of finishes, but again, it's a big question. Is this game enough to push them through?
Now the thing is, yeah, I mean, let's be realistic over here. It's not going to be enough to make sure that they get in the top 16, but like I said earlier, right, they are going to win a few hearts in the process, and you got to keep in mind, there are a lot of big boys, a lot of big dogs watching, which means, well, their future definitely does look secure. Again, we just had a look at Team Soul on our screens just moments ago. I mean, they needed a massive game, and although I do believe they were out either in the 3rd or the 4th position, the thing is, they did have 11 finishes for themselves, which means, well, they're going to be rising in the overall rankings, which we'll have a look at in due time. But boy, Team EXO, finally take a bow, gentlemen, because although what you did up until this point is still phenomenal, right? The 2nd position without any chicken, now they finally have a chicken dinner to show for it as well.
I think it's just the moments where someone surpasses EXO that they wake up, hey, did we drop a spot? Do we need to get a game? And that's when they start to perform. Other than that, EXO has been quite consistent. They do have those placement points coming in every single match, so it wasn't a lot of pressure from their end. But on the other side, we were talking about TSM as well. They weren't doing so well as far as the overall rankings are considered. And even in this game, despite the fact that they did have a lot of finishes in the early stages, just those lack of placement points can haunt them if the matches do not go their way.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of haunting taking place, a lot of ghosts in the vicinity as well. But again, you know, I love the fact, I've said this a lot of times, right? But this is what the competition is all about. This is what the showdown is all about. Because, you know, if you think about it, most of the teams are pretty evenly balanced. But for now, it is going to be the Green Goblin himself, Team Soul's Goblin, who's going to be crowned the MVP in this game. 8 finishes and 1,086 points of damage.
You know what? I still feel he's just getting warmed up. I still feel the real goblin is yet to reveal himself.
Better late than never.
Yeah, better late than never. Or maybe they're just going to surprise everyone, show up to the finals, and then is when we get to see him.
That's a dangerous game they're playing. That is a dangerous gamble indeed, because they are close to not making it. But let's see if they can carry this momentum forth, as Fierce, Uptunky, and Savitar are going to be joining Goblin as far as the top players of this game are concerned. And a lot of damage dished out from each of these teams. But again, you know, we saw a lot of short-lived victories out there, especially with TSM. I mean, they were doing wonderful up in the point that Team Soul comes in and snuffs their lives out. They did have 6 finishes, but it is going to be a little problematic, as they might just slip down the overall rankings. But in case you missed any of the action, well, this is where, you know, you said that, all right, Nexus, he pretty much knew what was coming, right?
Yeah.
He goes over the hill, he sees 2 people, he's like, oh man, I'm done for.
Doesn't even try to move when he gets knocked out. He's like, yeah, you have to step back. I'm going to make you work for it. But on the other side, this was a wonderful, wonderful recovery from Team X-Pac. And Ace Black, have to give him props. Amazing positioning in that fight. Just getting that right flank was really important for them to come out on top. Too bad they weren't able to close that out, because otherwise Hyderabad Hydras would have just had 4 extra points.
They could have. Again, I love this. You know, coulda, woulda, shoulda. We love our speculation over here. But again, you got to be in the mind of the player at that moment, right? Because Hyderabad Hydras, they did have a team in the backdrop as well, something that would have been weighing on their mind. But they did manage to get a few finishes off the boys of Esportswala, and despite that, Esportswala, they still managed to get that 2nd position finish, which again is a massive game for the team currently at the bottom.
Yeah, and it is going to be quite interesting to see as to how they're going to show up in the next few matches. Because for Group B, teams from Group B, where AUTOBOTZ, FS Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, OR Reckoning, Esportswala, and Team Soul and TSM are
last game.
The next game is going to be the last game, exactly. And if you do not make it into the top 16 with a decent enough margin to keep you there for the last 2 games of today, then you might just slip out, and we're not going to be seeing you tomorrow.
I mean, it is going to be a big game for a lot of these teams, right? Reckoning Esports just in the vicinity of the top 16. Team Soul, we do expect them to rise up a few ranks as far as the overall standings are concerned. But again, with just 1 game in hand, boy oh boy, the adrenaline must be coursing through their veins. Their heart must be pumping, because it's not nervousness, it's not, you know, the shakes or something, but they are going to be just a little bit giddy at this moment. But again, it all comes down to 1 game, buddy.
And before we move on to the next match, we do have to see the points of the teams that they got from this one. So we do have the match rankings on our screen right now. EXO walking away with 24 points, 9 finishes to their name. But again, Team Soul was the team that everyone had their eyes on in this match. 12 finishes secured, 10 placement point, 22 points. Not a bad game at all.
Not a bad game at all. And, well, they are going to be catapulting themselves a bit further up. Now, Big Brothers, again, not a good game for them. 0 points, which means, well, we're going to be pretty much saying goodbye as far as the finals are concerned. But again, they did make it to this moment. You can never count that out. Now, if you just put 2 teams up against one another, it's going to be your winners, Team EXO, up against 2nd position, Team Esportswala.
It was an interesting game from either sides. I mean, EXO just controlling the circle for so long and managing to get inside towards that northeastern edge quite safely. Esportswala on the other side, I have to say, it was an impressive run from their end in this particular match. Even though a lot of the teams were trying to take them out and they find themselves again and again in unfavorable situations, unfavorable fights, they still know how to survive. And that is what they were working towards in this match.
I mean, of course, survival is the name of the game, and picking up a few finishes along the way definitely kind of helps as well. But again, I love the fact that, you know, it's going to be exciting to see what the overall rankings have for us, because, well, on the first page, things are pretty much going to be similar as to what we saw earlier, except the fact that Enigma Gaming are now going to be in the 8th position, jumping 2 spots with 87 points to their name.
Well, let's see how far they can make it before the day comes to an end, although OR Esports and Hyderabad Hydra is about to play their last game of the day. It's going to be quite interesting to see how they finish their league stage run. On the other side, same can be said for Team Soul, who have managed to figure out a way and wiggle their way, in fact, into the top 16, sitting on the 13th position right now with 72 points. I have to say they need about 10-15 points to get to safety. so that the final spot is guaranteed for them, and it should not be a difficult task for Team Soul to secure 15 points.
Well, I guess they might just need a few manicures at the end of this, because since they're going to be playing the last game, they're going to be biting their nails in the final two games of the day, which means you might have to book a few appointments at the spa. But now, the team in the red zone, Revenant Esports, they still have a chance. Orangutan, they still have a chance. But the thing is, 58 points, they need a big, big game to cement their position in the top 16. Now, the thing is, for Enigma Galaxy and Revenants, they still have 3 games in hand, which means, well, they could be climbing up higher on that ladder. But I love the fact that, you know, it's all going to come down to the line. It's all going to come down to the last game. And us sitting over here, when we were just, you know, biting our nails just a few moments ago during the game, because mine are pretty much gone. I'm not going to show them on screen because, oh, my mother's not going to be happy with what I've done to my nails. But again, just coming back to the game, maybe we might book a few appointments as well. Matty Petty, you know, sure, why not? It's the 21st century, mate. Yeah. But the thing is, you know, it is going to be something interesting. Let's do one thing. Let's actually have a listen from the winners of your game, because Mamba is on the stage with them now.
जानेंगे जरूर, सारी की सारी बातचीत करेंगे मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले इमॉर्टल और पंक दोनों से सवाल जवाब करेंगे ऑफ कोर्स। लेकिन यहाँ पे बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग डेवलपमेंट्स हुई आपकी टीम के साथ। पहले मैं आपके पास आना चाहता हूँ, कंसिस्टेंसी का राज बताइए। हमने देखा था, आपने देखिए सेकंड पोजीशन, थर्ड पोजीशन पे भी आए थे, स्ट्रगल किया था थोड़ा शुरुआत में चिकन डिनर निकालने के लिए, लेकिन यहाँ पे आपने निकाला है। ये कंसिस्टेंसी का राज क्या है?
कंसिस्टेंसी का राज तो भी ऑनेस्ट सही बताऊँ, सेंस है, यही कंसिस्टेंसी का राज। उसकी मतलब रोटेशन हम लोग फॉलो करते हैं और बहुत अच्छा आईजीएल है, और बाकी वही चीज़ें फॉलो करिए। बाकी आप नए आईजीएल हमारा पंक, इसमें सेंस तो देखने मिला नहीं, पूरा आईजीएल इसने करा है पंक ने।
ये कह रहे कि आप नए आईजीएल बन गए, तो बिना आईजीएल खेलना, जो इतने टाइम से अपने स्क्वाड को लीड करते आ रहे हैं, यहाँ पे किस तरीके का एक्सपीरियंस था आपके लिए?
एक्सपीरियंस तो काफ़ी अच्छा था एंड मज़े भी आए, एंड फाइनल्स में और मज़े आएंगे।
या फाइनल्स में और मज़े आएंगे। यहाँ पे मैन ऑफ फ्यू वर्ड्स, बट एक चीज़ मैं जानना चाहूँगा, फाइनल्स की बात करिए इन्होंने, ग्रुप स्टेज में कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस रहती है आपकी, लेकिन फाइनल्स आते आते, प्लेऑफ्स आते आते कोई ना कोई दिक्कत ज़रूर आती है। इस बार क्या प्लान्स है? आपने सोचा है कि किस तरीके से डील करेंगे इस प्रेशर के साथ?
तो प्लान्स तो मतलब चेंजेस तो हैं, बता नहीं सकता क्या चेंजेस हैं, और मेजर चेंजेस है आपको देखने मिलेंगे फाइनल्स में। बाकी सेमीफाइनल का मोमेंटम बना रहे हैं कि भाई सेमीफाइनल में चिकन वगैरह निकाल रहे हैं ना, तो वही फ्लो हम मेंटेन करना चाहते हैं फाइनल्स में, इसलिए हम लोग सेमीफाइनल में भी चाह रहे हैं कि अच्छा जाए, और वही मेंटेन करेंगे फाइनल्स में भी।
जी हाँ, अच्छा जरूर जाएगा। जिस तरीके से आप खेलना, अगर इसी तरीके से खेलते रहेंगे तो आपको रोकना नामुमकिन सा होने वाला है। बट देखेंगे एक्सो क्या गुल खिलाती है। फिलहाल चलेंगे हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स के पास, जो हमें बताएंगे और चीजें इस टीम के बारे में और बाकी सारी टीम्स के बारे में भी।
All right. Interesting. They were talking about major changes, right?
I want to know.
Yeah, you were a competitive player. What major change can you make in one day, man?
I mean, look, they're at the tippity top. When I was in my competitive stage, I was not at the tippity top. Our team did quite bad. So, you know, well, I'm going to come back to your question, because the next game now is going to be in the deserts of Miramar once again. And reminder to all of you watching, this is going to be the final game for the teams from Group B. I'm talking about AUTOBOTZ. I'm talking about FS Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, OR Esports, Team Soul, Reckoning Esports, Team Esportswala. A lot of esports. I think we're in the right business, right? And of course, TSM, which means it's going to be exciting. But all this action is going to continue on the other side of this little break.
Watch it, earn it. ये लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो।
तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं।
तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग कैसे पेल देगा साले।
Well, welcome back once again to the Ultimate Throwdown. I'm, of course, talking about BGMI Showdown. Now, Arca is going to be joining us once again, which means, well, the studio is going to get just that little bit brighter. But boy, oh boy, buddy, the last game for Group B, what are you thinking is going to happen in this round?
I mean, I would say that, you know, it was a do-or-die situation. Most of them did live up to that. Ultimately, Team Soul climbing tables over there. That's a sigh of relief for their fans. But will they be able to hold the very position? And so will be other teams who will be trying to put themselves in the same spot, right? It's time to become the loose cannons in the game.
Let me know, of course, we have all you lovely people watching in the chat, and I do have it open right now. And, well, what do you think? Is Team Soul going to make it in this little showdown, or are they going to be slipping through the gaps and, well, bidding us adieu? Because, again, this is going to be a massive game. Team Esportswala smiles abound because although they have an idea that they are going to be bidding us adieu as far as the finals are concerned, well, they are going to try and give it their best in their final game. The thing is, it is going to be Miramar. They're going to have a lot more options over here, Arca. The question is, are they going to seize the moment?
Now, they might have to seize the moment. One good thing for the side of Team Soul is, again, the other group is not playing out. It's the same group playing it out with one another. We don't have the side of GodLike coming in over here. We don't have the side of Team INS coming in over here, who tend to go challenge them in their drop location. So another match for them to redeem themselves, probably put another 15-20 points in this game, which will be more than enough for them to be in the top 16 and to go in for the finale itself. Now, Goblin in the previous game was so beautiful. I'm looking forward to see the same kind of execution coming in from the side of Team Soul.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, because once again, we're going to have a look at Aquanox and the lovely way he just uses the phone. Because Johnny was telling me yesterday, right? So when somebody introduced him to the four-claw concept, he kind of did mention that you're supposed to use your thumbs as well, which is something that he is going to be doing without. But again, you know, I guess you use whatever advantages that you have in your favor to make sure you get the job done. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to be flying high over the deserts of Miramar, and it does look like we are going to be going to the northeast of the map, because the plane path should be starting just a little south of Los Leones, and, well, there you have it. It's going to be ending all the way up north at Torre Ahumada, just west of Campo Militar. But again, the circle is going to be what decides the fate as to how the teams are going to be moving in around the map.
No, obviously, right? This flight path does allow you to go back to your drop locations very easily, but ultimately it's not like the previous map of Miramar where you will have to go in for a fight. You would want to get those finishes for yourself. Yet again, we're able to see the teams playing it out over here. But we have to see how much points can Team Soul put in over here. In case they're challenged in their drop locations and thrown out of the tournament, that is where the other teams, the underdog teams or the stars in the making will come in and make sure they make themselves known in this champion series over here itself.
You know what's funny is, so I do actually have the live stream open, and the chat is, well, they do love showing their emotions, but one person says there might just be a clash in Picardo. Now that is something that we were kind of anticipating, because, you know, somebody might just come in and try and play spoil sport as far as Team Soul is concerned, but by the look of things, they are going to be there all by their lonesome.
As I said, nobody dares go knock at the doors of Team Soul, because previously when several teams have tried to do that, you know, they have paid a very hefty price. So I do believe that Team Soul are going to stick back to the basics of sticking together, making sure they take control with the circle going into the northern side of the map. Specific center, northern, it's going to be water treatment to the epicenter of the circle.
It is going to be towards the north, which means, well, most of the teams are already going to be in that first circle. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to be heading over to Campo Militar, as we've seen them do time in and time out in the map of Miramar. And once again, Los Leones is going to be occupied by 3 teams. But, ooh, looks like we might just have a little early clash over here, as K47 might have some weapons on him. But the thing is, if Skylightz Gaming decide to look down above that hill, he could be in a world of hurt.
I do believe that Skylightz Gaming have a clue that there is somebody close by, but as well as we know Skylightz Gaming, they're not going to take unwanted fights from the get-go itself. It's not about the finish points which they want, it's about trying to retain that man advantage. As I speak too early, Skylightz Gaming, as they're going to fall back, will try to tag off the side of Team FS, who will be getting into hard cover, as Skylightz Gaming would spread their wings towards the side of Creative Fields and get the ample amount of loot they want.
Well, they might want to spread their wings and fly. Unfortunately, this vehicle does not have wings, and they're just going to be bumping their way as they make it to their preferred drop spot. Now, the thing is, they don't really have a lot of options, because they are going to be heading towards Monte Nuevo and all those compounds that do lie in the way. But the problem is, a couple of members from Enigma Galaxy are already going to be there, which means now they might actually have to go towards El Pozo or even Creative Fields to the north. But now, coming to the south of the map, Los Leones. I love this place. I don't know. It's just, you know, all these unfinished high-rise buildings, right? They open up so many different avenues of attack and defense as well, because of all the angles. You've got to be really careful when you are acting like Spider-Man, jumping from one building to another. But for now, Team EXO finally Arca with a chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh yes, they were doing really wonderful without that winner but finally it was just another feather to their crown, which is gonna be more than enough for them to probably boost 100% more confidence. You know, in the final day, we can expect them to do wonders, or also trying to make a statement. No matter what phase of the tournament it is, we are just gonna give 100% and carry that momentum. But the team which has shocked me to come in pretty much close towards the side of Team EXO is gonna be Hyderabad Hydras. The previous official tournaments they've played, they've suffered a lot, but this tournament, they are here to make a statement. They're here to say that we are the team to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of previous tournaments, they have made their way through the Pro Series, right? Now, we did see that they didn't have the best starts. They did show some glimpses of, you know, hope, especially in the maps of Miramar, winning a couple of them, if I'm not wrong, during the league stage.
Yeah.
However, they just fell short. But again, I like the fact that, you know, they just picked themselves back up exactly where they fall down. And this time around, as you mentioned, they've been firing on all cylinders right from the get-go. Now, OR Esports, you were talking about making statements. They've already made enough of a statement, man. 163 points, if you have a look at the right of your screens right now, is where they are, which means they have a good 32-point lead over Team EXO, who are going to be closing the gap sooner or later. But now with teams like BB down at the bottom with 15, and of course, this is not their last game. They still have a few more games in hand, but, you know, it is going to be just a bit too late for them to make any dent in this tournament.
Now TSM on the other side is going in for an early rotation on the western side of the map towards the side of El Pozo, where Skylightz Gaming are holding their ground, and probably we can expect a clash to be occurring over here. But when we see the overall points table, TSM in the 11th position, they might be overtaken by the side of Team Soul just in case they do much better. That means the next few games to be played by the side of Revenant, Enigma Galaxy and the EWSF, they might be trying to do their best to, you know, come in, grab those 16th or the 14th position, and that is where Team TSM could be suffering a lot.
They could be indeed, but now, you know, it's always two sides of the same coin, right? Because we've seen whenever TSM do step on the gas as far as aggression is concerned, they do manage to get a few points from the game, whether it's from position or whether it's from finishes on its own. But the thing is, looks like action is going to break out early on as Big Brothers are going to be opening up on Autobots, but there is going to be a little retaliation. Beast is now going to be going up against Autobots' Hell. Now, Mr. IGL down on his knees, Hellgod down on his knees. Hell is going to come in. He gets the better of Beast OP. Looks like he isn't going to be overpowered right now, but the retaliation is coming in. The cavalry has come in. He does have nice cover. In fact, he does manage to get a couple of knocks on them as Scream is going to be right in the open, coming straight out of space. This is where he's going to be careful, but a grenade from Zen OP is going to be everything that is going to be wrong for Autobots right now, as two of the members, well, they're going to say bye-bye to us. But the question is, buddy, where are the rest of the Autobots?
Now, somewhere they were kind of far away, right? And due to which they're going to be regretting the decision of going in for a split. But ultimately, Fox and his teammate have somehow come in a bit more closer with the artillery they've got. They might strike in against the side of BBs. Two different angles is what they're holding. A double trouble is what they're trying to give the side of BBs. But the momentum which BBs have shown in the initial fight, especially with Scream rushing in and deviating the opponents, whereas Zenop put in the perfect grenade right behind the boxes. I do believe they have a better momentum, but all of that is going to be predicted as a fight which is going to be occurring over here as Opex is going to take the first shots.
Well, Opax is going to be making a little bit of an entry, but he's got to be careful because Scream is going to be screaming with his M4. He's going to get the better of him, and now it's going to be Mr. Fox all by his lonesome, and I guess he does realize that, you know what, this fight is something that he cannot win at this moment, because have a look at that. Hellgod and Zen OP, they are hungry for some more blood. I think they do have an idea where Fox is. Is it going to be hunting season right now, or is Fox going to go in his hole? Because for now, he is going to get a grenade out. He's going to pull the pin. Molotovs are going to come his way. He knows someone is behind the tree. He is going to fling it. That grenade might do a tremendous amount of damage. And now he's going to tuck his tail and run in the other direction. But look at that. Scream is going to be coming in on the other side. His options over here are very limited. But there you have it. He does bottom out. He does let loose a few shots with the Scar Rail. But it's going to be Scream doing all the talking with his M4.
No, Big Brothers on the other side with 4 finishes. They're still not going to be ending in a good note because Team EXO have put their crosshairs towards them, and Big Brothers will be losing a player after players in case Punk wants to push in over here. It looks like Punk did see the commotion happen far away with the smokes being deployed. They know that was an extended fight, but Big Brothers right now will be challenged ruthlessly, and they know whose drop location this is, and that's the reason why they're going to tuck their tails and run away, leaving Zenopi to bleed out over here, and Team EXO are going to get one finish for themselves, and that's a very free one.
Poor lad. The funny thing is that all these teams, the 3 teams that are battling it out on our screens right now, are the ones who are pretty decent neighbors in Los Leones, right? They don't really get into any kerfuffles or trouble in the city, but once you're outside the city, well, that is lawlessness and anything goes. But now the circle is going to be shifting in. We are going to have a little bit of a northern shift. I wanted to end somewhere at the Oasis right at the top because, you know, I mean, people are going to think, wait a second, is that a Mirage? No, that is somebody running around across the water. I want to see something different. But for now, I do believe the action is going to be taking place in San Martin. Now, this is where it all opened up. I do believe Big Brothers had an idea that the Autobots were already here, so it's not like they caught them off guard, but hell, he did do a good job over here getting 2 of the members down, but unfortunately for him, it was Zenopi's grenade that blew him to smithereens.
Now, this fight almost extended to more than a minute, and the teammates of Autobots still did not choose to come in and support their teammates, whereas Big Brothers on the other side, teamwork was the key for their success, but ultimately far away, another drop is going to be coming down, and it's got the deadly Groza in it, as TSM will finally take the fight against the side of RGE, get that finish as well, and TSM are also looking for some finishes already.
And it looks like they are going to be battling it out with Reckoning Esports. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. For TSM, this is going to be a massive game. For Reckoning Esports, this is a massive game as well because, well, this is the last time you are going to see them in the league stage. They got to make sure that they, A, survive till as long as possible because, you know, those possession points are definitely going to come in handy, and B, of course, get a few finishes along the way. But now, as TSM's Ninja John is going to be just running around in the house, they're going to be under observation by FS Esports, who have a nice little spot for themselves atop this hill.
Now, the epicenter of the circle is what FS have prioritized themselves, and 47 is now using an M249.
Whip out the sniper!
Yeah, exactly. Before I could even spill those beans, you just told you want to see a sniper action coming in over here. But the problem lately is this. You know, people have become so strong with AR. If you try to be a little stable, shots are going to be fired towards you. But 47 his movements are really strong. With that 6x scoped in, he's still able to, you know, manage his crosshairs here and there. Now what is he trying to do? Taunt the opponent so that they come in for a peek. Yeah, he wants them to peek, and that is where he wants to lay the bullet.
All right, let's see if he is going to put one right between the whites of the enemy's eyes, as TSM are going to be gathering up in the compound down below, as Explicit is going to be jumping from building to building, trying to get a different angle for himself. But ooh, looks like he does spot some movement in the distance down below on the other side, which means now they've got to be careful, as Reckoning Esports, they are going to be inching and creeping their way ever so close for comfort as far as this team is concerned. Now, TSM are in a precarious situation, right? Because they do have this compound for cover, which of course is going to be in their favor. However, if the circle does tend to shift away from them over here, Arca, they're going to have a tough time getting out because they're going to be surrounded by the enemy on either side.
Somewhere I feel the circle might be shifting towards the side of lakh, and that is where the high grounds of Team FS is still going to favor them out. Or in case it comes down south towards the side of water treatment, Team Soul, who is now watching out for the side of Team OR as well as Team EXO, three of the strongest teams in the lobby, very close proximity to one another at the Miramar area. I want to see what's going to happen. That corner, finally, an M249 shot connects, and look who is the happiest on the desk over here. I mean, XP, I'm going to allow you to do the rest.
Oh, that was just beautiful. That was a clean headshot. Please, production, tell me that we can't see that on the replay, because someone definitely was observing him. But speaking of the shift, we are going to have a little southern shift. In fact, bits of the water treatment plant are still going to be in play, which means cover is still going to be aplenty. But K47, can you show us a little bit of an encore of what you just did moments ago? Because we definitely want to see you blow someone's head clean off their shoulders. But for now, FS Esports is clutch. He does realize that someone else is going to be moving in the neighborhood, and they want to make sure their backs are secure, because there you have it. He spots the convoy on the move, and this time it's the boys from HYDRA official.
Does he have an artillery to put against them? Can he put down the side of Team HYDRA is what I'll be looking out for, because ultimately it's about you creating that no-go area, right? The more you allow your opponents to come in a bit more closer towards you, the better they can strategize against you. But Enigma Galaxy taking the fight towards the side of Skylightz Gaming, the strongest of the teams in the map of Miramar. Now this is where I feel they've taunted the wrong bears. The revival will be coming in, but Somraj with that M4, with the Mini 14 and the 8X has done the damage, will be going in for the confirmation, as well as he's going to be going with the 4X rather. A mid-range battle as Pukar is going to get revived. TSM will be on the receiving end just in case they extend too much.
Keep an eye out on your mini-map on your top right. Have a look at that purple color on the right. Now that is Enigma Galaxy, which means that if Skylightz Gaming decide to go in for those finishes as far as TSM is concerned, chances are they might not make it. Now, Enigma Galaxy, they do have that high ground compound, which was occupied by TSM just moments ago, which, you know, they did decide to move down towards the safety of that giant warehouse, which kind of does make sense. But the problem is it's a valley of death situation, right? Because you've got high ground on either side, and it's always easier to shoot down than shoot uphill. But for now, all they have to do is just hunker down, fortify their position, because elsewhere, somebody else is going to be fortifying their position, because Ace Black from Hyderabad Hydras wants that spot. In fact, his teammates are going to be backing him up as they take the fight straight to Reckoning Esports' door. Maxi.
Reckoning Esports. I'm so sorry, Reckoning Esports on the other side. He's going to be coming in using the gun. The right thing to do in a close range battle. Puts him down. It's got to be LeBron. I was expecting him to go in for a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer with the grenade, but rather he chooses for his gun. But his teammate is thinking otherwise, as the grenade's going to be lofted. Let's see whether this connects.
Well, that is going to be a little tricky, because the revive is something that they are going to go for, but the problem is they don't know the exact location. This is where Striker, have a look at what he's doing. He's going further back back, making sure he has those long lines of sight and vision, but looks like Nexus' grenade is going to connect as Maxi is going to be brought down to his means, which means now Hyderabad Hydras, boy oh boy, they do have the work cut out. Ace Black needs to do something over here. Striker from the distance. If he does spot LeBron, it could be problematic, but looks like it's the other way around as LeBron is going to let loose with that Scar Rail, making sure the enemy is kept at bay.
Now Hyderabad Hydras, they still have a chance over here to retain that 4-man squad and try to defend the opponents. And Ace Black, finally, he knew he has just got one grenade and he had to time it to perfection. He has lofted it over here, probably getting a connection against the side of Nexus. This is where LeBron would want to fall back, and that's an enough breathing space for the side of Hyderabad Hydras to go in for the revival. Finally, Cadry will be revived over here as Ace Black comes in with a perfect molly yet again. That defensive maneuver, grenades and mollies might be the key for success for the side of Hyderabad Hydras to save themselves against the side of Reckoning.
Well, Ace Black acing the fight straight to LeBron. His position is going to be compromised. He gets out, he shoots, he does not connect as an AKM is going to be a bit slower against that UMP. Ace Black making sure that LeBron is going to be out of the equation. And Carry is going to make sure Nexus comes in. And ladies and gentlemen, lo and behold, Hyderabad Hydras, your kings of Miramar, are proving their mettle on our screen as elsewhere. TSM are taking the fight straight to Skylightz Gaming. It kind of looks like Skylightz Gaming might have just exploded on their position, but now at the water treatment plant, it's going to be Team Xbox laying down all that lead in Esportswala's direction.
I strongly feel Team Xbox can actually still do wonders in this lobby. In case they get a 20 finish winner chicken dinner, probably they'll have a slight chance to get that 16th position for themselves. But ultimately, we have been seeing there's still stars in the making with the best IGL out there in the game trying to support them out. This is the fight to witness over here. Top Dog will be the last ray of hope for the side of FS as Siam is going to be coming in from the other side. Can Explicit pull out over here in a close range battle? Top Dog does push in over there against Explicit, but by then it was on the other side where the story was sung, and FS is going to say goodbye from the lobby.
Well, FS was in the position for quite a long time. They were the kings of the hill, but you know what they say, if you come out for the king, you better not miss. And, well, the opponents definitely did not miss over there. But right now, Akinox in a tricky situation. He is going to be bleeding behind that buggy as Vixie is going to be laying down all that lead in Ace Black's direction. A few of the shots do connect. He needs to move away from the vehicle. It does go boom, and now finally he can take some much-needed cover behind that Scooby-Doo van. As Apollo, although he is knocked out, they still have an semblance of cover in all directions, which means for now they can still get their captain up and move into the next circle. But the problem is, buddy, Hyderabad Hydras, they know exactly what these boys want to do, and well, Maxi, Ace Black and Carry are going to be setting up a little blockade, but they got to be careful because Team Soul from behind is going to be problematic. Wait a second, TSM in the 13th finish, they're going to be out in the 13th position. That could be a little problematic for them, Marco.
Obviously, right. I don't think so. They have enough points on the table to come into the top 16 and top 10. I'm so sorry, because in the 11th position with 77 points is what they got last time I saw them on the table. So hopefully we can see them jump a position or two. But Revenant on the other side gets taken down. Even they were one of the teams who were still on the chase to the top 16 position. But Enigma Galaxy trying to do their best to take the maximum amount of points from this game.
Well, Revenant still have 2 more games at hand after this to make a little bit of a dent in the top 16 before now. Maxi is going to be opening up on Enigma Galaxy, but no, it's going to be HYDRA official from behind. That's going to be thwarting his little attack right now. Now, speaking of his teammate, Carry, remember, there are only 2 men alive right now, so they are going to be in a little bit of a pickle over here as they are going to be fired upon from the other Hydras in the distance. But, lucky for them, the circle is going to be descending right on them. And in fact, speaking of luck, Team Soul are going to be a happy bunch of people as well. Keep in mind, Team Soul, Arca, they thrive in the fact that, you know, once they have the circle, they are good at picking off anything that moves in the distance.
Now this is where they need to create a no-go area, or things could go bad, because Team EXO versus OR, which is taking place towards the side of Hasi and the Del Patron area. In case they decide to come inside the circle, the next people they're going to be finding is the side of Team Soul, where man advantage is the only way for you to take them down. As the grenade is going to be cooked in from the side of Carry, who got that amazing 2 finishes against the team which was holding up a ground against Reckoning. Now is concentrating on the other side.
Well, Samraj is the intended target for this grenade. If he lobs it over, that boulder is going to be perfect. In fact, it goes off at the right moment. All that shrapnel raining down, just piercing through the skull of Samraj as his teammate Kamla Boy can't just help but look on. But now MJ's position is going to be given away. Fortunately for him, the palm trees are going to come in just a little bit handy. Now, he's going to be low on HP, and, well, Vixie is going to make sure he assists his teammate, as well as grenades are going to be going off elsewhere. Aditya's from Team OR is going to be opening up on Team XO, but for now, Pukar is going to be taking a fight with the opponents over here. Gamla Boy patches himself up, knows exactly where the enemy is, and I like that they're being a little careful. They aren't going to rush over the hill just willy-nilly, as grenades are going to be exchanged, and, well, as far as Skylightz Gaming is concerned, not a lot of options for them here, Arca.
Now Team X on the other side says goodbye from the lobby at the 10th position thanks to the side of Team OR, but the damage has been dealt by the side of Team OR because they're going to be two men standing trying to make it inside the circle where Enigma Galaxy 5 finishes strong, the confidence surging through their spine, now wants to take a fight against the strongest teams in the lobby. It's going to be Skylightz Gaming. Trying to fall back over here will be a wise decision for them as well, but we all know once you give them space to re-strategize, we know how strong they can bounce back towards you.
Absolutely, it looks like OR Esports' Jelly, the last man standing for his team, is going to be driving past, as well as it looks like Hyderabad Hydras are going to be saying bye-bye, or do they still have one man standing? They still have one man standing, as finally Team Soul are going to be racking up a few finishes for themselves, as OR Esports are going to bid us adieu. Skylightz Gaming are going to bid us adieu in the 8th position with 3 finishes, which means now we only have 7 teams that the screen is going to shake, as Team X-Park Arca, against all odds, still a 4-man squad. Question is, can they get a few big games? Can they make it to the top 16?
Now with that shots coming in from far, far away, Ultron, yes, they can make it possible over here. They've already got 6 finishes for themselves, and the next intended target is going to be the side of Team Soul, who are right over the ridges out there. But ultimately, it's going to be someone else trying to support the side of Team Soul over here. Is going to be the side of Hydras, as they're concentrating a double diversion coming in from their side. One is going to be the side of Team X-Park, the other one is going to be the side of Team Enigma Galaxy. This is the moment for the side of Team X-Park to rush into the doorsteps of Team Soul, take that hard cover for themselves so that it becomes much more easier for them. But the no-go area which Team Soul can create is phenomenal.
I love what I'm seeing on the minimap, because two gentlemen, as you mentioned, from Hyderabad Hydras are focusing on the boys from Enigma Galaxy, and, well, Team X-Park are coming under fire as well. Now, Doc, the closest man to Team Soul's position, has got to be careful. They've got to deploy a lot of smokes. In fact, they need a bit of a smoke screen wall if they want to give Team Soul a run for their money. Now, Goblin, he's in a good position. He does have those broken walls to work around with, but Enigma Galaxy's height is going to be an advantage for now. But the problem is, buddy, they've got to come inside the circle, as Dreams is going to have that little overseer position. But if you are spotted up top, it's going to be Scream, the last man from Big Brothers, who's going to put a little bit of a dent in his plans. And, well, they thought their backs were secure, and now they finally realize that someone is lurking just behind them.
If BBs had played this well in the previous games, it would have been much more better. But better late than never is the key for the guys of BB. But eventually they get taken down in the 5th position with 5 finishes for themselves. A very good average coming in over there. But it's going to be Team X-Park taking that damage, taking that revenge against the side of Team Hydras, who did take down one of their players. Will now concentrate on getting those finish points so that it becomes easier for them, with Team Soul just getting 1 finish holding the dead center of the circle. It's going to be the side of Team Hydra versus Team X-Park, which could next take place, as Enigma Galaxy will concentrate on the side of Team Soul. But Hydra is extending too much. Yet again, a divided attention not going in their favor. This is the time where the iron is hot.
Well, it is going to be exactly the right thing for Team X-Park. They're going to be concentrating on Hydra official right now, because it looks like Enigma Galaxy are going to be taking a little attention away as far as Team Soul is concerned. Grease, your Lamborghini can be spotted, as you are going to be jumping over the hill over there. And it looks like Marvi has an idea that he's going to be coming straight for his position. There you have it. He's going to be tucking himself between the buggies. In fact, Dreams is just going to be trying to bait them out, because Apollo and Wixie from up top are going to try and flush them out and, well, get a few shots. But no, it's going to be Marvi with his precision shots. That's going to make sure that Vixie is going to have to back off, as Apollo is going to be taken down by the Green Goblin from Team Soul.
Now this is where Marvi knows that they need to allow the side of Team Soul to take down the side of Enigma Galaxy for them to get that 2nd position, or probably trying to challenge the top spot itself. With one of their players bleeding out, Juicy is going to be making his way closer to Marvi, when the revival will be coming in. A beautiful grenade coming in from the side of Goblin, exploding in the faces of Team X-Park. A follow-up grenade can say Team X-Park goodbye from the lobby.
Well, it does kind of look like that because Marby is definitely going to bleed out. Dog does not have a lot of options. In fact, he is going to be laying down shots in empty position. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a new contender for the Grenadier because, well, Goblin with his precision throws just blew Team Xbox to another Galaxy. And, well, speaking of Galaxy, NIGMA is still in this game with all 4 members alive. Now, HYDRA official, they still have 1 man lurking in the distance. But again, 1 going up against 4 is a bit of a tricky situation.
He's just gonna allow the other 2 to fight it out, right? My enemy's enemy is my friend is gonna be the only equation for him to bring it successful. But Goblin on the other side, he just wants to look out for his backlines before he starts his assault up front. Secret needs to be calm, needs to be composed. I love the 4-man to fight it out, and probably when he sees that only 1 man is standing from the either side, that is where he can come in and take that winner chicken dinner for himself. It's gonna be Team Soul getting 47% of the advantage over here, obviously because of the hard covers they're holding for themselves. As the real estate is gonna be taken over here, Secret is gonna reveal himself, which could be a big problem for him as Team Soul will pushing in towards him. It's going to be the end of the story for the side of Team HYDRA, but the retaliation, oh my goodness, this man is making everything happen.
I like what Enigma Galaxy is doing because Dreams is going to go on a massive right rotation, and this has given enough time for Wixie and Apollo to close the gap in the compound where Team Soul are now. Team Soul, they're definitely going to be feeling the brunt. They're definitely going to be feeling the pressure because they need to make sure they get as many points from position as possible to make sure they make it to the finals tomorrow, because for now they have a minimum of 15 points guaranteed from this game at this given moment, and I'm sure they are going to be adding at least 5 to 6 more. But there you have it. Akshat finally does spot that flank coming in as Dreams is going to be brought down to his knees, and well, Secret, his position is a little bit of a secret at this moment.
Now, Team Soul, nobody has throwables in their name. Can you see? It's just smokes is what they've all got. So, it's going to be hard for them to get that confirmation through those throwables, which is their forte when it comes to a close-range battle. First, knock the players down, then use a grenade to get the confirmations. Whereas on the other side, Enigma Galaxy are going to heal themselves and wait out for the side of Team Soul to come out of their hard cover and then take the fight to the faces of the enemies. Because the circle is still not favoring anybody, and all 3 teams are almost inside the circle. It's going to be a secret who's holding that strongest cover inside. He's grabbed the attention of the 2 major players of Team Soul, Omega as well as Goblin. Now is the time. Now is the time for Enigma to push in.
I'm going to have to just correct you a little bit because it does seem like Team Soul, they're finally going to have to move out from their haven at this moment. Now the question is, how do they do it? Oh, Goblin, you might have just shown your position. Unfortunately, MJ and Wixie were just looking in the other direction. Now, I like what Enigma are doing, right? They've got the entire angle surrounded because no matter wherever they come out from, Team Soul are going to have to come over that little hill over there and, well, take the fight straight to the enemy. But also, Secret is going to be that little, forget thorn on the side, he's going to have something cheeky up his sleeve because if Team Soul do not respect his position, they might just pay a heavy price. But looks like his position has been taken away. Oh, that grenade was phenomenal. But of course, we can see that the major portion of the HP has been taken up. But Goblin, well, he thinks there's no one there.
Now that is the best way to do it, right? Even though you got damage, you're just not going to be, it's unstable, but rather you're going to be much composed as Goblin yet again goes into the high grounds. Now he has to be very, very careful because they've already seen him come in from this angle before. So probably one crosshair will be waiting for Goblin to make the very mistake. But look at the seriousness on Secret's face. Even though he's not got any of those meds, he's still going in for those bandages. But ultimately, MJ getting taken down. Now the tables have turned against the side of Team Soul, but can they capitalize over here as Enigma in behind those ridges are waiting for Team Soul to come out in the open.
Now, as far as Enigma is concerned, they need to have a coordinated plan of attack over here because if they pop up one by one, chances are all 4 guns of Team Soul are going to be trained on that gentleman's position. But over here, I think he finally heard something. A little bit of a shuffle down below. He knows someone is going to be down below him as Wixie, Apollo, and Dream. Well, they are pretty close to one another. Omega could be caught in that crossfire. No, it's going to be smokes. They're trying to obscure the vision of Team Soul. But have a look at Goblin. Looks like he did take a few shots to his noggin. His HP is going to be down below, and Wixie with that grenade is going to make sure that the tables are turning. And, well, the man advantage is going to be going. Omega finally coming out. That is a beautiful moment over there. He is going to be brought down with the grenade as well, but this is where Apollo needs to go in for the finish. He can't go for the revive because, well, Akshat is going to have that high ground over there, and Hector is going to be hiding behind the wall. But this is where Secret can come and stab a knife in the backs of Team Soul.
Now let's see whether that's going to happen as Hector now knows the location coming in over here. Apollo way too close, going in for a 1v2, but eventually he's got to fail and this is the time where Hydras can come out and they're going to clutch it out. But who took that? Was it the side of Hydra getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves?
What? It was HYDRA Esports as we expected. He comes out with his knife and stabs it deep in the backs of Team Soul. Oh my goodness. Team Soul thought that they had won it. We all thought that they had won it, but have a look at the smiles on his face. HYDRA official with a massive game here, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you one thing. Secret definitely has a few secrets up his sleeve, and boy, oh boy, that is what composure is all about.
I mean, he just wants to share that happiness, you know. His teammates are just putting the head down because he went against their decisions, I do believe, because he's come out successful. Team Soul on the other side are going to regret that because they are concentrating on the bigger picture. They have a chance to represent India, and all such silly mistakes of not checking the corners properly can cost them a lot over here. But ultimately, one man is going to have the final laugh. That's going to be from the side of Team HYDRA. The final moments of the game where NIGMA Galaxy are going to regret, especially the push coming in from the Apollo. If we had done a little more faster, I think it would have been a better job for them.
Could have put a shot of maybe ifs and buts here, Arca, but let me tell you one thing. Take a bow, Secret, because I know you are going to have that little cheeky smile on your face for a long, long time. Because yes, sir, you just pulled off quite the impossible, as HYDRA Esports are going to be really happy with the outing in this game. Now, as far as Team Soul is concerned, I think they might have exactly done the job because they did have about 8 finishes or something around there. And of course, those 12 points coming in from positions is going to be really helpful as well.
I mean, I really have to say the final fight was so good that right now I'm just not bothered about the overall points table, literally. Because when that grenade which went in from the side of Goblin, if he had made a little bit of a commotion, thinking that a follow-up grenade might be coming in towards him, that would have changed everything for him. But the composure was the key for him, and Hydras have proved to us that they are the stars in the making.
Well, once again, the MVP is going to be Goblin from Team Soul. 4 finishes, not as high as you normally see this lad racking up. However, the damage does speak for itself. Now, he was good. He was actually instrumental for making sure that Team Soul does get to this position, but a couple of oopsies at the end over there made sure that, well, they went out in the second position. Now, the funny thing is, you know, of course, we are going to be switching to the interview in due time, not just yet, but I do believe Mamba could have been, you know, getting a few questions prepared for Team Soul, but now I do believe I want to have a look and see what Secret has to say. But for now, the top players on our screens, it's going to be Dreams from Enigma Galaxy. Akshat is going to be joining his teammate Goblin as well. And well, Secret, you definitely deserve to be there.
I mean, even though he's a minute lesser than that of Team Soul, that few seconds difference where he come in and struck, that was amazing. I really didn't get to know in that commotion. I really thought that, you know, they had pulled it off, but his random spray in the smoke had changed everything for the side of HYDRA.
You know, initially when Goblin lobbed a grenade and he almost was taken out, and then Amali went in the next room, one thing he did was really smart. He didn't patch himself up right there and then, because the sound cue would have given his position away. In fact, if you remember, when Goblin was the fiddler on the roof up top, he did hear something, because, you know, he was looking at it, he was like, wait a second, I'm pretty sure I do hear something down below. But again, I did say one thing. If they don't respect the fact that there is someone lurking down below them, they're going to have to pay the heavy price, which they, well, eventually did.
Element of doubt, you need to rely on that sometimes, but ultimately it's got to be AUTOBOTZ who did start off when it comes to this game. We really thought that they could erase off the side of BB, but this was the deception game coming in from their side, where Scream was the person to bait it out, and finally his teammate Xenopi with that grenade was able to do wonders. But Jackson on the other side from the vehicle getting blown off, that is where Team Hydras had to fumble, probably tremble when it comes to the opponents. But one last man.
Well, one last man. You know, even if you are a beta, the best thing is you better be the master of it, because the thing is, it is a tricky situation. But of course, the grenades body did a lot of the talking in this game. Now, of course, we do see this fight breaking out between OR Esports and Team XO. But let me tell you one thing. We are going to see Goblin fling a few hot potatoes in the replays as well, because boy, oh boy, were they like homing missiles.
I mean, homing missiles for one team, especially the side of Team Xpac, who were looking strong behind those ridges, probably could have given a very, very strong fight for the side of NIGMA Galaxy, probably restricting them to go and challenge the side of Team Soul. But ultimately, it was all written out there. Right now, it's going to be Goblin. Through those pixels, he was able to connect few shots. And finally, this was the moment where everything went kaboom for the side of Team Xpac.
Well, it did go out with a bang, and that is, of course, the way you want to do that, right? But again, you know, Team Soul, they had all these advantages right up until this point, which they did, you know, take advantage of. Wow, a lot of advantages said by me in the last few seconds. But this grenade, knocking Goblin off, basically making sure that one of their major angles from atop that roof, once that was negated, it was easy. But again, when Apollo just went out, dashed in the smoke, two gentlemen from Soul come running out. But this is the moment of truth. Secret comes out. Let's lose a few shots, and well, that is all she wrote as far as Team Soul is concerned. Again, I love the fact that we have all this drama, all this commotion right till the end of day 3 of League play.
I mean, if this is League play, what's going to happen in the finals tomorrow where everybody will be challenged to lick the trophy? This is the first official LAN event of the game of BGMI, and that itself is a huge bragging rights you're going to get for a really long time. I know, HP, you're going to rub your hands because as soon as the word LAN comes in, you've experienced that before, so obviously.
I mean, the feeling is just phenomenal. It's sublime, right? Because again, you know, you there with all your opponents, you can look them in the eye and, you know, maybe have a little bit of the mind games as well. Or chances are you might just be intimidated by them because you aren't in the comfort of your house. And again, it's even Stevens for everyone, right? It's level playing field, which is exactly just the way that we like it here in the Showdown. But again, man, I mean, I'm still going to be talking about this. I'm sure all you lovely people watching out there are going to be hailing Secret's name from here on forth.
I agreed on this point. Hands down, he was the solo man. That is what a Lone Ranger will do for his team. The knight in the shining armor, you can give him everything, but rather we'll be going in for the interview right away.
कैसे हो बिकॉज पेशेंस इज अ क्वालिटी आई डू नॉट हैव और ये जो ब्राइट सी मुस्कान है आपकी इतने ज़्यादा खुश नज़र आ रहे हो क्यों ना हो प्रैक्टिकली 1v4 था 1 vs 8 था आपके लिए आप सर्वाइव कर रहे थे ग्रेनेड भी आई थी आपको डैमेज पड़ा था राइट साइड पे मोलोटोव गई थी तो किस तरीके से आपने यू हेल्ड ऑन टू योर नर्व्स और किस तरीके से इतने पेशेंट थे आप
सो एंड में लाइक एक नेड आया गॉब्लिन का मैं बच गया 1 HP उस पे आई डू नॉट हैव एनी हील्स बट वही संभाल लिया बैंडेजेस मारे NGX एंड सोल फॉट 4v4 था उनका उसके बाद अक्षत अकेला बचा था वहाँ पे मार दिया
पेशेंस एंड जो आप सही मोमेंट पे लपके हो उनके ऊपर वो आपके लिए काम कर गया बट आई वांट टू रोल बैक हिस्ट्री अ बिट आई वांट टू रोल बैक टाइम अ बिट बीजीएमआई की बात करें आपकी जो पुरानी टीम एक्सपर्ट वहाँ पे आप फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई भी नहीं कर पाए लेकिन यहाँ पे आप पोजीशन नंबर 4 पे बैठे हो वाज देयर समथिंग होल्डिंग यू बैक फ्रॉम परफॉर्मिंग
या सो वहाँ पे इट वाज माय फर्स्ट लैन एंड बहुत सारे चोक्स किए मैंने भी एज ए टीम थोड़ा इश्यू था मतलब बहुत क्या बोलते हैं मावी परफेक्ट IGL है बट हम लोग टीम के जैसे चोक कर रहे थे वहाँ पे सो अभी हाइड्रा में रोल्स आर सॉर्टेड वेल एंड बढ़िया जा रहा है सब
या बढ़िया तो जा ही रहा है लेकिन यहाँ पे टीम का क्या विजन है आगे हाइड्रा क्या करना चाहती है फाइनल्स में क्या विजन है आपका
जीतना #man वही एम है
यार एम तो वही होता है बट हाउ यू प्लानिंग टू हैव दैट
वो तो स्ट्रैटेजीज है डायनामाइट के रोटेशंस आर पिक्चर परफेक्ट सो बढ़िया सब देखते हैं अब कैसा जाता है
जी हाँ देखेंगे जरूर लेकिन हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स इस चीज के बारे में क्या कहेंगे उनसे जानेंगे सो व्हाट डू यू folks
See, that's what it's all about, the #1. And of course, Secret, he does have a few secrets under his cap, but he isn't going to be divulging any of them to us right now. But of course, he's going to be a happy lad right now. Arca, if I was in his position, that smile would be pasted on my face pretty much for the entirety. I might wake up smiling as well.
I mean, that confidence is going to be allowing him to perform much better in the tournament, hands down, because ultimately one good game is all it takes for a player to be, you know, coming out of that ugly form he was holding for a really long time. I wouldn't say Secret was holding an ugly form, but rather, you know, that I mean, I wouldn't, I said for a player basically. I just wanted to make a statement.
You know, I'm going to try and throw you under the bus.
This is XP, ladies and gentlemen. But finally, Hydras on the top of the table with 23 points for themselves. And Team Soul yet again replicating, coming into the top 2 positions. Another 21 points. Oh, yeah. And this time, they are out of the radar.
Well, it definitely looks like they are going to make it to the finals again. You know, we don't want to be biting our tongues, but Enigma Galaxy with a good game as well. 20 points coming in, 10 from placement, 10 from finishes. And well, Team Xbox finally showed a little bit of fire in them, coming in with 16 points. But again, they do still have 2 games in hand here, Arca. But for now, we're going to pit the number 1 and number 2 team against one another. HYDRA official up against Team Seoul.
The damage received says it all, right? No matter, it was a man disadvantage. One composed mind can actually win the game for you with 9 finishes going towards the side of Team Seoul. HYDRA had actually done the hard work in the before itself, but the survival time, average survival time, even though it goes in for the side of Team Seoul, the last man did have the final laugh, and ultimately Enigma Galaxy was the one doing the talking with the gun, but reaped only 60% benefits of their hard work.
They had a good outing, though. I will tell you one thing, because they were in the thick and thin of the action pretty much right from the get-go, especially when the bullets started flying over the head. And, at certain times, it did kind of look like, they were all but lost. But somehow Apollo held his ground and made sure he pulled his boys through. And even at the end, when the smoke was pretty much dissipating, he was rushing in for the finishes. And, 2 members of Seoul just come past. I mean, he really couldn't do much at that moment. But a good outing for all these teams. And, well, this is going to be the end for teams from Group B. They played their games for the league stage. The question is it going to be enough?
I mean, 2 teams who performed really well only in the final game was Team Xbox and Brick Brothers. In case they could replicate the same in the previous games they played, it would have been much more better. But ultimately, that's the story which is already told, as HYDRA will be jumping another spot in the 100-pointer mark, which they're already reached. 115 points at the 4th position is where they stand. At Skylightz Gaming have come down. But the point is this, they all still have 2 more games to play, right? EXO, HYDRA, Skylightz, as well as the side of Team INS, where they can still climb up. But where is Team Seoul standing after that beautiful game in the top of the table?
6th position for Team Seoul. They're going to be a happy bunch of campers, but on the other page, this is where things are going to be tricky, because teams like TSM, FS Esports, they've played their games, and 77 and 75 is not going to be that big of a margin, because, well, Enigma Galaxy and all the teams under them at this moment still have those 2 games in hand to make it or break it.
Our esports on the other side, that is where my eyes are going to be set, right? Because as soon as they get qualified into the top 16 and the overall points table comes in, there's going to be one man yet again coming in the dancing shoes, and that's what I'll be looking out for. But that's for a later stages of the game, because from the 17th position, the numbers are not different. It's going to be 63 points for our esports, but from the 17th position, I do believe it's very close to 63 itself.
All right, now let's just average it out at about 70, right? Because that is something that we're going to make as the benchmark right now. uDOG are still going to be in a little bit of trouble. Have a look at that. Team Kinetic with 61, Revenant with 61, again with 2 games in hand. Reckoning Esports, well, it does look like we are going to be bidding them adieu, as well as AUTOBOTZ Esports and Team Esportswala. But again, they had a good outing on this last day. Now, even for teams like Orangutan, it is still doable, because they have 58 points, just 3 shy of Kinetic Esports. Now, I'm going to put this question out to you. Team Xbox, if they have that little spark in them right now, if the next 2 games they get about 20 points each or something similar, we might just see them tomorrow as well.
You can expect from an IGL like Mavi.
I think
so. You can expect that man to bring in those experiences, because what teams he has to tackle with are not that big teams he's not faced before.
Correct.
Like Kinetic are here, Revenant are here, Orangutans are here. I mean, it's easy for him to calculate every single game. It's all about him bringing the firepower into the picture, bringing the team into the final circles, and then allowing them to assault, because he's got the dark horses in his team, and I do believe allowing them to go into the specific direction is going to be more than enough for them to move the lawn.
Well, the Dark Horses, let's see if the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are going to be, in fact, getting together once again for one last hurrah and, basically seal the deal as far as the top 16 is concerned, because this is where tough love is needed now. Let me be quite honest with you. It's not about being nice. Marvin needs to be cracking the whip and telling the boys that, hey, boys, we got to do this. Otherwise, well, the future does look a little bleak. But for now, your future is going to be nice and bright, ladies and gentlemen, because the next game is going to be fought in the tropical island of Sanhok, which, of course, means before the action commences once again, we're going to take a little bit of a breather. And, in fact, we are going to have a little switcheroo on our desk as well. But Arca, I'm still not over the fact that, Secret, he did that amazing little move right there in the last game.
I know that either that cup of coffee or the caffeine you're going to consume right now, you're just going to, encapsulate everything in your mind. And you're going to be like, if I was there, I would have just enjoyed that moment, bring in a canary moment. But that's all on the other side, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be taking a short break. Make sure you share it among your friends. Bring them all over here. And also do not forget to get the RP for yourself. See you guys on the other side.
Watch it, earn it. ये लोग हैं डकैत, हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं।
तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग कैसे पेल देगा साले?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a short break, this is gonna be BGMI Showdown, Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown to be specific, because ultimately it was a showdown of a solo man in the previous game. The secret from the side of HYDRA to pull a 1v8 off, where he allowed the other two teams to fight off, and all he had to do was one good spray from a mag of AKM.
Well, just the big brain play is being displayed and all the secrets are being revealed, but HYDRA Esports, I have to say, that was a statement right there from their end to everyone else in the lobby, that the win that they had yesterday wasn't a fluke. They have what it takes to get those chicken dinners and put their name up on the board. But as we head into the penultimate game of these league stages, it is going to be quite interesting as to what these teams are going to do on Sanhok. Group A and C will be playing this time. So Arka, what are your expectations for this one?
Now this is where I would like to see our esports doing wonders over here, probably getting themselves a winner chicken dinner, and I could end my day with a dance of canary. But ultimately, I would say that Team Xpark can go bizarre in the next 2 games. I do understand that Team Soul has done all the hard work, but still they're under the radar because several other teams who can perform as well as they have done can put them down a little. But I believe Team Soul knows what they've done over here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Team Soul, the performance has been quite interesting to say the least, because the start that we saw from their end on the first day and in fact yesterday as well, it was something that was making us question as to what is wrong with the team, why aren't they performing. But today they've showed up quite nicely and have positioned themselves quite safely, I might add, to move to the finals. But on the other side, there are still teams struggling to find their way into the top 16, and with 2 games to go, the pressure is just going to be too intense for a few of them.
Yeah, especially like the side of Orangutan, right? We've got the right dresses to be worn in the game. The Nocturne set, which is to be lurking in the shadows and striking in the map of Sanhok. If you guys have still not got it for yourself, go ahead and get that royal pass for yourself. You'll be rewarded with so many skins that you can enjoy and show them off in the game of BGMI. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the map of game changing. The map which is considered as a game changer itself is going to be happening over here as the flight path for the map 17. Looks like going right to the dead center of the map over the place of Paradise, starting off from the side of, I do believe it's Baho.
Yeah.
Ending up towards the side of Kaho. It's going to be an amazing flight path because every single team can go to their specific drop location.
So,
Bantai to Kaho.
Bantai to Kaho, that's the trajectory of the plane. And on Sanhok, the trajectory does not really seem to matter that much since the map is extremely small. It's a 4x4 map. You're quite free to drop wherever you want. But in that freedom is where Global Esports decide that, hey, this is a challenge for us, and an early drop clash quite again with the players from Enigma Galaxy, the 2-2 split. We will have to see how this is going to work out for them. But what am I seeing right now? XO, after an interesting set of matches, they decide to go for a 3-1 where Fierce is going to be quite close to the players of Team GodLike. So we will have to see if a fight breaks out over there as well. On the other side, though, we do have the circle. Again, like always, you would expect it on Sanhok. It is split between the 3 islands.
No, this is the moment for me to check out where Team Xpark has placed themselves. Even they've gone in for a complete split where Mavi as well as Juicy, both of them are pretty close towards the side of Team Hydra, with both these teams wanting themselves a very bad winner chicken and a Hydras to prove that, they can also come into the 3-pointers, whereas Team Xpark, who wants to make sure that they have a fighting chance in the finale itself. I have the side of Revenant also towards the side of Paradise Resort. Again, a team which is close to the side of Team Xpark. They also have a statement to make, as big brothers are still over here with the side of Team KE. Most of those teams who are in the bottom of the table are over here as Siam puts down Dark. That's not the kind of start Team Xpark were looking out for, and same goes for the side of Team Kinetic, as they have found the side of BBs who are almost down on their knees.
Yeah, and Kinetic, they're not looking to run away from this action. It's still an early game situation for them. They know they have the advantage, the upper hand, but Max Cash backing off right there while Daljit tries to get into a position to take down Scream from the side of Big Brothers, as you said. In the meanwhile, Xpark, they're already down 1 player. Dark, who was knocked out a few moments ago, has been finished off, in fact. And again, it's going to be quite interesting to see how does Xpark approach the game from here on out. But along with that, I was looking at the map and it looked like for a second, just for a second, that the players from GodLike Esports were going to chase Fierce, and they have in fact chased them out of their own territory. But will EXO close in? Will EXO decide to take the fight? Because Painan, in fact, seems to be a hotspot in this game.
I'm not shocked, because obviously Painan is one of those places where most of the big teams tend to go in, and they would want to come in and try to challenge out with one another. But ultimately, it's all about the other teams. I'm looking out for uDOG, Team Revenant, Team Esports, Kinetic, all of them coming close to one another, but INS on the other side wants to make sure they take the side of Team 7C, because INS somehow had reached the 7th position. You know, they did not have that great of a start, but ultimately consistency was the key for them. Somehow they played well with an amazing IGL like clutch god coming in. They did reach to that 7th position, and it's good for us to say that they will also be making it through.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite safe to say that, as you said, INS, they will be making it to the finals. And I think uDOG, as you mentioned earlier, they're going to have a fun time in this match. They are quite close to the center of the circle, all the way towards Tambang. And as of now, it feels like they're going to be isolated for a moment. But talking about 7C, as we did see them lose out on one of their, in fact, 2 of their teammates. Now it's just Prince and Madman who are left with just one job: survive for as long as possible. And it's going to be quite tricky, considering they have taken just the northwestern edge of northeastern edge, I'm sorry, of the Ruins Island, and that position is going to be quite close to where the players of Team Xpark find themselves, and where Orangutan might just be in a few short moments.
And Team Orangutan also, right? Even they have to make sure that they play this game good. Look at the difference they've got. 58 to 63. That's almost a 7 to 8 point difference. But they need to add a little more just to make sure they give a competition for uDOG and Enigma Galaxy as well. And let's not forget, if they do wonders in this game, probably they can challenge off the side of GodLike as well. But all of this, only time can reveal, as Team Xpark again wants to traverse through the waterways, goes towards the side of Camp Alpha Island and make sure that they continue their farming over there. But I have seen this happen before, can correct me if I'm wrong. Team Xpark have lost most of their players always trying to traverse through the waters.
Yeah, that has happened, in fact, on this map of Sanhok, and it does become quite tricky for them, especially down one player in the early stages of the match. But it is going to be quite interesting to see what their game plan is going to be for the rest of the game. So far, it looks like they have made it to the Camp Alpha Island and will be using the bridge to cross over towards the side of Ruins, where the players from the side of uDOG are going to be waiting for them. On the other side, the cluster has started to form around the city of Painan. GodLike, they already had the city under their control, but now have decided to abandon it and take control of the mountains towards the west, quite close to the airdrop. But just towards their north, it is going to be the last 2 remaining players from the side of 7C. Orangutan have abandoned boot camp as well and are closing in towards Painan right now. Enigma Galaxy, I want to see what their approach to this game is going to be like. They have decided that they want to stay in Shami a little bit longer, but that might just backfire if the circle moves up north.
I mean, I do agree on that point. You know, Enigma Galaxy have to prioritize the circle. I mean, the position they're holding when it comes to the overall points table, the 14th spot, they need an average of 5 to 10 just to make sure that they, you know, they do have a fighting chance for the finale itself. But as you correctly pointed out, there are several teams trying to gatekeep them. uDOG on the other side are holding the best spot in the house. But what do they need to do is stick close to one another in such a way that, you know, just in case there's going to be retaliation from any of these teams, they are in the projectile of the smokes for one another, where they can give in the cover fire, the revival, and then take the fight against the opponents. Again, uDOG is also one of those teams who use the water to traverse around. And if they choose to do the same in this game as well, they might be the sufferers.
Well, in this match, I don't think they're going to take the water out to go anywhere, since they are going to be inside the circle. Quite safe as well. It's just the 3-1 split that I'm worried about, because we all know Global Esports, how eager they get to take these early fights, especially in Sanhok. We've seen what happened during the Master Series. Every single Sanhok, there was an early collision with Global Esports with one team or the other. It might not have worked out for them every single time, but that's what they like to do.
I mean, right now, you know what I'm trying to do? Try to read the mind of each and every player over here to see what kind of pressure they might be undergoing. For the side of Global Esports, I don't have much to say. For the side of GodL, nothing much to say. But for the side of BB, which I wanted to take, but eventually they are thinking of talking with the gun itself as they put down a player of Team KE. Now pushing forward towards the side of KE is the only solution for them to eliminate out of the game. But Daljit on the other side is the player they need to look out for. But just in case he retaliates, he comes in so hard against you that it becomes a little hard for you to retaliate against him, as Scream will be leading the fight over here with Beast OP and Zen OP, all of them put together. Let's see whether Big Brothers can do something different over here.
Well, Team Kinetic, in fact, getting a little too relaxed from the fact that they got an early pickup and assuming that Big Brothers have abandoned their position. But no, 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 that was just a fake. And well, on the other side, Global Esports, we did see this in the finish feed right there. Global Esports finding the opening against uDOG India, but now the ball is in the court of the players of uDOG. They are going to try and take this fight. Klaus stuck in a very awkward situation, almost gets taken out by the molly right there, but does manage to get away, does manage to get out of the radius of the fire, and a lot of utility being committed by the players of Global Esports, and it will pay off, in fact, as they do find the second knock in this fight.
Now that is what I call carpet bombing, where you eventually, throw all the grenades and mollies next to one another where the splash radius until it connects to the opponents. You do not stop yourself, but the kind of damage they have done against the side of uDOG, it's something which they can't recover anytime soon, because two of the players are going to be bleeding out to their death or probably finished off as well, where the other two will be playing for possession points.
Well, let's see, will they be able to walk away with any in this match? It's going to be quite tricky for them now to get away from the players of Global Esports, especially considering Storm has just given away his position. He's going to be forced to run back, while the players of Global Esports are just going to secure their finishes and secure their points. So Klaus is going to be finished off by Joker, who's right next to him, just guarding the soon-to-be corpse spot. In fact, while the players of Global Esports chase away the players of uDOG India and take control of these shacks, of these houses right next to that bridge that INS is using to cross over.
Now this is where uDOG, as I said, they try to traverse through the waterways in one way or the other. Now they're going to be forced in to stay inside the waters and not coming into the crosses of an opponent team. But ClutchGod doesn't realize that Global Esports is right in front of him. And the moment which he's doing in the open, he's going to be paying a very hefty price. But the trigger discipline not being maintained by the side of GE. The whole squad of Team INS are now going to be rushing in over here. The biggest fight to be taken place, that is going to be Global Esports versus the side of Team INS.
I mean, as you said, this is going to be one of the biggest fights in the game right now. The Molotov on AJ is going to make sure he's going to be on his knees. Ronnie is going to try and go for a flank right there, but does run back as his teammate is going to be finished off. Now ClutchGod closing in is going to be knocked out by Ronnie's AKM, but will this be enough to pull Global Esports out of this tricky situation? Well, they do find the second, and Shane just jumping back, takes a nasty spray to the face. Knuckle dishing out a lot of damage. Joker going for a duel against Ronnie, does manage to trade it out, but it is definitely not enough. It is a 1 versus 2 situation for him, and it is getting trickier by the second. Joker is going to try and fall back, but oh my goodness, INS with a massive blunder in this fight do become the first team to be eliminated from this match.
I mean, as we end the story for one team over here, on the other side, we're able to witness that Hyderabad Hydras versus the side of GodLike was taking place, where GodLikes were dominating from one corner. It looks like it's going to be Orangutans who came into the picture as well. And Orangutans are on the receiving end as Visgod almost down to his HP. I would say that, the push coming in from the side of Team INS was just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. I completely agree with that, especially initiating the fight as soon as you cross the bridge without any information as to how many players are in those houses, how many, or exactly where they are. Just that lack of information from the side of INS backfiring upon them quite brutally, in fact, and also allowing uDOG India to get away in the process.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
They made it to cover.
I agree. I agree on that point. But ultimately, what stood out for me is where the side of Global Esports recovered from their first knock. I mean, even though there was one man on the receiving end, the way they retaliated, took down Ronnie and immediately went in for a confirmation where the other twos were going in from 2 different directions, that was great. But right now, what is better is this fight between the side of Skylightz Gaming. The way they put out one of the players of GodLike and getting the confirmation as well. 2 finishes as strong is what Skylightz is looking.
Ooh, but Gamla Boy, it seems he heard the shots that were fired from the players of Enigma Galaxy upon the side of EXO, and now he's looking to check his backlines, make sure that no one is going to be approaching them, and they are going to be completely undisturbed in their collision with the players of GodLike, as you said. But with the blue zone all set to close in, I would like to draw your attention towards the top left of your screen. Do you see Enigma Gaming rotating on that boat? And I wonder where they're gonna go. The most common location in a situation like this is that Tambang City. But now Global Esports is holding their position. So if Enigma Gaming get a little too close for comfort, the entire team can be taken out in a matter of seconds.
Now, Team Enigma, as far as I know them, they know cleverly how to traverse through those ways. Probably Nakam is where they would like to land themselves, as they will be on a lookout. That 8x probably, or a 4x, which is they're going to be using as binoculars, just to check who's there on the shoreline, so that it becomes easy for them. That is how clever Enigma can be sometimes, or every single time in the game. As the zone is starting to close in, at that nick of time, they make it inside the circle. But what are BBs going to do in this game? Because this is one of the most crucial games for them, where they need to pick up a 20-pointer just by finishes, another 15-pointer, just in case they want to take a fight in the top 16 itself. Whereas Enigma comes in a bit more closer towards the shorelines. It's going to be GE covering it up. It looks like what you predicted might be coming out true on our screens.
Well, let's see though if Enigma will make it to the shoreline safely, or will Global Esports just destroy them for this big mistake. But the circle shifting towards the west does tilt the game in the favor of Global Esports now. All they have to do is just hold on to that Tambang compounds, and this game can be theirs. But in the meanwhile, on the other side, our Esports do spot out a few of the individuals from the side of Big Brothers. They have managed to pick up one of the lads and secure one finish point already in this match. But let's see, can they go for more?
The better for the side of our esports at this point of time. It's going to be just making sure that, they cement themselves into the next round. Several teams, every single name I'm trying to take, I'm just checking whether they'll be making it through. But Xenopete running out in the open will be doing the biggest mistake of his life. No matter how much he jiggles, he's in the crosshairs of Grenadier, the dancer himself. Whereas it's going to be Hellgod coming in from the other side, putting an end for him. I would like to see his face now, because ultimately sometimes I see him still smiling even though he gets taken down, as his teammates will be wanting to retaliate over here, take down the solo man from the side of Team BB. But what a beautiful gameplay coming in from the side of Big Brothers.
Well, yeah, definitely. They punished that split from Canary and now have recovered. They will still be 3-man strong in this game and have forced our esports to run away, run towards the zone. But Big Brothers, their job is not done. Kinetic Esports, they are going to be closing in from the rear. On the other side, a few moments ago on the feed, we did notice GodLike losing one of their players. Well, they have gone for a revive. Revenant Esports are getting punished on. They just stayed away on that hill for a long time. 2 players knocked out. Hero definitely being a hero in this fight. Revenant Esports, how will they react to this?
I mean, Revenant Esports, first they need to recover. That's the best part of it all. That is where our esports can actually run in. If they had vehicles, the story would have been way too different. But it looks like that's not going to be the case, because they're going to be talking with the gun itself. They put down the players of the opponents and made sure that they make them equivalently weak over here, as the revivals will be coming in through. Our esports are going to regret the decision of taking the fight against the side of Revenant, who are holding the top spot for themselves. Our esports and Revenant at the 16th and the 17th position, with 1 point difference from one another. This was the fight which they shouldn't have committed, but our esports are on the receiving end, and our NT wouldn't mind taking another finish for themselves.
I would say it was the lack of commitment in this fight, because we did see Hero take down 2 players, but Jadoo and Rockstar were too busy just trying to figure out where they can flank from. A head-on confrontation right there against Revenant Esports would have done the job, because 2 players down, HYDRA Esports closing in from the top. Revenant Esports would have left, they were left with nowhere to go, but now our esports, they're going to start to struggle. Just 5 bandages, 1 first 8k on Hero. He can't even go for a heal battle at this point.
Completely agreed on this point, but at the same time, with the man disadvantage coming in towards the side of Revenant, because they walked into the crosshairs of Team HYDRA. Now I would like to see where the Hydras will be dominating and taking this fight for themselves, whether the other 2 players will be concentrating on taking the fights against the side of Team EXO. We have been seeing by the mid-game, or the 3rd or the 4th circle itself, this is how Revenant always gets taken down. Divided attention, trying to play from the corners of the circle, but the retaliation, they just put an end for the side of Team HYDRA. Double-edged sword is not what you would want in the map of Sanhok.
My goodness, what did I just see right there? Like, for a few seconds, Hydra Esports looked like they were the ones in the favorable position to win that fight. And the next second I look at my screen, they are not even in the lobby. A wonderful spray being connected by Paradox and a wonderful spray transfer as well on the second lad. But on the other side, we do see Team GodLike struggle a little bit as once again, for the third time in this game, they have been surrounded and they have been caught off guard outside the zone. For Team GodLike, the struggle is the fact that they're not being allowed to even touch the edge of the circle. They have recovered luckily, but the next team that they will have to deal with, in fact, two teams they will have to deal with once they try to approach the zone, it will be Skylightz Gaming and Team Xbox in the distance.
Now, Team Xbox, they wouldn't want to be the team to press the trigger first, right? They would want to just stay silent and see how much the other teams are going to fight it out and play for position points as well. Like be rushing in. GodLike knows exactly what to do over here, as he'll be cooking up a grenade, and MK14 shots is what I heard, as Johnny with the UMP is also doing the damage against the side of Skylightz. It was a clear exchange of blows coming in from both the sides, but Neo's grenade or the molly, can it do the damage? No, Boy was in the hard covers. Now we'll be re-strategizing as to how to take this fight, as Punk on the other side will be putting down Hellgod and getting the confirmation. Johnny's grenade could be the answer for the side of GodLike, as Mavi from behind comes in the picture and takes some finishes for himself as well.
Well, Jonathan is not allowing that lad from Skylightz Gaming to heal. And well, he sees Vexy on the high ground and will almost taking down. In fact, will take him down. So now Skylightz Gaming, they're down to their last surviving player. And GodLike Esports, they managed to convert this this unpleasant surprise that was lying waiting for them out in the open, and they managed to come out on top. They just lose one of their players. With Jonathan and Neo, the dynamic duo, they are still holding strong in this match. And well, alrighty, so for the first time I believe we are seeing uDOG India take a fight head on. They have managed to secure a knock. I wonder how long will they survive in this match.
Now Team EXO on the other side, even though they are the team who are playing from the corners as well, but they are doing wonders in this lobby. With no sensei coming in, I don't know how come they're able to place themselves and make sure that they connect shots after shots, getting finishes after finishes, because ultimately, right now, they'll have to make it inside the circle. Thambang is going to be the place where the circle will be forming in, and Global Esports are going to be the epicenter of the circle with the only hard cover over there. I would like to see how better they can perform. Name the teams in the 11th to the 15th position, and all of them I can see on the screens right now.
Well, but let's see. I mean, Global Esports, when the game started, we were questioning as to what they were going to be up to, going with that 2-2 split drop right off the bat, but all of a sudden, they're the best team in the game. Have the best position, they have the only cover that's left inside the circle at this point, and all they have to do is hit their shots, connect those shots, connect those bullets, and this game is going to be theirs for the taking.
You spit out every fact out there, but how will they connect? Man, is going to be immortal. Very rarely have I seen Joker miss out shots like that, but ultimately that could be the blessing in disguise. But no, Rex on the other side is going to be like, watch how it's done as he takes down Tom, and the retaliation against the side of Joker. Rex is doing everything possible for his team as the push comes in from the side of Enigma, playing it perfectly. It's all about you maintaining that recoil and exactly placing your crosshairs to the heads of the enemy. The practice makes you perfect, as GodLike is going to be receiving from the side of Team Xbox. Which of those teams will be making it inside the circle? Because Mavi right now is trying to traverse around, and it's going to be Immortal trying to restrict him, but ultimately OG from behind is going to be in their support.
Oh, Enigma Gaming, they're closing in. Knuckle has gone for a revive right now, but it's just going to be a trade knock, and Global Esports wiped out from this match on the 11th position. Just a small mistake of letting Enigma Gaming live when they were coming in with their water rotations. Global Esports did not even try to finish them off, but on the other side, GodLike Esports are going to be taken out of this game as well. We're down to 8 teams. The circle moving towards the southeastern side now. Enigma Gaming in a wonderful position along with the players of Team Xbox, but Mavi is a little too low, so he's going to have to heal up before he decides to take the fights.
Now the push coming in from the side of Mavi. I saw it way behind when we were witnessing the fight over there, but they just slammed into the faces of GodLike Johnny and they finished them off. But ultimately, yet again, making the biggest mistake of their life, coming out of the hard cover over here, will be paying a very, very hefty price as Juicy will be going in for the heal battle. But will that be enough as Molly's going to be lofted in? Another, flow on fire will be against the side of Team X-Pac. It's going to be Evo putting it down, but can he connect one or two as they sit inside the buggy to avoid that flow fire? It's going to be Mavi trying to run away as the shots are going to be trying to connect towards him. He's somehow escaping, but Ultron is going to be falling in for the grenade.
And there's no way Team X-Pac can bring him back into the action. It was an amazing commitment onto the last surviving player of GodLike by Team X-Pac, but now Enigma Gaming, they have their number. They know where they have to shoot, and they are going to go for this takedown. Let's see how long it will take them, as we do see Evo just committing a lot of utility to try and take Mavi down, but it seems like it is not enough. It is going to be a little tricky for them. And when all of this was happening, Orangutan, they were waiting for their opportunity, and now they have finally decided to strike. Savitar is going to be the first man knocked to his knees. Avi's HP is extremely low, so one nade in his direction, and he's going to be knocked out as well. And Enigma Gaming with that will be down to their last two players, but that does not happen. In fact, Orangutan will just secure one finish, and Avi, he heals up to around 25 HP, taking the fight through the window and running into the spray of Ash.
I mean, Ash going in for the sound cues, exactly placing the crosshairs to take down Avi over here. Now, does he have a throwable? Yes, he has a molly, which is going to be low tossing it, avoiding the movements of the opponents, and that is where AKOP, perfect grenade coming in from his side, and a confirmation. Oh geez, it's like they're connected with the running on with one another. Perfection gameplay coming in from their side as finish after finish is what they're going to rake up. 5 finishes strong with what they're looking, as Team X-Pac will be making it inside the circle. For the first time, we're able to see that Team X-Pac have made it into the top 3.
Yeah, they are sitting in the top 3 right now, but Orangutan are doing wonders with how they are playing and how they are approaching this match. Team X-Pac down to 2 players. Mavi and Juicy are all that remain of the team, and same for EXO, as Punk is going to be the last surviving player. So it's a 3v2v1 where Orangutan just stand in the final closing moments of the game with the man advantage in hand. Now let's see what their thoughts are, and in fact, how are they planning to close this game out in the last few moments before the smoke was fully deployed. Ash does spot Punk running to the corner of the building, tries to go for a sneaky little spray, but Punk just hugging the corner, will survive for a few extra seconds before being kicked back to the lobby. The final 2 teams, ladies and gentlemen, in this matchup are X-Pac and Orangutan, and it's down to a 3v2.
Now this is where one good grenade cooked in from the side of Mavi or Juicy can be a game changer, as Molotovs are going to be locked in. Orangutan with the man advantage can gradually rush into the faces of the opponent. 62% chances for them to take this game, as Mavi is going to be coming in from a different angle altogether. Both of them not inside the circle. Probably double trouble is what they're going to be looking out for, but they have to be very, very careful. If one person gets taken down, just one person gets taken down, it's going to be hard for them. You know what I would love to see right now? Mavi and Juicy putting smokes to the center of the circle to make sure that OGs will be concentrating or throwables on the smoke itself and burning out their resources, and that is where Mavi as well as his teammates can come in and dominate. Let's see who's going to be coming up with a higher IQ, as they know that the only hard cover inside the circle behind which a player can be visible is going to be Juicy. They're going to be going in for a head-on battle as Trigger puts down Juicy. Mavi will be the last man standing for the side of Team X-Pac.
And then is left to do a Herculean task, which, well, in fact, was quite close to impossible. The 1v3 is not really will be going their way. Orangutan walking away with a comfortable win in this matchup, and an important one as well, because as we were talking about it before this game, they were outside the top 16 and now have made it all the way to the 13th position of the overall ranking.
I mean, a very good jump is what I would like to say, but that means somebody at the 16th spot has gone down.
Yeah.
And he's gone under the radar. So we would like to see who it was, and finally Team X-Park, kind of finding the composure. I can see that, even though they're having small arguments with one another, they're just going to be more composed with the next game to come. Mavi is just going to be giving out his experience. Every single word he's going to be spitting out. Let it be harsh, let it be soft. It's all just experience which is going to be gained in by his teammates, because they are all the youngsters in the making, and Mavi is just going to mold them into a perfect player in days to come.
I think the strategy that was being discussed over there, or at least from what we could tell by the hand gestures, was the fact that Mavi wanted to draw the players of Orangutan out towards him, and Juicy was supposed to take them out over there with a little bit of utility or with the weapons. But that actually could have worked, because we all know utility usage from the side of Mavi is incredible. Juicy, as far as firepower is considered, he is pretty solid with his aim and his weapon skills as well. But Juicy was the first man to be taken out, and then Mavi was left all alone in that 1v3 situation where Orangutan, they knew exactly where he was. Juicy's position was not known until a little bit later. But hey, again, as the experiment likes to say, could have, would have, should have. Or I can't say it fast enough.
Oh yeah. And look who is the MVP of the previous game, and finally, after a long time, it's going to be Johnny coming in over here with 4 finishes, 598 damage. Joker coming in right behind him with 4 finishes, AKOP with 4 finishes, Trigger with 3. Shows that nobody has, done a single-sided domination. It was all the teams getting ample amount of finishes, as well as the position points is something they'll be looking out for. But, with the overall points table coming in, I can expect huge changes, especially for the teams who have already played their 12 matches and now will be keeping their finger crossed to see which of these teams might choke and give them a chance into the next round.
You know what? I still believe this should have been game for Global Esports. This should have been there when they were holding that Tambang city for so long. Since the start of the game, the early regroup heading up north, quite close to where the players of uDOG India were, and then in fact chasing them away out of position. But in the end, just a small little punish right there towards Joker. Just the fact that he got a little too eager and stood up in the faces of Enigma Gaming was the reason that they were taken out.
I mean, I wouldn't want anybody to come out of their hard cover in the final moments of the game. But for Global Esports, they had to come out and look on the other side. They were too much concentrating towards the side of Enigma, due to which Orangutan could come in and dominate over there. But Team X-Park on the other side played phenomenally well in this game. Because if this performance was there in previous, at least on the first day of the tournament, probably by now, they wouldn't have had so much of pressure to make it into the top 16. But, you know what? They're doing it right, so as long as they're doing it, there's no issue at all.
And this again, I mean, just the HYDRA Esports versus Revenant Esports situation. I guess a little bit of a confusion from the players of HYDRA Esports, because they did have a clear opportunity to take down Revenant, but Paradox just coming out of nowhere, taking down 2 players like it was his business to do so, and securing a few extra points for his team was in fact quite impressive. Then again, EXO as well, because EXO were struggling with how they were rotating, just like Team GodLike. They were being challenged at every single entry point, but they fought their way through. At least Punk made it into the top 3 and secured a few extra points for the team.
Now, similar story goes towards the side of Team X-Park as well, right? Especially this was the game-changing moment for them. They rushed in against the side of GodL at the perfect time, and somebody sticking towards the side of Mavi to give him the right kind of support so that he's not the first person to get taken out was the best thing. But that flick shot coming in from the side of Johnny at the final moments against the side of Skylightz Gaming, that was wonderful. Even though his teammate was also giving that support, but it was all the final story to be told, as finally it was, Orangutan with 3 men standing, a 1v3 which was next to impossible coming in from the side of Mavi. Did, disappoint him, but ultimately they have done a really good job. The match standings will tell us where these teams stand out, and the overall standings will tell us which team have to be the loose cannons or the barbarians who's going to be on the let loose.
Also, I hope we get to have a conversation with a new team this time around, because it is going to be quite interesting to hear their thoughts on what is happening and what is going on in the overall rankings. But as far as this match was considered, I mean, this Sanhok was quite interesting, especially considering how the circle was just sticking to that western shoreline, and approaching the city of Tambang in a situation like this can become quite tricky, because on the northern side towards Camp Alpha, we just saw two teams. X-Park was crossing in from there after they moved west, and INS was trying to approach as well. But hey, that was just the previous game. For now, though, we are going to head to the stage where Mamba is again joined by another exciting team for an exciting interview.
ओरांगुटान के एंड एक के बाद सबसे पहले जाना चाहूंगा, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, फाइनली चिकन डिनर मिला है। शुरुआत आपकी स्कोर बोर्ड पे पोजीशन 17 से हुई थी, अब आप 13 पे हो, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हो?
अच्छा लग रहा है, और आज तो ऐसा था कि हम लोग 17 में क्वालिफाई ऑलमोस्ट नहीं हो रहे थे, फिर ओनर का मैसेज आया कि यार क्वालिफाई हो जाए, मेरे को फ्लाइट की टिकट करना है, तो ठीक है वाला कर देते, हो गए क्वालिफाई।
ज़्यादा खर्चा करवा रहे हैं आपके लड़के यहाँ पे, बट आपने अभी जिस तरीके से खेला, आपको लगता है कोई स्पेसिफिक मिस्टेक हो रही थी जो पहले हो रही थी ये मैच में नहीं हुई? किसके ऊपर आपने फोकस ज़्यादा किया था?
आई गेस थोड़ा ये मैच में ज़्यादा प्रेशर हमने हैंडल कर लिया, मतलब थोड़ा हल्के में ले लिया था। आई गेस हल्के में नहीं, बट एक्सपेरिमेंट्स हम ले कर रहे थे कि मतलब फाइनल में हमको हेल्प हो, बट ये हमने प्रॉपर सीरियस खेला और हमने निकाला।
जी हाँ, प्रॉपर सीरियस खेला ज़रूर है, लेकिन एक और मैच होने वाला, आखिरी गेम होगा, उसके क्या प्लान्स हैं आपके?
उसके प्लान्स कुछ नहीं, मतलब वापस फुल फोकस, फुल कॉन्फिडेंट, जीतेंगे।
इजी तो होगा, लेकिन आपने खर्चा तो करा लिया। चलो अपने और फाइनल के लिए क्या प्लान्स? ऑफ कोर्स जीतना है, ये मत बताना ये सबको जीतना होता है, लेकिन कुछ नया लेके आ रहे हो कि वही का वही जो चल रहा है वही चलाना है?
फाइनेंस का कुछ ऐसा एकदम प्लान नहीं है, जो हमने लास्ट टूर्नामेंट में किया था वही करेंगे, लेकिन लास्ट टाइम हमने 3rd फिनिश किया, इस बार 1st फिनिश करेंगे मोस्टली।
तो मुझे सवाल ही बदलना पड़ेगा, सब यही बोलते हैं कि मुझे ट्रॉफी उठानी है, बट नॉनदलेस कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू एंड टू यू, होपफुली जो आपको चाहिए मिल जाएगा, बट नॉनदलेस दीस वर द एम्स। एक्सपर्ट्स क्या कह रहे हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स की राय जानेंगे हम।
All right, so Arka, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, why change a plan when everything is going right?
Yes,
that's as simple as that. You know, in case something goes wrong, then think about a plan B, or just keep your plan B aside, you know, to make sure that in case plan A goes in vain, it's going to be much more easier for you. But ultimately everything went in favor of Orangutan in the previous round, total of 23 points for themselves. Team X-Park bouncing back with 18, and one more good game for the side of Team X-Park could give them that breathing space altogether. But Team EXO, Enigma Gaming, NIGMA Galaxy all doing well, where Revenant, Kinetic, as well as the side of Team Big Brothers and R Esports couldn't perform anything over here.
Yeah.
So the final game is going to be more crucial for them compared to everybody else.
Now I want to see where these 18 points will land X-Park in the overall ranking, which I believe will be on our screens in a few short moments. But looking at the head-to-head comparison again, as we said, Team X-Park, they were also being challenged at every single entry point for the zone. On the other side, Orangutan actually played it quite smart and managed to avoid confrontation up until the later stages, when they finally decided to go for the push on the players of Enigma Gaming, and from there on out they knew they would be able to close out this match. So an impressive run from their side. GodLike Esports, have to give them props. Impressive fights from Team GodLike, Revenant Esports, and Global Esports as well, up until Enigma Gaming just showed up and wiped them out.
I mean, see, from here on it's just nail-biting situations coming up. I'm already starting to choke, literally, because I really want to see which are those teams who might not follow me up and choke and, you know, throw away the biggest moment or the biggest LAN event where they can witness the final itself. But the overall point standing, this is going to be much more easier. The top 8 teams, no complaint whatsoever. Obviously, the team to be doing the hard work from the get-go are reaping benefits over here. They're going to stay cool. Team EXO will be thinking of getting another 20-pointer over here, probably ending up on the top of the table, whereas the others are just going to maintain an average of 4 to 5. But the middle bracket is where the question arises. Orangutan would have jumped to the 13th position, but the job is still not done, as TSM are right behind them with FS Esports and uDOG. This is where the next page is going to be pretty much crucial. Let's keep an average of 75 is what you'll need to remove FS and TSM out of the equation.
Well, let's see.
You were saying.
I mean, yeah, TSM and FS Esports, as you said, I mean, who will kick them out? That becomes the question, because these two teams have played all their matches. 12 matches, done and dusted. uDOG India, it's their opportunity to make a name for themselves, and 67 points is where we see Team Kinetic on the 17th position. they can still make it. Revenant Esports can still make it. Well, our esports are not too far away themselves. So I'm just going to keep my bracket on the top 3 teams, at least as far as the last table of the rankings is considered. So Team Kinetic, Revenant Esports, our esports, X-Park, it feels like they're a little too far away. But hey, if they get that winner chicken
I
dinner,
don't think so. They'll be far away.
well, let's see. That's what I said. Winner chicken dinner. That's what I want to see if they want to make it. If they get that chicken dinner finish, then it's their slot for the finals.
Oh yes, agreed on this point. Sorry for cutting you in, but 27 points is what they'll be looking out for. Reckoning needs 28 points, and below that, they'll have to think of some miracle to be happening just to make it through into the next round. 77 is an average amount of points you need to have to make it into the next round. Let's see which amongst the teams will be getting it for itself. As ladies and gentlemen, the final game will be coming on our screens anytime soon. Do not forget to share it among your friends. They can come in and witness a close call amongst these teams. And only 16 amongst these will be making it into tomorrow's finals of the India's first official LAN event of Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what the schedule looks like.
The last game of the day, the final Erangel of the league stages of, as you said, the first official BGMI LAN. Only the top 16 will be making it through the other side, and the fight is still on. So the opportunity is still going to be there. The teams are still going to be hopeful, but only for the next 30 minutes. We'll take a very short break for now. On the other side, we're going to see the map of Erangel.
Watch it, earn it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत, हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ। अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो।
तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग कैसे पेल लेगा साले?
I mean, talk about a razor-thin finish. It all comes down to this final game, and, well, the fates are going to be sealed for the teams. 8 of them are going to have to bid us adieu. However, the question is, it's still out there in the open, John, which 8 teams are going to go home. Now, a couple we already know about, but, buddy, things are going to get exciting in the last game of the league stage.
I mean, it is definitely going to be quite exciting. As you said, the last game of the league stage is only the top 16 teams will be making it through to the finals happening tomorrow. And with the great momentum, I have to say, Orangutan Esports, they have started things off quite nicely. uDOG India were having a pretty decent game up until the point they were taken out just because of the lack of numbers that they had. And, well, I do blame the players of Global Esports for that. But sitting on the 16th position, they have to feel a little bit more confident. They have to get like 5 to 6 points, and after that, they'll be on the 14th. And their chances of making it through to the finals go up quite significantly.
You know, like you just mentioned when you were talking with Arca, that even Revenant Esports are esports, they still have that chance. But again, you know, a couple of teams that are going to be pretty much waiting with bated breath are the boys from TSM and FS Esports. Now, they've done their games for the day. They've had their share of play. 77 and 75 points is where they stand at, and they're going to be hoping that uDOG and the teams that we just mentioned don't have a good outing if they want to make it to the finals tomorrow. But I love this, buddy. It all comes down to the line, and in a few short moments, that Big Bird is going to take the skies for the last time in the league play over here in the Showdown.
I mean, definitely quite an interesting and intense moment for the teams that are playing and for the teams that are not playing as well. As you mentioned, TSM and FS, this match for them, it's going to be like a horror movie. Every single time uDOG, Revenant Esports, R Esports, these teams get those finishes or those placement points, TSM and FS, they are going to be waving their fist in the air in anger as to why isn't anyone taking them out. But hey, they have had their opportunity and they tried to make their the best of it, but now it's down to these 4 teams. And again, reminder, only the top 16 will make it through. But ladies and gentlemen, the plane is here, the flight path. It is going to begin from Novorepnoy, headed all the way towards Severny in the very last game of the league stages at the first ever BGMI official land.
My heart is definitely pounding a bit faster and harder right now because I am getting the jitters. Imagine if I'm feeling like this, what the players must be going through. But, you know, speaking of the players, like you mentioned, TSM and FS Esports, they're going to be in the green rooms. They're going to be stuck to the screen. And if uDOG and boys that we mentioned earlier, Revenant Esports, R Esports, if they are taken out early, well, they are going to be rejoicing. But for now, it's going to be that eerie silence in those green rooms because all of their eyes are going to be glued to their screens, as is with all our lovely viewers out there, because this is it, as you mentioned, the final game in the league stage. And, well, it looks like a few teams are going to be throwing down hard. And, whoa! I see a few drop clashes taking place. Revenants and Global Esports are going to be jumping down at Novorepnoy.
Well, it looks like someone just hinted to Global Esports, hey, Revenant Esports, they're going to be in a stressful situation. Maybe you can get a few points off of there. And Global Esports just gave them a thumbs up and have shown up to destroy the hopes and dreams of Revenant Esports, or at least they can try. I want to see what Revenant Esports' answer to this situation is going to be, and it seems like Paradox, he has been caught off guard as Ronnie is just going to try his level best to hunt him down with nothing but a shotgun in his hands. It is an extremely tricky situation for either of these lads.
It is going to be tricky indeed, but it can go in their favor as well. Ronnie, you got to drop and roll, buddy. Make sure you get all those flames extinguished, but now the grenades are going to be coming in his direction as well. You know, we are kind of talking about the fact that Global Esports should be playing spoil sport, but they might just give their finishes away if they're not careful. There you have it. They go in. In fact, Siam is going to get the better of Ronnie. That means they already have that 1 point to their names, which means, well, TSM and FS Esports, they are going to be breathing just a little bit harder right now.
Yeah, heartbeat increasing by almost a beat per second, 1 beat per second more at this time. And Revenant Esports. So this is the second side of drop clashes, right? We always talk about the teams that change their drop location, and not often about the teams that that will be playing the home ground advantage, if you will. And at this point, that is the side of Revenant Esports. But hey, AJ, he seems to have found a DP, and this can be the weapon that changes everything.
It could be indeed. And speaking of spoil sports, elsewhere in Pochinki, in fact, in the in the areas around Pachinki, one of the boys from uDOG India just went down. Now, again, we did mention just moments before, 16th position, 72 points is what that team has, and they need to make sure every single man is accounted for, as they are going to take the fight straight to Skylightz Gaming. Now, for now, we're still going to be focusing on AJ, as he does have that DP, he does have that AKM as well. And of course, if you have a look at the bird's eye view, well, Global Esports, down by one man, are going to be a little further away from one another, while Top Dog and the boys, well, they're going to be roaming around in a pack exactly the way they should, because, like we said, every single point, Johnny, is going to make a difference. And oh, looks like somebody been spotted from up top, as Joker with a Mini 14 is going to be letting loose. However, Paradox gets out of harm's way in the nick of time.
Oh man, that was such a clear shot right there, but only manages to connect two. XP, you're a sniper yourself.
I mean, he had to just aim just a little bit further up north, you know, just to account for the little drop of the bullet coming in. But right now it's going to be AJ with the AKM opening up on Paradox, and now he's going to go for Top Dog as well. Now this is where Revenants could be in a bit of trouble. Now the thing is, Encore is going to be in that high ground behind. He's probably going to be coming in, trying to aid his teammates as well. But AJ, man, I love the fact that he is holding his ground. And well, Revenant don't really have an answer, as Siam was always taken off his feet as well.
Well, he has two of the Revenant Esports players pinned down out in the open, and there's no way they can make it to Paradox to go for a revive, because we did see Joker on the high ground in the rear, but on call from the flank is going to try and take him down, switching over to the pistol, now to the M16, and Siam manages to make it through to Paradox, going for a revive right now. If Revenant Esports bring their numbers back on the board, then maybe this flank from Encore can change everything. I wonder if Global Esports know that they have just let a very big threat pass them by, and it is going to backfire upon them at any given moment. Ooh. But on the other side, now this I don't understand. Why? What was the intention behind the drop clash with Skylightz Gaming from the side of uDOG? Did they not realize that they are in the top 16 and they don't need to do that?
Exactly. That is something that is a bit of a conundrum for me as well. And one by one, they are going to be going down. There you have it, down to the last man. But for now, it's going to be Knuckle and AJ trying to fend off against a pack of wolves as Revenant Esports. They're going to be coming in hard. They're going to be coming in strong. That Uzi is going to make sure that they are kept at bay for now, as he does open up that door to the balcony, making sure he has a few angles, because, well, AJ is in a good position to set up a crossfire along with his teammate. But Johnny, this is going to be a bit enthralling, because again, their hearts must be pounding. Revenant know that two members of Global Esports are up top, but they're going to be sure they don't make any mistakes. They don't have enough Pro Balls, but looks like AJ is going to get the better over here, as Knuckle is going to take down Top Dog, which means now Revenants are going to be in trouble. I do believe somebody just jumped out the window.
Well, it was a big mistake in coordination of the players of Revenant Esports, as I believe Top Dog just got body blocked on the stairs, and that is the reason he was taken out. But Encore jumping through the window, a massive mistake from, in fact, the entirety of Revenant Esports. And Global Esports, they're going to reap the rewards.
Oh my goodness, how the tables turned. That hesitation was on display on our screens. They could have gone up in full force and done something, but unfortunately it's only Knuckle and AJ. They only needed two members to basically make quick work of Revenant Esports, which means, well, their chances have pretty much been dashed out, and I do believe we are going to see them in the finals in the near future. But again, uDOG India surviving by one man. We just had a look at the map on our screens, and of course, Knuckle, go for it, buddy. Yeah. You can do that. Go and have a dance, because you did what you guys set out to, and well, you just dashed the hopes and dreams of Revenant Esports. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be Team INS taking the fight. In fact, GodLike's Leo and Jonathan are going to come up close and personal as Shane is brought down, and now they're going to be focusing their attention on Joker.
Yeah, these two teams have nothing to lose, so they definitely have the opportunity to do whatever they feel like in this particular match. And from what we are seeing on our screens, it looks like it's hunting season for the players of Team GodLike Neo, just taking a swan dive just to check and tell Jonathan exactly where he needs to shoot. Now, we all know just a little bit off, if you miss the marking, then your teammate is definitely going to shoot in the wrong direction, and Joker is just being baited at this point. Jonathan is waiting. Someone needs to let him know where that player is, and he's just going to take him out. It's a clinical shooting fish in the barrel situation right here. Z-God is just going to lob a Molotov. That's a wasted utility. On the other side, though, we did see Clutch God trying to make an escape, and it's quite interesting because GodLike Esports are taking out the team of their former IGL.
They are indeed. Yeah, that's of course going to be just a little bit harsher, but now it's going to be Shadow who is going to finally make sure that INS Joker, well, he has definitely breathed his last, which means Team INS are now going to be survived by one man. He does have a little crazy soul in him. The question is, can he do something? For now, he's making the right decision and backing away from this fight because GodLike, man, these boys are looking hungry. They want to make a statement. Not the best of games for them so far because, you know, they're in the 11th position at this moment with 87 points. But we're kind of used to seeing them right at the tippity top, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely. But I promise you this, that there is a high possibility that it is going to happen in the finals, because that has been the trend with Team GodLike Esports, that every single time during the league stages they're going to start off slow. You're going to feel like, oh, this team is struggling, oh, the players are not playing well, but the closer you get to the finals, the more comfortable they get. When the other teams crumble under pressure, that is where the players of GodLike Esports thrive the most. But now what I'm wondering is that the collision between INS and GodLike Esports just set up the situation for our esports to chime in and get a few extra points, because they have a free entry towards that northern Georgia city, towards the northwestern edge of the circle. Crazy Soul is going to be roaming around in that entire vicinity as well, so that's one point that our esports can secure for themselves. But how far will they climb in the variant? That is the question that we need to look and answer for.
Well, Rex is going to be a happy man because lucky for him, his buggy did have that roll cage and he did just roll over himself, but no harm done. Just a little bit of the HP taken out. Now they're going to be pushing in Pochinki, where Skylightz Gaming, well, we know it is their city. And, well, we did just have a look at the map. Speaking of our esports, they are going to be coming in north as far as Georgia Paul is concerned. Yeah. Now, Crazy Soul is making his getaway, right? I mean, he's the last man standing. They don't really have a lot to lose. They have kind of cemented their position as far as the top 16 is concerned. But again, massive game coming in for our esports. Have a look at that. 19th position at this moment. 65 points, still doable because uDOG, well, they just have Storm left alive and kicking. And for now, I think he's not going to be taking any chances at all.
Our esports, they need 7 points to topple over uDOG India and get into the top 16. And well, if they get a few more, then they can topple over the two teams above them that are FS and TSM. And that is going to be the safety cushion that our esports need to aim for. But with only one game to go and GodLike Esports standing in their way and the entry to the circle, the situation is definitely going to be quite tricky. But we do have the first airdrop on our screens with the AUG and the 4X. There used to be a time when the AUG was just introduced in the game that everyone was just crazy for that weapon, and I'm just going to admit I'm guilty of the same. I thought it was a perfect weapon for mid to close ranges. But now, yeah, it was quite stable. I mean, it was so easy to control the recoils, but now it has fallen off after a few changes in the meta, and it seems like the AKM is going to be back in action. I hated the UMP phase of things. You just could not compete with the UMP in any way possible, but that's gone now.
Well, especially when back in the day it had a different caliber of rounds that was shot through it. So, you know, that kind of made it a little bit weaker, but now it's the new meta, and up close and personal, nothing is better than either UMP or that dreaded Uzi. But right now, for the moment, it's going to be an SKS and long-distance shots taking place between HYDRA Official and the boys from Skylightz Gaming. Now, they are making a lot of commotion. Again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Both these teams, they are set in stone, right? I mean, they are going to be making it to the next round. Of course, HYDRA in 4th position with 119 points, and Skylight just one position behind them with 107. But again, it's all about the bragging rights at this moment, John.
Yeah, for these teams, for the teams that have actually made it through to the finals already, for them, this game is just about setting up the momentum for the finals happening tomorrow. And as you said, the bragging rights, just having a little bit of an extra fun with a few of the other squads. And I believe that is the reason we already see a massive cluster forming towards Pochinki. 7C Esports have made it through. Team Xbox, they just can't avoid a fight, so they are just going to hold their position towards school and school apartments. But towards Pochinki, we have 7C Esports, Skylightz Gaming. They always drop their HYDRA Esports have made it. Orangutan are closing in. Enigma Gaming have taken the eastern edge under their control as well. So it is about to get heated up.
Man, I still can't get over the fact that, you know, Revenant Esports, they had everything going in their favor. In fact, they were the ones who got the drop on Global Esports initially, but that hesitation going up that house is what basically put them out of this tournament. But now the circle is going to be imploding in on itself. Potato Hill is still going to be in play. the entire city of Pochinki is still going to be in play, which means we might just see some urban warfare coming out sooner or later. But for now, Orangutans, they are in the 13th position, 81 points, but they don't want to be losing their lives willy-nilly just yet because, well, if the teams from down below just have that little bit of a push, they could be in a world of trouble. But again, it is going to be shots fired at their position from afar. But I'm still just worried about uDOG India. I mean, Storm is the last man standing. I do see him on the right of our screen, that one little symbol showing that, you know, there's only one man alive. I mean, I'm just wondering what's going to go on in his mind because he's got to come into the circle at some point as well.
Yeah, it's not just you, it's me as well. My eyes are just stuck on that map feed that we get, guys.
He hasn't budged from his position.
He's just holding that position, and it's him and our esports that I'm looking forward to, because both these teams do stand a possibility of making it into the finals happening tomorrow. And also Team Kinetic Esports, who in fact there was almost a clash between Team Kinetic and our esports, but Kinetic, they end up taking a straight head-on west to east moment, and this results in a little bit of an information being given away to the players of HYDRA Esports, who might just go for a fight. On the other side, our esport, it looks like they're going to clash with the players of Orangutan.
It could be possible, but now what Kinetic have done is they kind of realize that, wait a second, we've got some vehicles nearby. They don't want to take any chances, right? They're going to move further up north, which is probably the right call at this moment, because Secret is going to be opening up on GodLike. But uh-oh, buddy, looks like they did see that muzzle flash coming in, and well, Jonathan might just have put a few shots in his direction, but it's going to be Z-God who is going to be taken down with some pristine precision aiming over here.
Well, let's see. Secret is going to try and close the distance to see if they can get a few extra finishes in a situation like this. But this just opens up the floodgates for the players of GodLike. Secret is looking to push through, and Z-God does manage to get away. Jonathan cooking up a nade, sees the opposition on the other side, but Secret closes in. Will he be able to get the knock? The answer is no. Jonathan takes him down and is going to go for an easy finish for his team. Team GodLike, they are not in a too much... Well, I was about to say they're not in too much trouble, but it seemed like Skylightz Gaming just said, what? And showed up from the right, taking an easy knock and, well, possibly a finish as well.
Let me tell you one thing, the Mosin Nagant is going to be in play as well, because heads are going to be popping off in the distance. But for now, 7C Esports are taking the fight to Samraj and the boys from Skylightz. Again, everyone is going to be hearing this commotion, and it kind of looks like everyone wants a piece of that pie. But for now, Shadow, this could be a massive grenade. Jackson could be blown off his feet, but this one is going to be just a little bit further off. In fact, it does take a massive chunk out of the HPs. But the boys from HYDRA, there you have it. Dynamite is going to go blow up in a little bit of a boom, as does Skips, which means now Shadow, all he has to do is go up against a one-man Jackson. But Jackson does spot him out early on, and he is going to retreat behind cover of that smoke. But the problem is the entire squad of Team GodLike is coming in for those finishes. He does manage to get one. Unfortunately, it's going to be Neo, the one who puts HYDRA official out of this game in the 15th position.
Well, quite an unfortunate exit right there, but HYDRA official, I don't think they care about this. They are sitting on the inside the top 4 at this point. But, well, GodLike Esports quite close to the players of our esports for a second, and the split that they have right now, it can backfire, because orangutans are closing in from the church, the Pochinki church, and Jonathan, he's going to be moving in towards where Neo is. That squad house does all of a sudden become a priority for them, because from here they can manage to be safe at the same time while gatekeeping the players of Skylightz Gaming in the rear.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Team Kinetic, yeah.
Team Kinetic, yeah, of course, because Skylightz Gaming is going to be all around, and looks like they are going to be falling victim to a couple of teams, but looks like Gamla Boy does get the better of Team INS, and Neo's position has been given away, and WizGod with that suppressed RL is going to make sure they have no idea where the shots are coming from. Meanwhile, on the other side, Drigger is going to be out in the open, as Ash is going to try and maneuver a bit closer towards his teammates. Now, their eyes are going to be set on A, the remaining members of Team GodLike, and B, Skylightz Gaming as well.
But let's see which team will they decide to shoot upon first on the other side. Orangutan taking Z-God down, and that should be an easy finish for them. But EXO taking the fight against Big Brothers, and they do manage to find those finishes. Punk has to be quick about this, because Team Xbox is going to close in. Well, they're not going to close in, but they're going to wait for them to show up on the edge of the circle. But look at that. uDOG India taking an exit in this match on the 13th position, and it seems like now even their heart heartbeats are just going to go up in the air because they are still on the 16th position with Kinetic Esports, and our Esports still alive in this match.
They're going to be hoping that Kinetic are taken out, our Esports are taken out, and if Team Xbox, like you said, with Arca, unless they don't get a chicken dinner, well, their chances are going to be slowly but steadily dwindling the way to make it to the top 16. I wonder if they have a game plan in store for us right now, because for now, it is going to be Team XO driving past them. In fact, Juicy with a couple of grenades is going to just try and keep them at bay. However, all that Grenade is going to find is going to be air. But Immortal is just playing around with him. He is toying with the opposition, just trying to get a little bit of an idea of where the grenades are exactly coming from.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting, in fact. And as you said, they are going to be wondering where the nades are being lobbed towards them from. But on the other side, EXO and Team Xbox, I don't think anything is going to deter these two teams from fighting each other. This could, oh, that was so close to Dog, but he does manage to crawl a little bit up over the ridge. Fierce Punk and Immortal still being extremely cautious as to not overexpose themselves and try and lose this fight. And as I say that, Immortal just runs in between them. What is he trying to do?
I think he got a bit impatient over there. He's like, you know what, these guys aren't coming out. I'm just going to try and see if I can give you any information. But it looks like GE Joker from the back lines is going to be a thorn in the side of the circle, is going to have a sudden shift. In fact, we have the open fields of Pachinki in play and a little bit of the city itself. But for now, all eyes are going to be on Team Xbox as grenades are going to be set up. It's going to be AJ going up against them as Juicy is going to be brought down courtesy of Joker. And now this one grenade could spell trouble for Team Xbox as Juicy does take a little bit of damage. Dog, in fact, has to hit the deck as well as first-person perspectives are going to be used. AJ making sure he rectifies his projectile path once again. And look at that, with that last grenade, let's see if he can get a few knocks on Team Xbox.
Well, I have to say there was some interesting moments right there from Team XO, but on the other side, Global Esports trying to close in towards the players of Xbox. Ultron just missing that nade, but he can't get out of cover right now. He knows the flank is exposed. Juicy trying to back off, barely there with a sliver of HP. Marby alongside with him. Global Esports, a perfect opportunity for them to get a few extra points in this game. But a few moments ago, we did see the shift of the circle, and I have to say, our Esports, they need to capitalize on this game. They are on the eastern edge of the Pachinki city, and the circle is upon them. They have all the cover that they could want, and also Team Kinetic, they are in a world of hurt as they have been spotted out by the players of Skylightz Gaming and are moving in towards where our Esports are right now.
Well, one of the heavy hitters in this game so far, Team GodLike, are going to be out as Team Xbox. They have to make their way down this massive mountain. The problem is it is way too open. As if you have a look at the replays, but we're going to come back to the action right now because there you have a Team Xbox currently moving into position of Enigma Galaxy. Ultron down on his knees, Juicy down on his knees, Dark the last man standing. Now the question is, does he go in for the fight or is he going to be taken out? Nope, he's going to be taken out, and with that, Johnny, Team Xbox not able to find their way to the finals.
Well, well, well,
Ouch.
Another big name out of the contention, but now, as we have been saying, all eyes on those two teams sitting on the 18th and the 19th position in the overall ranking. In the meanwhile, 7C Esports down 2 players, Skylightz Gaming making the best of just the bad positioning coming in from the side of other team, and Somraj, Pukar, Gamla Boy, they're just going for one punish after the other. 3 players down for the side of 7C. Madman out in the open is going to be shot down as well, and that is 9 finishes to Skylightz Gaming already in this game. And the interesting thing is they're not playing for the circle anymore, they're just going on a hunt.
I mean, that is just amazing shots coming in, but now it's going to be Enigma Galaxy's Dream who is going to be living a nightmare because he has been taken out, and well, they are going to be losing that one man. Skylightz Gaming, as you mentioned, they're just having some fun. I mean, 9 finishes. These guys are going absolutely ballistic. Now, Enigma Galaxy are going to be in a good position as well. They don't really have a lot to worry about because, well, it is the final 7 teams, so it does kind of seem like our Esports and Team Kinetic Buddy might just edge past uDOG India, which means, well, we might just have to say bye-bye to the boys from uDOG India. But again, it is all going to be good. There you have it. Our Esports 3 finishes already for themselves, which means, well, they're just 1 point shy of uDOG India, and it's safe to say they have definitely made it to the top 16. But the thing is, they want to do a little bit better. They want to probably end up in the 13th or 14th position as Evo once again with the Mosin Nagant is going to make a member from our Esports pay the heavy price.
Well, let's see what is going to happen in this matchup, because we are heading towards the final few closing moments. And look at that, our esports, the live rankings towards the right-hand side of the screens, ladies and gentlemen. They have climbed up all the way to the 17th position. They are looking to climb up even further, moving to the final. Skylightz Gaming in there, crosshairs. Kinetic going for a few shots, does see Wexy, but fails to hit the mark. Now he sees the two players from the side of Orangutan out in the open, exposed, but again, shots whiffing, and this is just absolutely brutal. A nade being lobbed towards Wizgod, another one being lobbed by the other side. The players of Orangutan, they're going to try and see if they can survive this assault. Well, Wizgod is going to be down on his knees, and one more point secured by the players of our esports.
Well, AKOP is going to be on the other side of that little house over there, which means all the grenades thrown inside, well, they aren't going to do anything at this moment. He's going to be jumping around. In fact, Jadu might just see him. AK is going to lose a tremendous amount of his HP, but this grenade could be it. The question is, does Jadu have an idea that he's going to be on the left side of that house? Because, well, AKOP doesn't really have a lot of options at this moment. But there you have it, our esports with 5 finishes to their names. They're going to make it 70 points. They're definitely going to the top 16, as Orangutan are going to be saying bye-bye to us in the 6th position with 5 finishes to their names. Samraj gets inside that tipper truck in the nick of time, or else he would have been lost courtesy of our esports itself.
Well, I want to see what the situation is going to be like for the other teams now. Enigma Galaxy is going to be there as well in this game. And, well, Enigma, we say bye to them at this point. See, that's the thing. I'm going to make this match a lot more interesting just by a few words. Team Kinetic are still there. They were not too far away from the side of our esports. And, yeah, the placement points are yet to be added. So we're going to have to wait for that to happen when we have a look at the overall rankings. But for now, our esports, as you said, XP, they are pretty much through to the finals. All they have to do is just go there with a chicken dinner to get the best wishes.
I want them to get the chicken dinner because I want to see Canary dance once again. I wonder if he's going to do something different this time around. Now, our esports look like they have definitely made it. Kinetic Esports look like they're going to definitely make it because, well, they are the last 4 teams standing, which means a minimum of 8 points from position is going to go to either one of them. But the thing is, the circle now, buddy, has kind of shifted out. It's going to be in no man's land. In fact, the closest person or the closest team inside the zone are going to be the gentlemen from Enigma Galaxy. But the thing is, all these teams are now going to have to come out in the open, so expect all this green and, well, all the wheat over here that you see, it's all going to be covered in a plume of smoke, as there you have it. The first smoke screen walls are going to be set up, as Wexy is still going to be aggressing just a little bit, lobbing grenades in our esports position. He's got to be careful. In fact, Canary is going to be clipped. The wings are going to be clipped, but Jadu could just come up and do some damage. In fact, Hero atop the roof is going to make sure that they keep them at bay, at least for now.
Well, let's see what's going to happen the final few moments. The circle is out in the open. Skylightz Gaming and our esports, they're going at it with everything that they have. Skylightz Gaming, they want to move towards the zone, but Gamla Boy is going to be spotted out, but that was just a bait, as Somraj is going to protect his teammate. And IGL doing a brilliant job saving Gamla Boy right there and knocking out a Hero in the process. Our esports down to their last 2 players, but from the other side, Enigma Galaxy, they chime in, and Gamla Boy is finally going to be taken out. Picard along with him. Skylightz Gaming, they have been reduced to the final 2 players as well, as Wexy and Somraj are going to try and survive. Jadu, now that is an interesting position to be in. He scrawled his way all the way to this open field.
And all during this time, have a look at Kinetic Esports. They've been deploying their smokes. They aren't making too many sounds because they want to come into the circle unattested. Now the thing is, Somraj, he's going to be all by his lonesome, but it looks like the revives are coming in. Gamla Boy is going to be picked up. Rockstar is going to be found out because once the smoke dissipates, well, you can pretty easily see someone just crawling on their belly, but I think Jadu's position could be given away as well. He is dangerously close to the enemy over here. In fact, he does have his backs to the enemy as we speak at this moment. But there you have it. Spotted out, and Somraj is going to make sure that our esports are sent packing. But ladies and gentlemen, looks like they are going to make it. And now finally, Kinetic Esports Pradhan opens up on Somraj.
Well, this is getting more and more intense. Even though our esports have been taken out, Kinetic Esports, they also stand a chance to make it to the finale tomorrow. They were outside the top 16 before this match started, and in order to solidify their position for the finale, it's best if you finish the last game with a chicken dinner. But Apollo right now just raining a storm of nades upon the players, and it's going to be Vexy's nade from the side of Skylightz Gaming that finally puts Daljit to his knees. Now Pradhan and Aryan, they are still there to protect their teammate, but it's going to be a tough task.
Well, I don't think the revive is going to be coming in anytime soon, but Vexy's position has been compromised, but it's going to be Gamla Boy from the distance who gets the better of Pradhan as well. The grenade and the machine gun combo is definitely going to be helping Skylightz Gaming. Have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. 17 finishes already, and if they make sure they finish off all 3 members of the opposition, we just might see the first big 2-0.
Well, this is just getting more impressive. And I guess we were talking about carrying the momentum to the final. Well, this is just going to make Skylightz Gaming look scary. Well, very scary, in fact. Well, they miss out on one finish, and Enigma Galaxy is going to be in their crosshair next. MJ finding the opening. Apollo is going to be still present, so it's down to a 2v2 situation. And Somraj is going to be dropped as well. Gamla Boy, the last player standing. Enigma Galaxy, can you finish this off with a chicken dinner of your own? MJ is going to cook a nade. Gamla Boy spurred out, and Apollo going for a spray. The last few shots connect, and Enigma Galaxy, they finish off their run with an interesting winner-winner chicken dinner.
Well, they've definitely made it your winners in the last game of the league stage. On day 3, they're going to be cementing their position in the 7th spot as far as the overall rankings are concerned. But, you know, we're not going to be beating on the bush right now. I know everyone is interested in finding out whether their favorite team has made it to the finals or not. And let me tell you one thing, John. You know, we have a lot of viewers out there who are good at maths, right? They've probably already done the calculations, and I'm having a look at the chat right now. They're already putting up the points in the chat. Canary with a bucket hat over his head, looking kind of dapper. They've definitely made it to the finals.
Yeah, I'm just trying to call Ocean up because he's the only good maths person that I know, but he doesn't seem to be picking up right now because these guys are on the Hindi desk, by the way. But it is definitely going to be quite interesting to see how did the teams finish, where they are going to be as far as the overall rankings are considered. But I think if my maths is not too far off, I think Team
I don't trust you.
And our esports both of them are going to pull through.
I think they're going to pull through because, again, you know, I mean, Team Kinetic, although they might not have had as many finishes as, say, our esports in the last game, they did manage to end up in the 3rd position. That means they're at least getting 10, and they had something around 67, so they are going to be clear of that mark, which means, well, uDOG India, they're definitely going to be slipping through the cracks.
Well, uDOG India might be out, but along with them, who else will be the one failing to make it?
FS Esports? I mean, TSM had 77, FS Esports had 75. 67 plus 10 is 77, and then a few more finishes to add on to that means they could be pushed through. TSM still have a little bit of hope because it's only 2 teams that really outplayed them at the end, right? Our Esports and Team Kinetic Esports. TSM, we might just see them in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. I think TSM might be making it through to the other side. But, well, we are waiting for the overall ranking, but we have to start off somewhere. So we're going to be starting off with the MVP of the game, Gamla Boy from Skylightz Gaming. A phenomenal performance, I have to say. 844 damage dished out and 26 minutes of survival time.
That is not a bad outing as well, because have a look at that. Barring Apollo from Enigma Galaxy, it's going to be Skylightz Gaming Day as far as the top players from the last game are concerned. Gamla Boy 6 finishes for himself, Somraj with 6, and Pukar with half that number, which means he has 3 finishes to his name. But again, it's a good outing. I mean, 19 finishes coming in, and well, it doesn't really matter. Canary's going to be happy that he's made it to the top 16. Go for it, boy. Have a little dance. Show us some moves. There you go. Come into the center stage, which is exactly what he's doing. I mean, this is what the game is all about. I love the showmanship, but now I think he's been told, hey, buddy, you might want to sit down in your seats because the show is still not over. Now, you know, we are speculating that, of course, they've made it, right? The thing is, can they bring the same energy tomorrow as Team GodLike are going to be walking past them? And, well, everyone has smiles on their faces.
So it's not just him who has been told to vacate the premises, it's just all the players are moving out. In fact, no one told Canary to stop dancing. We all enjoy it. I'm pretty sure the admins on the stage also enjoy it. And definitely, I think Z-God enjoys it the most because he's always ready with his mobile phone to record. But This time we would have loved to see some dancing like that from the players of Revenant Esports. Again, just not committing to the push on the players of Global Esports, resulting in Revenant Esports missing out on the finals tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, because just think about it. They had everything in their favor. Global Esports playing spoil sports over here. In fact, they almost just took out Team Xbox as well, but Team Xbox, well, they went down to their own demise. And again, it's always a little shocking to see such big names being thrown out of the tournament, but it is the name of the game. And you know, the thing is, you can't be at the tippity top forever, because someone younger, faster, stronger is going to come in and, well, put you out of your misery.
Well, and for that, I mean, it is going to be just a matter of time. If you just stop improving, if you just become complacent, then as you said, someone younger, faster, better is going to
Hey man, we grow old too.
Yeah.
The reaction's going to slow down.
Yeah. I mean, we are speaking from experience, of course, both of us together, but these young lads definitely are made from something else, man. With the way we've been, oh, you're saying you are still the same.
I still got it.
Really? Do you want to go up against someone like Aquanox at this point?
Well, I mean, I'd rather have him in my team if that's all right with you, but you know, I can give my team.
I'm in your team. You're pretty bad.
Oh, damn, Johnny. I did not expect you to throw me under the bus, but, well, we exactly know which one of us is better. But, of course, we're just messing around with each other. Enigma Galaxy over here, your winners in the last game of Erangel. And, you know, they did it. They did have some fun. I mean, they did have a little bit of an uphill battle, quite literally, because they were coming down. But let's just have a look at the match ranking. 29 points is what Skylightz Gaming are going to be walking away with.
Alright, so our esports, they have 14 and Team Kinetic have just 10 points. Oh, the overall rankings are looking a little bit more interesting at this point. But yeah, Skylightz Gaming 29 points, 17 finishes secured for this game. We would have loved to see the number 20 right there, but
oh God,
it doesn't really matter, right?
Oh God, now listen, this is what I'm thinking. TSM, and I do believe, if I'm not wrong, Team Kinetic, they might just share the same points. But now the thing is, who has more finishes? Because, well, we are going to be giving precedence to that, and the chicken dinners, of course, as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so that actually, the tiebreaker rule changed a little while ago. Now the priority goes to the chicken. Yes, it is the position points.
All right, listen. All the waiting is over. The overall rankings on your screens. Now, these teams have made it. Congratulations to all your favorite teams on your screen right now. Of course, Skylightz Gaming coming in hard at the end, making sure they end things in the 4th position. But there you have it, TSM. They've made it.
Kinetic is there as well. Team Kinetic pull through. Our esports on the 14th.
Wow. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your top 16 teams that are going to be going forth into the finals tomorrow, which means 6 games are going to finally decide the fate as to who is going to be crowned the king in this showdown. But also, for some to win, others have to topple over. But keep in mind, they've already made it to this stage. The 24 best teams in India were throwing down in this showdown. And, well, some win, some lose. But keep one thing in mind, John. We're going to see a lot more of them in the not-so-distant future.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this for the younger players, for the new teams, the young guns, this was their very first experience of what a LAN is. And this wasn't 100% LAN, if I'm being honest. We are missing you guys watching us at home. The audience is what changes everything. But so does like just being in the same room as the rest of the competition. There is an immense amount of pressure. And uDOG India, a wonderful run in this tournament. I have to say I enjoyed watching them perform. AUTOBOTZ, Esportswala, Big Brothers. It was an immense pleasure watching these teams on a stage like this. And as you said, we're going to be hopeful that we see them again and again on the future LANs that happen.
Absolutely. I mean, FS Esports had a good run. Unfortunately, just slipping down by 2 points. It is going to hurt just a little bit more. But the outperformers for the day, Goblin, 12 finishes for himself. Goblin with 2,142 points of damage. Of course, if you have the finishes, chances are your damage numbers are going to be high as well.
Yeah. I mean, especially with Goblin, I mean, he is responsible to be the entry for Team Soul, and Team Soul have always been good with their 4v4s. So So it's not a surprise that we see him always just outperforming himself basically from the previous day. But day summary on our screens, we did see OR Esports start off really strong with those 18 finishes that they got in the first game of the day. That was Erangel, then it was Hyderabad Hydras. It has become a tradition for OR Esports and Hyderabad Hydras to get chicken dinners together. But this time, Hyderabad Hydras weren't the only Hydras who started off strong. HYDRA Esports also showed up quite nicely in match number 4 and secured their win, pushed up to the top 2, but then there was a drop-off in the later matches, and in the last game, Enigma Galaxy getting their own chicken dinner.
Well, that is how the cookie crumbled as far as the league stage of the BGMI Showdown is concerned. Congratulations once again to all the teams that have gone. We're going to say goodnight to you for now, but don't go anywhere. We have an interview on stage with Mamba Senior and your winners of the last game.
हमारे साइंस नर्ड यहाँ पे एनर्जी कन्वर्ट करना चाहते हैं, जो पोटेंशियल एनर्जी को काइनेटिक एनर्जी में कन्वर्ट करेंगे और मोमेंटम भी हासिल करेंगे। यहाँ पे हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले दलजीत और मैक्स कैश। लेकिन दलजीत, आपके पास सबसे पहले आना चाहूँगा, लैन एक्सपीरियंस काफ़ी शानदार है। एक्सपीरियंस आपके पास भी बहुत ज़्यादा, बहुत लैन खेलो, हम 3 साल बाद मिल रहे हैं। ये लैन से आप क्या सीखे, मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ।
इस लैन में तो हमारा आइडियल अलग है, तो बेसिकली बहुत ज़्यादा सीखने को मिला। लाइक खुद से चीज़ें करनी पड़ी, वरना तो सारी चीज़ें आइडियल ही करता था। तो वही मैं वो चीज़ें बताऊंगा नहीं, आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगी आगे जाके।
बतानी नहीं है, बाकी और कोई सीखना नहीं चाहिए, इसलिए बोल रहे हो आप। बट कल की बात करें, यू barely made it, you barely qualified, लेकिन कल के क्या प्लान्स हैं आपके?
आई मीन टॉप 16 ही आना था, फर्स्ट और 16 और फर्क तो पड़ता नहीं था। तो मुझे लगता है कि आई एम सेटिस्फाइड, क्योंकि हमने प्रेशर में खेल के कमबैक किया है। बाकी टीम्स जो ऑलरेडी ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स लेके चल रही थी, उन लोग को उतना प्रेशर नहीं था जितना हम पे था। तो मेरे ख्याल से तो हमने ज़्यादा बेटर खेला आज। एंड कल के लिए ये कि जो आज मोमेंटम हमने बिल्ड किया है उसको कैरी फॉरवर्ड करना है एंड #1 लेके आना है।
या #1 लेके आना है, सबको लाना होता है। लेकिन यहाँ पे आपने एंड में जिस तरीके से खेला, बहुत अच्छा खेला आपने, लेकिन व्हाई डू यू थिंक कि आप शुरुआत में वैसा नहीं खेल पाए?
शुरुआत में क्योंकि हम लोग हम जो हमारी टीम है वो मोमेंटम बेस्ड है। हमारा जैसे मोमेंटम अच्छा चलता है तो हम लोग और अच्छा खेलते हैं। लेकिन अगर जैसे एक गेम और अच्छा किया और दूसरा बेकार जाता है तो फिर थर्ड मीडियम और उतना अच्छा नहीं कर पाते। अगर हमारे शुरू के गेम्स अच्छे जाएंगे कल, तो फिर यू कैन सी अस ऑन द टॉप।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल सही कहा। देखिए, अब कल का दिन बहुत ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण होने वाला। ऑब्वियसली प्रेशर मैं मानता हूँ इतना ज़्यादा नहीं होगा, अनुभव आप दोनों के पास है। लेकिन आई होप यू गाइस हैव फन, ये सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। जीते हारे उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता। मेक श्योर यू गाइस हैव फन, कंग्रेचुलेशंस एंड गुड लक टू यू एज वेल। लेकिन जितने भी हमारे यहाँ पे दर्शक देख रहे हैं, मेक श्योर यू लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब एंड फॉलो ऑल द ऑफिशियल सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स BGMI ऑफिशियल esports। अगर नहीं किया है तो कर लो प्लीज, सारी की सारी अपडेट्स वहीं पे आती हैं। कल हमें दिखेंगे 16 टीमें who are going to battle out for the title and of course 15 लाख रुपए का जो प्राइस पूल होने वाला। But that's not it. Of course बहुत ज्यादा bragging rights होने वाले। Everybody wants to be the champion. देखेंगे कौन बनेगा चैंपियन, कौन सी टीम्स रह जाएंगी पीछे। बट उसके लिए you'll have to tune in tomorrow at the same place, same time, शाम के 4 बजे। See you guys tomorrow.
Catch it, earn it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ। अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो।
तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल कैसे पेल देगा साले?